A Shot at Love by Sarah Loudon Thomas, and Because of You by Becky Wade. Legacy of Love, a Haven Manor novella by Kristi Ann Hunter. Chapter 1. 1827, Lancashire, England. From a purely rational standpoint, Sarah Gooding should have been ecstatic with her present position. She was wearing a silk gown and playing piano in a grand aristocratic home, while more than a dozen people of good family sat within hearing distance. She was more at home behind the keys of a pianoforte than anywhere else, and had dreamed of having a prestigious chance to exhibit her talent. This was nothing like she'd dreamed. The roughened texture of well-used ivory-covered keys was as familiar as the overwhelming feeling of not quite belonging. Actually, she felt rather unwanted. That could have something to do with the fact that the enormous vertical cabinet piano, designed to crawl grandly up the wall of elegant homes, had been turned to create a divide between the player and everyone else. It was difficult to misinterpret such an arrangement. At least no one could see her yawn as she plunked out the notes to the incredibly simple score of the Italian songbook that had been laid out for her. Lady Densbury, the current Countess of Densbury, didn't care for ostentatious or distracting music during an intimate gathering such as a family dinner. Sarah didn't particularly care for Lady Densbury. As her fingers slowly drifted through a series of plodding arpeggios, Sarah leaned to her left. If she angled her head perfectly, she could see around the tall side of the ornate giraffe piano. Since the top of the piano cabinet stretched at least 4 feet above her head on the left side, there was no way she'd be able to see over it. And while the green brocade panels that decorated the tall cabinet were gorgeous to look at, they wouldn't let her know if the cake had been brought to the table yet. Since Sarah's employer, the Dowager Countess of Densbury, insisted that Sarah's job as her companion included attending excruciating weekly family dinners, Sarah always focused on the cake. It was the only thing that made the ordeal bearable. Well, the cake and the hope that Mr. Randall Everard might be home for a visit. Third in line for the earldom, and therefore generally ignored by his parents, he'd been raised largely by his grandmother. He didn't come back to the family seat often anymore, much to the dowager's dismay. But he was there tonight. If she couldn't get a glimpse of cake, catching sight of Mr. Everard was almost as good. Unfortunately, even leaning as far to the left as she comfortably could, Sarah couldn't stretch far enough to see anything but the back of the Earl's head. She made a face at his greying hair as she straightened back into her seat. Sarah didn't particularly like the Earl either, or his heir, or even the spare. They were mean, and the wives the older sons had procured this past year weren't any better. Mean probably wasn't precisely the right word. Overly aware of their heightened position in society, and Sarah's extraordinarily lower status was more accurate. But that didn't quite roll off the tongue as well. It was much easier to think of the family as mean. Not all the family, of course. Sarah's employer was a dear. The Dowager had been a veritable angel to Sarah since hiring her as a companion back in January, which meant a few hours of agony once a week was worth it, if it made the Dowager Lady Densbury happy. And then there was the cake. And if Mr. Everard was home, she got to sit in the corner, eat cake and make cow eyes at him, as he did his best to make his grandmother laugh. Her life wasn't likely to get much better than that. She turned back to the music. A curl of panic shot through her when she realized she hadn't a clue where she was on the page, or even if she was still on the page. Her fingers had been frittering about on the keyboard, playing at whim for who even knew how long. Swallowing hard in an attempt to ease the sudden dryness in her mouth, Sarah picked a line at random and drifted back into the song she'd been requested to play. It was simple. Predictable. Boring. How long had she been playing for? An hour? 2? The Countess enjoyed interminably long dinners. Part of Sarah was convinced it was because Lady Densbury was hoping Sarah's fingers would fall off, or that she'd have some sort of breakdown from being asked yet again to gulp down a plate of plain food in the kitchens before playing sedate, quiet music while the family consumed 4 courses of elaborate dishes. What the Countess hadn't yet learned was that as long as Sarah got a piece of cake at the end of the night, she didn't care a groat if she missed out on all the ruffs and reeves. After a glance at the music to make sure she played the next several lines generally as they were written, Sarah shifted her weight to lean to the right. That side of the piano cabinet was considerably lower, and it was possible she'd be able to look over it enough to see if the cake had been delivered to the table. At the very least, she'd be able to see the Dowager and Mr. Everard seated across from her. If she were lucky, his crooked smile would be visible just beneath his nose, which was a touch too wide to be fashionable, but balanced out his features perfectly, in Sarah's opinion. Not that anyone ever asked her opinion. Her quick stretch hadn't allowed her to see much other than the current Countess's eerily emotionless face. Was Sarah sitting closer to the piano than normal tonight? Had they somehow moved the instrument this week to cut her off from the assembly even more? She flipped the page without missing a note. Easy to do when the song never called for more than 3 notes to be played at a time. Her shoulders sagged a bit as she continued playing. The Countess obviously needed more to do in her life, since she had time to scour the shops for the most mundane music in existence. Her gaze drifted from the music back to the lower corner of the cabinet. Normally the Dowager made sure Sarah didn't miss the cake, but she was engaged in some sort of entertaining conversation with her grandson about menagerie drawings she'd seen in a recent publication. She might be too distracted to notice the cake. Sarah nudged the chair back from the keys a bit and leaned to the right once more. There were heads, shoulders, even an elbow, which meant the table was only a little bit farther. If she could shift just a bit more... Her body tilted and started to tumble over the edge of the chair. With a jerk of her arm, she caught herself on the piano keys, sending a loud, discordant clang through the dining room. Everything stopped. There wasn't a clink of utensil against china, or even the whisper of clothing. It didn't even sound as if anyone were breathing. Sarah certainly wasn't. Her only consolation at the moment was that no one could see around the large piano cabinet to witness her clinging to the edge of the keys, praying her chair didn't slide out from underneath her hip. A prayer that was actually going to require divine intervention. A single glance down revealed that the chair was tilted, the far legs inches above the ground. The slightest shift on her part sent the chair sliding a bit farther away. There was nowhere to go but down. Heat flooded her face and pounded in her ears as breath rushed in and out of her lungs in a panicked race, as if she'd be able to inhale a solution to her horrifyingly embarrassing predicament. She should drop to the floor. She knew she should, but she couldn't quite bring herself to loosen her white-knuckle grip on the edge of the piano. "Might I be of assistance?" The voice was smooth and low and achingly familiar. They'd had a number of short conversations over the past year, 142 of them to be exact. Short discussions about nothing and everything. Books, birds, even an occasional examination of the week's sermon, if he happened to stay at the estate through Sunday. She never said even half of what she was thinking, of course, but she'd loved hearing his thoughts on the matter, whatever the topic was. She tilted her head to look up into his blue-grey eyes. That slight adjustment was enough to send the chair skittering across the floor, leaving Sarah to crash down onto Mr. Everard's leather shoes. One side of his mouth kicked up into a crooked grin as he extended his hand to her. "Are you hurt?" "No," Sarah choked out as she allowed him to help her to her feet. Once standing, she glued her gaze to the keys in front of her. "It wasn't all that far of a fall." He chuckled and reached over to the right of the chair. "No, I suppose not." Against her wishes, Sarah's gaze swung to the table. She may not like the majority of the people seated there, but that didn't mean she wanted them to have a reason to think ill of her. In the center of the table rested the most glorious sight, a golden ring of delicious dreams with a thick white blanket of icing and candied lemon peels dancing across the top. The cook called it her Madeira pound cake because she'd created the cake by blending the two recipes. Sarah called it bliss on a fork. She'd even been known to wrap a portion in one of the linen serviettes and sneak it out of the house if the evening had been particularly grueling. If she wanted a piece of it tonight, though, she'd have to face the laughter and disapproval of the Earl's family. "Are you quite well, Miss Gooding?" Lady Densbury's sharp voice cut through the room. Sarah blinked and forced herself to look at the Countess, frowning from her position at the foot of the table. "Yes, my lady, quite well." She sniffed and nodded. "Then you should probably return to playing, like getting back on a horse, you know." Sarah was fairly certain that no one in history had given up playing music because they'd stupidly fallen out of the chair while trying to see around a vertical cabinet piano placed ridiculously in the middle of a room. But it really wasn't worth arguing about. Arguing at the family dinner disturbed the Dowager for days, so Sarah simply nodded and dropped back into her seat, making sure to keep her eyes far away from Mr. Everard, and even farther away from the tempting cake. Randall's hand curved into a fist. His grip tightened until his entire arm trembled. Then he shook the tension out and returned to his seat at the table. His mother's treatment of those she deemed socially unworthy shouldn't bother him any more, but it did. He hated seeing her try to put people in their place, simpering as if she were doing them a favour, reminding them of the way the world worked. As a third son, whose place in the social structure was as questionable as 3-day-old milk, Randall found it more than a little disturbing. Still, she was his mother, and his grandmother's companion seemed the type to let insults slide by like water. She let nearly everything slide by like water. Oh, he enjoyed talking to her, had enjoyed playing piquet with her when he visited his grandmother, but there was nothing remarkable about her aside from her unusual features. When he'd first met her, the pointy angles of her face that framed wide-set eyes had intrigued him, but when those eyes had spent the entire time staring at the floor, he'd moved on. Her meekness didn't mean his mother should treat her the way she did, though. He glanced at the piano, the tall back covered by a custom-made painted silk drape depicting St. George fighting a dragon. It was an awful lot of work to go through to make sure the family dinners weren't tainted by the presence of one quiet woman. "I've an announcement," Randall's oldest brother George said from his place near the head of the table. "Harriet and I have decided not to move back to the London house after the first of the year." Randall's eyebrows lifted, but it wasn't an announcement that truly interested him. He'd been living at Bluestone for nearly 4 years, managing the Earl's small estate in Yorkshire that was more farm than anything else. George, moving back to the family seat in Lancashire, wasn't going to impact Randall's life very much. "That's wonderful," Mother said with a stiff smile. It was her real smile, the one that indicated she was actually happy. Everything Mother did was stiff, so it was difficult to distinguish between the emotions if one didn't know where to look. But Mother's eyes had crinkled at the corners, so she was genuinely happy at the prospect of George returning home. She'd frown if Randall proposed such a thing. Which was probably why Randall had spent so much time with his grandmother during his youth. They'd suffered Mother's disapproval together, and he'd learned how to follow Grandmother's lead in not letting it bother him, or at least not letting it show. He wasn't sure if his parents' general embarrassment over the Dowager Countess's less-than-conventional attitudes actually bothered his grandmother or not. "Well," George said with a smile at his wife, Harriet is rather looking forward to setting up her own housekeeping somewhere, you know, so we can start our family properly." And now both mother and father were ecstatic. The potential heir of the heir was on his way. "Marvellous!" The Earl banged one hand on the table and beamed at his eldest. "You'll want to think carefully about where to set up your own home. You don't want to take on too much in a delicate condition," Mother said, sending her smile in Harriet's direction. Randall's other brother, Cecil, looked at his own wife with a smile. "Does that mean Beatrice and I can use the London residence?" Other statements of congratulations drifted up from the occupants of the table. His grandmother, Beatrice, the local vicar who was always invited to these gatherings, and two cousins he wasn't even entirely sure how he was related to. And behind all the cacophony, a gentle melody trilled from the piano, lending a strange sort of refinement to the noise. George smiled and nodded his thanks. "It's made me realize I need to take my future more seriously, Father, so I want to be close, learn more about the earldom." Randall stuffed a large bit of cake into his mouth to stifle the urge to laugh. George had done nothing but learn the earldom since he'd been born. It was Father's obsession, making sure George and Cecil both knew everything there was to know about holding the esteemed title. As a second son himself, the current Earl was well aware of the duties of the second in line, so he made sure Cecil was included in any and all teachings. As the lowly third, Randall had been allowed to learn fun things like fishing. "I was thinking," George continued, "that perhaps we would set up at Cloverdale." Another discordant combination of keys had Randall's gaze flying to the piano. Had Miss Gooding fallen again? But no, there were her wide-set icy blue eyes, peering over the lower side of the piano cabinet. Two deep lines had formed between her eyes, and for once her gaze was aimed directly at the family instead of the floor. Her sudden interest in the conversation made sense. Cloverdale was the dower house where his grandmother, and therefore her companion, lived. Grandmother had resided there for ages, at least 2 decades, and to his knowledge, he'd been the only member of the family to set foot in the place for at least 5 years, maybe more, relying on the dowager travelling to these weekly family dinners instead of visiting her themselves. How could George even suggest living there? How was his father not immediately denying the suggestion? Randall cleared his throat. Normally he didn't bother entering the family conversations, but in this case... "I'm not sure Grandmother wants to live with a new young household." Slashes of colour appeared on George's cheeks as he looked from his father to the dowager, and then finally to Randall. "Of course not, but Cloverdale is a rather large house for one person who doesn't really entertain. I thought Grandmother would be much happier at Stagwild." Silence fell over the table. Randall couldn't look at his grandmother, couldn't look at anyone, really. Whether it was because he didn't want to see her hurt by the suggestion, or couldn't quite fathom George was actually serious. He didn't know, but he was frozen in his chair, not blinking, hardly breathing. The Earl cleared his throat. "It's not a terrible idea." Another jangling chord filled the air, making Randall jerk and cover his ears. Miss Gooding stomped around the piano and stood in front of it, chest heaving as if she intended to breathe fire like the dragon in the picture. She stared down the men at the head of the table, eyes narrowing until the pale blue was nothing but a memory. "This woman has lived through wars, through the death of her husband and the death of her son, and through the ridicule of people who thought themselves better than her because of their birth." Her gaze swept the table to encompass the Countess. Randall squirmed in his seat. His mother had always been a bit condescending toward the dowager. "And now you want to rip her away from her home, deprive her of the company of her family, and run her off to the wilds of Durham?" Miss Gooding thrust her pointy chin forward, looking like an avenging angel, come to put the fear of the Lord into sinners. "You ought to be ashamed of yourselves." Chapter 2. Sarah's heart withered to the size of a pea and retreated to somewhere in the vicinity of her toes. What had she just done? A glance around the room revealed that everyone else was just as shocked as she was. The Earl's mouth was still hanging open a bit from his gasp, while Lady Densbury's lips were so tightly pursed that they'd turned white and disappeared into her face. Only the Dowager Countess looked unruffled by Sarah's outburst. But then, she knew Sarah better than anyone else in the room. It wasn't unheard of for Sarah to express her opinion to the old lady, even if it were contrary to her employer's views on a subject. Never had she opened her mouth in front of the family, though. She'd meekly accepted her role and retreated behind the piano. But she would not allow them to mistreat the Dowager, a wonderful woman who had saved Sarah's pride and independence, and had spent the past year demonstrating true strength of character. She'd been hired as the Dowager's companion, and wasn't part of that job seeing to the old woman's comfort. For a woman of her age and severely declining health, moving households to a colder, damper, lonelier climate was akin to a death sentence. At that moment, the Dowager was looking over her shoulder at Sarah, a wide smile on her face and her eyes gleaming with pride. After a moment, she turned back to her family seated around the large table.
"Well, I think that says it better than I could."
The current Countess glared at her predecessor.
"You can't possibly intend to keep her in your employ after an outburst like that." "And why not?" the Dowager sniffed. "I pay her to look out for my best interests. You shuffling me off to die in some draughty house north of Yorkshire is not in my best interests." "Mother,"
Lord Densbury said with affronted exasperation,
"no one said anything about wanting you to die."
Sarah's eyebrows winged upward, and a cough sputtered through her lips. Oh, the things she wanted to say in response to that cold and callous statement. But she'd done enough damage already.
"No one said anything about wanting me to live in comfort either," the Dowager huffed.
She might have grown slower after the past year and struggled with normal everyday tasks, but her mind was perfectly capable of presenting her own defense. The Dowager hadn't needed Sarah's intervention. Why hadn't she stayed behind the piano in her rightful place?
"Your comfort is all I'm thinking of, Mother. You've mentioned that the stairs in Cloverdale are difficult. A younger family will handle the sprawl better than you."
Silence fell as the Dowager tilted her head a bit in consideration.
"You've a point, Stuart."
Visible relaxation sagged through the family members at the head of the table. Sarah blinked. Surely the Dowager wasn't going to give in on this. Cloverdale was a Dower property. No one could make her move if she didn't want to. But the Dowager was smiling, a look on her face that Sarah knew all too well. There would be no concession today. Giving a nod, the old lady said,
"Sarah and I will take up residence in the cottage in Bath."
Desperate to cover the laugh that threatened to emerge, Sarah clapped a hand over her mouth and looked away from the grinning Dowager. Her gaze collided with Randall's, and the urge to laugh was smothered beneath his direct gaze. He stared at her, head cocked to one side, crooked smile tilting his lips up slightly at the corners. What was he thinking? She fought the urge to fidget, to escape back to the safety of the piano. Around her the conversation raged on, swirling into a murky pit of familial disappointment. She heard the words, but couldn't pull herself away from those blue-grey eyes and the curiosity in them.
"The cottage in Bath?"
The Countess's voice finally cut through the general commotion. She was obviously deeply affronted by the idea.
"Yes, yes."
The Dowager sounded rather excited about the idea, even though Sarah knew it would take a full team of horses and a royal decree to get the woman to actually leave Lancashire.
I would never have considered it before, you know, being so comfortably ensconced at Cloverdale for 23 years. But your insistence that I see to my health has convinced me. The cottage is smaller, and I'll be able to take the waters and breathe the sea air. But, you've always declared such things to foolishness and nonsense, the Countess sputtered out.
Sarah could almost envision the Dowager smiling and mentally rubbing her hands together, the way she did when she knew one of the household servants was about to fall victim to one of her harmless pranks.
Perhaps I've changed my mind, the Dowager mused. You return from your yearly trips to Bath declaring yourself refreshed and feeling 5 years younger. I have to confess, I wouldn't mind feeling 5 years younger. It means a terrible lot to me that you would forego your weeks in Bath so that I can live in health and comfort. And of course the sacrifice dear Harriet and Beatrice would be making as well.
Randall's smile widened. He finally broke eye contact with Sarah to look at his grandmother. Blessed air rushed into Sarah's lungs as she was released from his regard. She couldn't stop staring at him, though, watching the delight on his face as his grandmother manoeuvred and guilted his family. Lord Saunders, who had seemed so confident when he suggested ousting his grandmother from her home, now looked unsettled as he cleared his throat.
Perhaps Harriet and I should return to London for a while. Mother is right. We wouldn't want to take on too large of a task while Harriet is in such a state. Besides, it will allow us to establish ourselves better socially before the children come. Yes, the Earl rushed to agree. The connections a man makes in his youth are very important.
Oh, the Dowager heaved a comically large sigh.
I suppose I'll stay at Cloverdale, then. No sense in disrupting everyone's routines, just for me.
Another laugh swirled about in Sarah's chest. She needed to get the Dowager out of here before it erupted, and before her employer forgot about her vow to stop trying to make her son and his wife drop a bit of their rigidity. They'd called a truce some years ago, but it wouldn't take much for the Dowager to renege. Sarah stepped forward and cast a longing look at the remaining cake before laying a hand on the Dowager's shoulder. "Speaking of routines, I believe the hour is getting late, my lady." The Dowager frowned up at Sarah, like a child told he'd have to wait until another day to go swimming in the pond.
"Yes, I suppose it is."
It took a few tries for the Dowager to rise from her seat, her arm shaking a bit as it braced against the table in an effort to push her way to standing. Sarah bit her lip and resisted the urge to rush forward and help. Finally, the Dowager was up.
"I want you all to know," she said, a bit shakily, "that for all its foibles, and there are many, this is a good family. You're a good son, Stuart, and you've done well with a life you never expected to have. And you've done well with a wife who made that transition better than any other woman could have. I wanted you all to know that."
She nodded around the table at her grandsons.
"Cecil, George, Randall, be good. Love the Lord and your family, and you'll do well enough." She sniffed. "I bid you all a good night, then, and goodbye."
She turned and left the room, Sarah trailing behind her to the front hall. Once clear of the dining room, Sarah came alongside the Dowager and offered her arm. That was eventful. A low chuckle drifted from the older woman as she gave some of her weight to Sarah, a significant bit more than she'd done a month ago.
"I'd have thrown myself on their mercies months ago, if that's what it took to get you away from that piano."
The butler entered from a side room and waited by the door with their bonnets and pelisses. Sarah smirked at her employer as she helped ease the finely woven wool over the woman's thin shoulders. "I thought you liked my piano playing." The old woman's nose crinkled.
"I like your piano playing, not that tinkering you do in the dining room."
Sarah reached for her own pelisse. "When we get home, I'll—" Sarah's words fell off as the echo of footsteps on marble came from behind them. With the outer garment half on one shoulder, Sarah turned around. No one ever followed them to the hall after dinner, the meal having more than fulfilled everyone's familial obligations. Yet there was Mr. Randall Everard, striding through the hall as if he intended to leave as well. "I had no idea you wished to take the waters, grandmother. You should have said so ages ago." Mr. Everard's already crooked smile was even more lopsided as one corner lifted in a conspiratorial grin. The Dowager Countess laughed as she buttoned her pelisse around her. "Should I ever go, my boy, I'd certainly take you with me." He leaned down to kiss her on the cheek. "Then who would see to the farms?" Lady Densbury sniffed. "Perhaps the man who is set to inherit them. You should have gone into the church. No sense hiding your mind and your faith in the dirt, especially when it's not even your own dirt." Sarah finished putting her coat on and reached for her bonnet. This was an argument the two had had on many occasions. Randall loved the outdoors and the earth, the challenge of growing things and managing nature, but his grandmother thought it a waste of his sharp mind and love of theology. The bonnet Sarah took from the butler pulled her arm down with unexpected weight, distracting Sarah from the conversation between the two aristocrats. A peek inside the hat revealed a square parcel wrapped in linen. She grinned. Cake. But how was she going to explain not plopping her bonnet on her head to leave the house? Her grin fell as she looked up only to find herself under the scrutiny of both Mr. Everard and Lady Densbury. "It would seem," Mr. Everard said slowly, "that I'm not the only one who has been hiding." Miss Gooding paled. The angles of her face seemed sharper as her eyes rounded and her mouth dropped open, as if she were about to say something but forgot the words. It was a problem he'd attributed to her the entire year he'd known her, an inability to actually put words together, but her display in the dining room had proven she was anything but inarticulate. It was clear that those moments when he'd glimpsed something more in her personality, something just enough to keep him from ignoring her entirely, had been the edge of her true self poking to the surface. Why would a young woman, so obviously passionate, be willing to spend hours every week stuffed behind a piano, absorbing verbal barbs of the veiled and not-so-veiled variety? "May I see you home, grandmother?" "Why?" the old woman who'd practically raised him asked with a grin. "You've never seen the need to before." That wasn't precisely true. He'd seen her home on several occasions before she employed her new companion. He'd even walked her home the first few months of Miss Gooding's employ, until he'd become frustrated with the conflicted thoughts and feelings he'd had about the young woman. Thoughts and feelings that were once more entering a swirl of confusion. He'd thought he had her figured out, thought he knew her, but as he stood in the front hall now, he questioned everything. He cleared his throat and debated between sounding like a dutiful grandson or teasing his grandmother. In the end, he opted for an honesty his family was all too good at avoiding. "You've never leaned quite so heavily on your companion before." The Dowager's growing feebleness bothered Randall. Yes, his grandmother was old. Yes, he knew in the way one knows the sun rises in the east that she would die one day. Until recently, he'd been able to easily ignore both of those things. But she looked considerably weaker than she had on his last visit. Thinner, shakier. "And you lean too much on your father's laziness," the Dowager grumbled, showing him that the spirit hadn't weakened along with the body. "Thought the boy was destined to write sermons and visit parishioners all day, so I didn't worry about teaching him when he was younger. Now he's the Earl and doesn't even know what crops grow on his farms." She poked one wrinkled finger in Randall's direction. "You need to find your own land to settle on while you've still got the energy to do so." He hated that she was right, but he also hated that the idea of being completely on his own, starting from essentially nothing, terrified him.
And here I thought my decline and dotage to be years in my future. Bah!
She crammed a bonnet on top of her silver curls and lifted her chin to let Miss Gooding secure the ribbons. Instead of jumping forward to comply, the companion looked from Randall to her employer, to the bonnet clutched in her slim-fingered hands. Her delicate throat jumped as she swallowed. Then she stepped forward and handed her bonnet to the dowager. With her hands unencumbered, she set about tying the ribbons. "I am perfectly capable of seeing your grandmother safely home. That is my job, after all." Something shifted in Randall, making him feel almost off balance. Showing gumption twice in one night? What had come over grandmother's timid bird of a companion?
"Are you? And what would you do if you encountered a highwayman or wild dog? You won't have a piano with you to soothe them with your melodies."
It wasn't like him to throw such challenging statements at people, but he was curious to see how riled she could get. "Given that Cloverdale is a mere mile from here, on a well-maintained path that doesn't even require us to leave Densbury lands, I feel confident that I can handle any threat that may come our way." She straightened her shoulders and looked him in the eye with a directness that seared Randall in the chest. Respect bloomed through him, along with an attraction he thought long dead. There'd been a moment, that one single moment, not long after she'd come to live at Cloverdale. He'd seen her, and wondered what it was about her that had finally convinced his grandmother to get rid of the annoying cousin she'd been talked into hiring. He'd wondered if his grandmother's new companion could shake him from the worn and beaten-down rut he'd been living in. But then she'd proved herself quiet and timid, and that hope had faded like a candle on the verge of gutting out. But now, with her eyes no longer cast to the ground, it was amazing how different she looked. Not just in appearance, although the sight of her wide eyes seemed to completely change the look of her unique face, but there was a change in spirit, as if she'd seen the more difficult side of life and learned when and how to fight. Randall shook himself from his frivolous musings. Whatever fanciful notions he was attributing to the girl, he couldn't possibly connect himself to a woman who couldn't manage to place a bonnet on her head. Granted, the sun was nearly gone, and the hat was no longer a needed accessory, but wouldn't it still be easier to wear it upon her head instead of carry it? Miss Gooding ran her hand along the brim of her bonnet. "It's getting late," she said quietly, though her pale, icy blue eyes didn't fall from his. "I should get Lady Densbury home." The dowager shuffled toward the door.
Yes, have to get me home before these old bones decide they've finished creaking for the day." "I'd be happy to have the carriage brought round."
Randall stepped forward and offered his arm to his grandmother. He tried not to frown at how frail her grip felt. Why hadn't his father already started using the carriage to bring her to and from the Dower house? Had the Earl not noticed the dowager's declining health?
"Nonsense! If I stop walking now, I'll never start again."
"You're wasting your breath," Miss Gooding said in her soft voice. "I've tried everything to convince her to use it more often. If it makes you feel better, though, we do take the carriage if it is especially late, or the night is not clear." That was some consolation, he supposed, and he had no doubt that his grandmother was stubborn enough to refuse the assistance. But he still had to wonder at his father allowing two women to stroll the grounds after the sun had set. As Randall and his grandmother exited the door, Miss Gooding fell meekly into place behind them, still clutching the bonnet in front of her like a basket. A swirl of impishness, fed by the renewed curiosity about the companion, drove Randall's tongue. He tilted his head toward his grandmother's ear, but cast his gaze over her shoulder to view her companion, who was swiping her curls from her face as the light evening breeze blew them around.
"Your companion seems to have an aversion to wearing anything on her head." "Bah!"
His grandmother waved her free hand through the air.
"She doesn't want to smash her cake."
Randall nearly stumbled to a halt. Fortunately, The dowager was moving slowly enough that it didn't really matter. He turned his head more fully to look at Miss Gooding, who was now frowning at her employer. "Best be careful, Lady Densbury," she said, her frown shifting into more of a smirk. "I don't have to share my bounty with you, you know."
"After I asked them to wrap up an especially large piece? That would be a mite bit ungrateful."
"Considering you've given away our secret, this might be the last piece I get to bring home." The sigh that escaped Miss Gooding was exaggerated and long as she lifted a linen-wrapped bundle from within her bonnet and shoved the hat onto her head.
"My dear Randall would never betray my secret, would you?"
Randall had to clear his throat before he could talk.
"Of course not."
An inelegant snort came from behind him. "Who, pray tell, are we keeping the secret from, then, if not your family?" Grandmother gave a matching sound of disgust.
"There's family and there's family. Randall here is the second one."
Was he supposed to be flattered by that? He supposed there had always been some distinction between him and his brothers. The knowledge that he would have to make his own way in the world, that his children would not be aristocratic, that his fate was not among the elite, had meant that he viewed life a bit differently. While his father had trained the elder two boys, Randall had simply been there. His mother had more than once lamented that he'd have been ever so much more useful if he'd been born a girl. Then at least he could have been married off to enhance the family connections. She'd always claimed it was a joke, but Randall never found it funny. There hadn't even been much of an army for him to join, given that the past 10 years had seen an unprecedented peace over the country.
"To prove my loyalty," he said, with the intention of getting the light-hearted teasing to continue, "I shall endeavour to sneak an entire Madeira pound cake over to Cloverdale before I leave."
He was positive he heard Miss Gooding whimper. Grandmother shuffled to a stop.
"Before you leave? You aren't staying through Christmas?"
Randall looked down into his grandmother's beloved face, accusatory in the light of the bright moon. Desperation had him sending a pleading look back toward Miss Gooding. He caught the open curiosity on her face before her eyes widened and she dropped her head forward to stare at the ground. No help from that quarter, then.
"Grandmother, I have to get back to Bluestone." "For what?" She poked him in the side. "It's the middle of winter. Even your bothersome father knows there's nothing growing right now."
Which made his easy acceptance of Randall's excuse to return all the more painful.
"Be that as it may, that is where I belong." "Bah!"
Grandmother started walking again, mumbling words he couldn't quite catch. Miss Gooding obviously had more experience interpreting the dowager, because her giggle drifted forward on the light breeze.
"Care to enlighten me on my grandmother's agitation, Miss Gooding?"
He turned his head but kept walking. If his grandmother guided him into a tree, they weren't walking fast enough to do any real damage. Miss Gooding's lips pulled together, making her chin look a bit more pointed, and her eyes even more wide-set. It was the most unique face he'd ever seen. Somehow the sharp shape and lines suited her thin arms and narrow body, like God had assembled her for efficient movement and grace, like a greyhound. Probably best not to mention that comparison. "If I may, Mr. Everard," she said with a bit more firmness to her words and a considerable great deal more amusement, "your grandmother is not happy with your life." He grinned.
"I know. But if I were to change it, we'd have nothing to talk about when I came to visit."
Grandmother grunted.
"Of course we would, because you'd have babies."
"Babies require a wife, Grandmother." She nodded.
"I'd be able to talk about her, too."
Randall shook his head and patted the hand resting on his forearm. Thank goodness they had arrived at Cloverdale. This conversation was getting uncomfortable and bordering on ridiculous. "I haven't got a wife, Grandmother."
"And don't I know it?"
She stomped up the stairs with as much force as her slightly stooped body could manage.
"I went through the trouble of hand-picking one for you, and you can't even walk the mile from the estate house to come court her."
Chapter 3. Lady Densbury was close enough to death that no one would question it very much if Sarah helped her over the threshold of heaven just a little bit early, would they? It had been hours since Sarah had fled from the Dowager and Mr. Everard. She'd run in the first direction she could think of, which was simply away, and had ended up circling the house and coming in through the kitchen. She'd been so mortified that she went to bed with her head buried beneath her pillow, and now, as she rose and prepared for the day, her face still flamed at the merest hint of remembering. If she thought about having to face Mr. Everard once more, well, it was enough to make her want to run in the other direction. Again. She dressed simply, since it was neither Sunday, which meant services at the church, or Wednesday, the day of the torturous dinners up at Helmsfield. When Sarah had started this job back in January, there had been an excursion of some form nearly every day, but those had quickly tapered off to the occasional visit to the village to shop or have tea. They hadn't even done that in almost 2 months. Sarah, who on most days found the reclusive state of the Dowager a bit sad, was rather grateful today that she could depend upon staying home. That way she wouldn't chance encountering Mr. Everard. If he was still in town next Wednesday, she'd plant herself at the piano without even being asked, and remain there for the entirety of the evening, not looking his way even if it meant foregoing cake. Her last vision of him would be the frozen, gaping features that swung from his grandmother to her, with a look of shock and surprise, tinged with a bit of revulsion at the idea of marrying a lowly companion who hadn't a single thing to recommend her, aside from her ability to play the piano and make an old woman laugh. Although she wouldn't be making Lady Densbury laugh today. It might be noon before she managed to do more than scowl at the woman. Sarah trotted quickly down the stairs to avoid the temptation of sliding down the polished curved banister like a 4-year-old. A set of drawing rooms near the bottom of the stairs had been converted into the Dowager's bedchamber and dressing room, an accommodation the Earl hadn't seemed to know about, even though it had been done nearly 3 years prior. It was a sad reflection on the state of the family. It was as if the Earl was simply waiting for his mother to die. The fact that Sarah had thought such a thing fleetingly this morning was completely different. She'd thought it in exasperated love for the meddling woman. A look around the room, decorated in soft shades of blue and occasional splashes of deep, vibrant red, revealed the Dowager Countess was taking her time with breakfast. She was still wrapped in her dressing gown, seated at the small table near the window that curved around the corner of the house. Sarah nodded at the maid, laying out the Dowager's clothing for the day, and then retreated to the drawing-room. When Lady Densbury was ready, she'd come out, settle into the drawing-room with a book or other time-passing activity, and pretend that she was awaiting visitors, who rarely, if ever, showed. The vicar came by on occasion, as well as a handful of ladies in the weeks after they returned from London, but by and large, days at Cloverdale were quiet. A fire was already blazing cheerfully in the drawing-room, filling the area with warmth and light. Soon the sun would top the trees, and the room would be a golden oasis for most of the day. The number of windows meant a great deal of light, but also a great deal of chill, so Sarah set Lady Densbury's black shawl on the back of the chair nearest the fire, so it would be warm when the Dowager wanted it. A glint of silver tumbled out of the woolen nest, and Sarah jerked to catch the jewellery before it fell. A smile touched her lips as she ran a finger across the large amethyst heart in the centre of the brooch. Silver hearts intertwined around the stone, and a silver crown topped the entire curling mass of shiny nostalgia. And just that easily, she forgave the old woman for her embarrassing declaration. Lady Densbury was a romantic. She'd loved her husband enormously, and by all accounts he'd loved her as well, enough to haul her off to Scotland and cause a great scandal when his family had declared her an unfit choice of bride. They'd spent a year in Edinburgh, where he'd brought her this Luckenbooth brooch as a token of his unending love for her. It was easily the Dowager's most prized possession, not because of the enormous gem's value, but because of the love it made her remember. Sarah lost count of the number of times she'd heard the story. It was understandable that the Dowager would want such a love for Mr. Everard. He was her favourite relation, and she wasn't loath to admit it. It was less understandable that she wanted Mr. Everard to fall in love with Sarah. Sarah fixed the brooch firmly onto the shawl, then set about preparing the rest of the room for the day. Book and spectacles on the table to the right of the chair, basket of embroidery work on the floor beneath the table to the left of the chair empty and ready to hold a cup of tea. Footstool tucked neatly beneath the upholstered wingback chair, ready to slide into use when it was wanted. Drapes pulled just so, to let in plenty of light, but not cause a glare. The wrapped parcel of Madeira pound cake had been placed on the small table by the window, where Sarah and Lady Densbury took their meals. Sarah didn't remember what she'd done with it last night, whether she dropped it when she ran, or left it with her bonnet and pelisse in the kitchens. But she was happy to see the parcel this morning. She unwrapped it and took a large bite of cake. Who needed to wait for slices when there were mortifying memories that needed burying? Still, she couldn't eat the whole thing or she'd be sick, so she wrapped the now heavily divoted chunk of cake back in the linen and set it on the tea table. With nothing else to do, Sarah made her way to the square piano that took a central place of prominence in the other half of the drawing room. Sarah loved this old instrument so much more than the modern one she played at Helmsfield, possibly because it hadn't been situated to remind her that she'd been excluded, but also because it seemed like the piano knew music was loved here. The strings seemed to vibrate more brightly, and the keys bounced back more quickly. A quick flourish of notes seemed to finish waking up the room. Sarah always played in the morning, embellishing simple waltzes or minuets, or sending complicated sonatas echoing through the house. This morning definitely called for more of a loud, echoing sort of song, because, while Sarah had found it in her to forgive her employer, she was still more than a little bit miffed. Making cow eyes at Randall Everard and dreaming he'd notice her was one thing. Having it announced that she'd been chosen for him and found lacking was another. Randall's horse stood in front of the house, saddled and ready to depart. He'd intended to leave today, having delivered the updated numbers and money to his father. It was 2 days' easy ride, putting him back at Bluestone in time to celebrate Christmas with the tenants and area gentry. He'd even packed his saddlebags this morning with clothing and food for the journey. Yet the leather bags were still sitting in a chair in his room, instead of being flung across the front of the saddle. Why was he standing here instead of halfway down the drive? Because last night he'd seen something in Miss Gooding that fascinated him, something he'd thought was there but never seen evidence of. He would be a fool if he didn't at least see if that glimmer was a flash of momentary sun or an indication of a fine, rare jewel.
"Randall, are you leaving today?"
His mother crossed the hall to where he was standing by the front door. The same place he'd stood last night, watching Miss Gooding try to figure out how to get her cake home without making it obvious she had it. "No, Mother. I was thinking that I might stay through Christmas." Randall didn't know he'd made the decision until the words popped out of his mouth, but as soon as he heard himself say them, he knew it was the right choice.
"Oh."
She said nothing for a moment and then gave him a bright, genuine smile.
"That's wonderful. It's been a while since we were all actually home for the holiday season."
That was true. Before his brothers had married, it hadn't been unusual for George or Cecil, or even both of them, to choose remaining in London over making the journey north. Last year it had been Grandmother who had chosen the city over the country, saying her wardrobe needed refreshing, and she didn't trust the country modists. Not only had she returned home with trunks full of clothing, but she'd brought a new companion as well. "It's a nice idea," Randall said, "the whole family together for Christmas. Perhaps we can convince Grandmother to stay at the main house for the duration of the celebration." Whether he was ready to consciously admit it or not, this was likely his last Christmas with his grandmother, and he wanted to relish every moment of it.
"I suppose."
Mother frowned, deep grooves framing her pinched lips.
"She'll insist on bringing her companion."
He rubbed a hand across the back of his neck and tilted his head to consider his mother. "Why don't you like her?" Dark eyebrows arched over equally dark brown eyes.
"Aside from the fact that she cost my cousin a very estimable livelihood, she's entirely too questionable. We don't even know who she was working for when your grandmother plucked her out of a snowbank on the edge of the ice skating pond."
Randall couldn't help grinning. "I thought Miss Gooding plucked Grandmother out of the snowbank." The Countess waved a hand through the air in dismissal.
"The Dowager had no business ice skating at all. Emily tried to make that quite clear."
"Which is probably why Emily is no longer Grandmother's companion." Randall slid his hat onto his head. "Grandmother has never taken kindly to being told what to do."
"Yes, I know," Mother sighed. "Your father is still trying to live down her many scandals. It's hard enough, unexpectedly inheriting as a second son. People talk, but to have them question everything he does because his mother was the daughter of a Cambridge professor, well, it's a lot for a family to live down."
"It doesn't seem to have harmed my brothers any." Both of Randall's brothers had married very well. The fact that Randall couldn't see himself married to either woman, or even a woman similar to them, was part of the reason he was still single at the age of 27.
"No, it hasn't. We've had to be very diligent about appearances, but it has been worth it."
Had it really? What had truly been gained by his parents' obsession with living down his fun-loving grandmother's scandals? True, Cecil might not have married as well as he had, but George was going to be an earl. An eccentric or two in his family tree wasn't likely to hurt him any. Even an eccentric brother who considered having a flirtation with his grandmother's companion. Mother clasped her hands in front of her and sent a questioning look to his horse, still standing on the drive, snuffling his nose at a dry leaf near his feet.
"Where are you going, if not home?"
Cloverdale." He did his best to keep his voice as emotionless as possible. He didn't need his mother panicking. "Look in on Grandmother."
"Oh."
She was silent for a few moments, but nothing on her face let him know what she was thinking.
"We'll see you for dinner, then."
Randall nodded and mounted his horse, feeling more than a little ridiculous. Cloverdale was a mile away. He'd walked there and back last night, and he felt a bit absurd riding the short distance on a horse. Of course, Nero needed to get out and stretch his legs a bit, so Randall soothed his embarrassment by taking the long and winding route to Cloverdale. The air was cold and wet, biting his lungs if he took a deep breath. Nero's breath puffed around him in icy clouds. It would snow soon, either today or tomorrow. His prediction came true, with the first flat flakes drifting through the air as Cloverdale came into view. The rounded, elegant lines of the house had always appealed to him, much more so than the imposing stone walls of Helmsfield. It was no wonder that Grandmother had packed up and moved here within days of her son taking up the earldom and residence in the family seat. All of her clothes hadn't even been dyed black when they'd packed them up. It was a simple matter to care for Nero and put him in one of the 2 empty stalls in the small shed behind the house. Soon Randall was bounding up the 3 front steps out of the snow. Riotous, glorious music could be heard as he approached the front door. Apparently, his grandmother already had visitors. Entertaining ones, perhaps even 2. Surely one person couldn't manage to play all of those notes. The maid met him at the door and curtsied before gesturing him toward the drawing-room. He usually came to the Dower House his first day in town. He'd visit with his grandmother and read or play chess, while Miss Gooding embroidered in the corner. She was always embroidering. It was only slightly more boring than the banal piano playing she did when Grandmother brought her to dinner. Before he reached the drawing-room, he heard his grandmother's voice.
"That was a mighty peculiar business Sunday, preaching or not caring about the thoughts of others."
Music trilled, the notes rapidly climbing along the keys. "That's not what he said, and you know it. He said that it was more important that a person be clean before God than be understood by his fellow man." Randall frowned. That was Miss Gooding's voice. He was almost sure of it, but it sounded the same way it had during those moments last night. Strong, sure, and without that soft edge of apology he so disliked.
"Bah!"
"You can't say bar, it's in the Bible." He read from Romans. More intricate melodies filled the room. "Besides, you yourself act according to your faith and conscience, instead of what is expected of you, even if you won't admit it." There was a pause where nothing could be heard except the beautiful, captivating piano music.
"Bah!"
his grandmother said again, although this time there was a distinct note of humour in it. Randall stepped up to the door and stopped in his tracks once more. There wasn't a guest or two making magic on the piano. There was simply Miss Gooding, playing to rival the masters he'd heard in concert halls, while carrying on a conversation well enough to best his sharp-witted grandmother. And confound it all if there weren't something wildly attractive about that. He cleared his throat.
"One also has to consider the Bible's command to live uprightly in the eyes of man, though, fearing God while honouring the king."
It was an abrupt way to announce his presence, and Miss Gooding's fingers stumbled to a melodic halt. Grandmother looked up.
"Randall! Perfect! You're just the man I need."
"I am?" he asked. "He is?" Miss Gooding inquired at the same time.
"Of course."
The Dowager pointed a shaky, crooked finger at her companion.
"You can hardly haul greenery in from the woods by yourself."
Thin golden eyebrows winged upward, and Miss Gooding's mouth quirked. Instead of making her face look angular and pinched, though, it made her look like some sort of fairy or wood nymph Shakespeare would write about. It took Randall a moment to realize it was all in the eyes. She was looking directly at the Dowager, not at her toes or the floor. The expression in those pale blue eyes seemed to make all the difference. "I wasn't aware I was going into the woods today."
"Well, you weren't."
His grandmother adjusted her shawl, revealing the silver brooch he'd seen her with for as long as he could remember.
"But now that Randall has come, you can."
The companion stood and crossed her arms. "And why am I going into the woods?" Grandmother covered her mouth with her shawl and coughed several times, taking shuddering breaths in between. After a moment she swallowed, and carried on as if nothing had happened.
"I want Christmas greenery."
Silence fell over the drawing-room. Randall stepped forward.
"Christmas isn't until next week, Grandmother."
Before the old woman could answer, Miss Gooding stepped forward, her hands clasped tightly together and held to her chest, as if she were an excited young girl. "And why limit the celebration of Jesus' birth to a single day or even 12? There's no rule that says we can't extend that a bit." He frowned.
"But tradition
was made to be broken," Miss Gooding said firmly. Randall looked at her. He'd found himself doing that quite a bit of late. She wasn't cowering, wasn't keeping to the shadows. In fact, she looked ready to go toe-to-toe with him over a few twigs and branches. Apparently, he was going to go chop down a holly bush. Chapter 4. Sarah pulled her coat more tightly around her and plunged into the woods outside of the Dower house. She tried not to think about what she knew to be true, the fate Lady Densbury had obviously accepted, but every branch of greenery she considered, every sprig of holly she yanked, sent it screaming into her head. Mr. Everard pulled a knife from his boot and sawed at a particularly even-looking evergreen branch.
"Tell me again why we're doing this 5 days early."
You mean aside from the fact that your grandmother would like you to fall in love with me?" Sarah slapped one gloved hand over her mouth and felt her eyes widen until the skin around them pulled. But there was a smile on Mr. Everard's face when he paused his cutting to glance at her over his shoulder. "Yes, aside from that." Thankfully, he turned his attention back to the branch after his statement, because Sarah couldn't think of a single response with him looking at her. She couldn't think of a very good one when he wasn't looking at her either. The fact was, Lady Densbury wasn't well. She didn't eat much these days, moved even less. The walk to and from the estate house was taking longer and longer. When Sarah had first started, they'd made the journey in a comfortable 20 minutes. Now they were lucky to walk it in twice that amount of time. But she couldn't very well tell the man she was afraid his grandmother was dying. "You know," Mr. Everard said, as if he hadn't really expected Sarah to come up with another answer, "if we're destined to be star-crossed lovers or some other such romantic tale, you might as well call me Randall." "Sarah," she responded almost automatically. There weren't a lot of people in her life who used her Christian name. The Dowager had been the only one in the past 3 years, and she'd never asked Sarah to return the familiarity. "And if it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be one half of a tragic love story." He was quiet for a few moments, the rustling of branches and evergreen needles the only noise in the gently falling snow. The dark, waxy leaves of a holly bush pulled her farther into the woods, and she set about removing the prettier limbs and those heavy with tiny red berries. "Have you already been one half of a tragic love story?" Sarah straightened and looked at Randall, still turned away from her, and seemed to give his attention to the tree. "Why would you ask me that?" He tossed her a grin over his shoulder. "Because my mother is convinced you have some dark, mysterious past that's going to rise up and plummet the family into ruin. As the only unmarried son remaining, my future is the most vulnerable, so I thought I'd try to prepare myself." "No." Sarah's voice barely escaped her suddenly dry throat. She swallowed. "No, there are no scorned lovers waiting to bring me to my doom." The holly bush suddenly became the most important thing in Sarah's world, as she devoted herself to filling her hands with as many holly clumps as possible. Her past certainly wasn't something any respectable family wanted to be connected with, but if it wasn't going to make itself known... She'd been abandoned as a child, left in the care of 2 wonderful, loving women. Those women would never betray her history, and the unmarried parents who hadn't wanted her 22 years ago weren't about to come looking for her now. Randall came over to her, his arms laden with boughs. "Do you really think she's wanting anything other than evergreen limbs and holly?" "Probably a ball of mistletoe to trap us under," Sarah mumbled. She jerked upright and clapped her gloved hands over her mouth once more, stabbing herself in the face with a handful of spiky holly leaves. "Ow!" Green leaves and red berries flew everywhere as she wrenched her hands away from her face and waved them about, as if she could somehow fan the stinging pain away. At least the pain would eventually ease. Her mortification wasn't going anywhere. Ever. Deep, warm laughter filled the wooded area. Sarah glared at his laughing face as she gingerly touched her fingers to her face. The humour in his eyes and the wide smile made a ribbon of tension curl through her stomach. "Am I bleeding?" His laughter tapered down to a chuckle. "I don't think so." He knelt to place his bundle of boughs on the ground before stepping closer. "Here, let me see." 2 fingers slid beneath her chin and pulled her face up toward his. She blinked, caught in his grey-blue gaze. It was a bit unnerving, being the absolute centre of his attention. She wasn't even certain the Dowager had ever focused on her this hard. "You've a scratch or 2, but nothing that bad." One finger slid across her cheekbone and plucked a leaf from her hair. "Does it still hurt?" There was a particularly sensitive spot on the corner of her lip, but she wasn't about to tell him that. With any luck, her awkward flinging of holly had made him forget the comment about the mistletoe, and she wasn't doing anything to bring it back up. "I think I was merely startled." Her mouth was dry again, making her words a hoarse whisper. His face was so close, close enough that she could see the lashes on his left eye clumped together on the edge. She could smell his scent over that of the recently cut evergreens, an earthy blend of leather and moss. When combined with the undeniable scent of Christmas and snow, it made her mind swirl until she couldn't think of anything, couldn't see anything but him. His hands fell away from her face, and he took a step back. She was left with a dizzy sensation, the feeling of having avoided falling off the edge of a cliff. He gathered up the dropped holly and piled it with the evergreen trimmings before wrapping his arms around the entire bundle. "This should be enough for the drawing-room." Yes, it should be." She dropped her gaze to the ground and strode past him toward the house. What had just happened? What had just happened? Randall followed Sarah, arms loaded with greenery. One moment he'd been trying to make basic conversation, and with one single comment about mistletoe, he'd been on the verge of pretending he was beneath it. Yes, he'd known he was somewhat attracted to Sarah, intrigued by what he'd learned of her over the past 2 days, but enough to want to initiate a kiss? And what was worse was the surprising moment had sent the fun and beguiling Sarah back into hiding. The walk back to the house was quiet, with Sarah staying 3 steps in front of him, fluffy white snowflakes dropping gently into her hair, sparkling for a brief moment and then melting away. In the drawing-room he set his bundle on a table near the large set of windows. "It smells like Christmas." Grandmother sighed, and very slowly pushed herself out of the chair near the fireplace. She took a deep breath and fell into another round of coughs. For the next hour, as snow fell beyond the window panes, the 3 of them worked to bring the outdoors into the drawing-room. Sarah placed sprigs of evergreen into the individual windows, while Randall twisted branches together to form a garland across the mantel. Grandmother wove bits of holly around a candelabra sitting on top of the piano. Grandmother hummed while she worked, until Sarah joined in with the words. Her singing was surprisingly horrific for someone possessing the incredible talent he'd witnessed on the piano when he came in earlier. It made him smile as he lent his own voice to the merriment. Before long, though, Grandmother was settling back into her chair by the fire, and Sarah was busy straightening the shawl to cover the old woman's shoulders. Grandmother was snoring softly before Sarah had everything situated to her liking. It didn't seem very festive to decorate while his grandmother slept, so he gathered the remaining greenery into a pile and placed it on the floor in a corner. A maid appeared at the door with a tray of food. "Oh, she's sleeping already, then?" "Yes," Sarah said softly, before nodding toward the table that had recently been covered in the bundle of plant trimmings. "Leave the food. I'll eat now, and she can eat when she wakes." Randall glanced at the table where the maid was setting a tray of food that should only have been enough for one person to eat. Did his grandmother ever leave this room? "Will you be joining them, Mr. Everard?" the maid asked. "No," Sarah said. Randall narrowed his eyes at the companion before speaking very slow and deliberately. "Yes, I believe I shall." Sarah's cheeks puffed out before she blew a stream of air between tight lips. The maid curtsied. "I'll bring more food straight away." Sarah waited until the maid had gone before scooping up a basket from beside the dowager's chair and crossing to the table by the window. After putting a small selection of bread, cheese, and ham on her plate, she settled into her chair and pulled out a small, square piece of fabric from the basket. Was she honestly intending to ignore him? The idea amused Randall and made him think that her shy withdrawal from his family may not have been fear so much as subtle dismissal. A snubbing of sorts. Not that he'd blame her if it was. There was a reason his trips to Helmsfield had grown shorter and further apart. A rattled snore drifted from the chair near the fireplace. A halting noise in the middle broke the snore in half before another one started. It didn't sound good, but Randall didn't have enough experience with older people to know whether or not it was something to be concerned about. He left the snoring matriarch to her rest and moved to the chair across the table from Sarah. He plopped a piece of cheese in his mouth and watched her ply a needle against the fabric. It took him a moment to realize she was removing stitches instead of adding them. "What are you doing?" She was silent for a moment, as a splash of pink covered her cheeks. "I'm removing the stitches your grandmother made this morning." Randall froze, a piece of ham halfway to his mouth. "Removing?" "Yes." A few quick tugs pulled another section of thread loose. Looking at the fabric in her lap, he could see where a small section of stitches were certainly crooked, loose, and out of place. But the rest of the work looked neat and clean, if simple. His grandmother must be having a very bad day. Every few moments, Sarah would stop and take a bite of food. Another tray was delivered by the maid, but still Sarah worked in silence, and Randall sat in silence as well, his brain working as he ate, trying to understand the complicated companion. By the time she'd finished removing all the work his grandmother had so painstakingly done that morning, he had a store of questions to ask her. He waited for her to put the embroidery away, but she didn't. She shifted her hold on the needle and began replacing the work she'd just picked out. Neat, tidy stitches adding to the picture on the fabric. Another slew of questions drifted into his mind. There was certainly more to Sarah than he'd ever thought. He cleared his throat, careful to keep his voice quiet and not disturb his grandmother. "Have you always been a companion?" The needle stopped, poking out of the fabric like a dagger in weight. Surprisingly, Sarah looked up from her lap, her mouth obviously fighting the urge to grin. "Still trying to determine my dark past, Mr. Everard?" She shook her head and tisked at him before turning her attention back to the needlework. "No, but I knew I was destined to life in service. Companion is actually a bit better than I could have hoped for." It was his turn to be surprised once more. Sarah was well-spoken, educated, and had obviously had access to musical instruction while growing up. He just assumed she was from genteel poverty, someone's poor relation, like some of his cousins were. Like he was destined to be one day. "Why?" "Why?" She glanced up at him, and he saw another hint of the vibrant girl his grandmother probably knew. A touch of a smile graced her lips, and her wide-set eyes held a spark of mischief. "Because I've never considered dirt and starvation to be something to aspire to." He felt an answering grin tug at his lips. "Why be a servant? Didn't your parents at least consider marrying you off?" A shadow crossed her face, and her gaze dropped back to the embroidery. "I haven't any parents." He sucked in his breath. "They died." She was silent for a long time, too long, long enough that Randall wondered if she ever intended to answer. Was she deciding how much to trust him with? With a sharp pull of her wrist, she snapped the thread she was working with. "I really wouldn't know if they're dead or not. I don't know who they were." She had no one. The idea sent Randall sliding down in his chair. He didn't know what expression he wore on his face, but whatever it was, she glanced at him, and it was enough to inspire her to share a bit more. "I was raised by a wonderful woman. We write. I know if things become desperate, I could go back to her, and she'd care for me without question. But that's not what I want for her or myself. She has a good life, and she's helping other children who have nowhere to go, while I am perfectly capable of supporting myself." He didn't doubt her conviction, Not anymore. She'd proven to have an iron will when it mattered. What he couldn't quite understand was how she'd crossed paths with a dowager countess. His grandmother was known for being a bit eccentric, but... "Where did you work before here?" She grinned at him. "As a parlour maid for a music master. I thought working for someone who loved music would be perfect. I had dreams of learning more by simply being in the same building as he was. And I did. Some. When I managed to press my ear to the door while he was giving a lesson." Her smile turned conspiratorial as she laid the embroidery in her lap and leaned over the table. "But what you're really asking is how I met Lady Densbury." Randall couldn't stop the quiet laugh as he nodded, and conceded her point with a wave of his hand. "I pulled her out of a snowbank." His eyebrows lifted. "That story is true." "I'm not sure what story you heard, but yes, she was skating and didn't turn in time and fell into a large pile of snow. I helped her out and held her hand while she skated. On our second trip around the pond, she noticed her brooch was missing, so I dug into the snow to find it. When I came back up, she offered me the job, right there in the park." "And discharged Emily." Sarah winced and shrugged. Emily wouldn't help her skate. That was why she fell in the snow in the first place. "Well, she is old." "That's no reason not to live life." And that was why his grandmother had hired her. The dowager had no reason to care about references, didn't go out in society enough to care what other people thought or even to really expose her companion to scrutiny. She just wanted to live out her final days instead of wait for them to creep by. "I'm supremely uninteresting, though," Sarah said as she tied off the thread and dropped the fabric back into the basket. "What is the son of an earl doing spending his afternoon in the dower house?" "The same thing my grandmother is doing in hiring an unknown companion." Randall leaned forward, not wanting to miss a moment of the expressions that flitted across Sarah's face. He had only a moment to catch them before she hid them away. "What?" Her voice choked, and she swallowed before trying again. "What's that?" "Living." And it was true. He didn't feel like he could live in the shadow of his brothers, in the silent doom of his family. There was nothing for him there. He was a third son. His parents had nothing to offer him. They didn't speak of it, but everyone knew, especially George. He'd been separating himself from Randall since he finished school. The only time they talked now was about estate business or when he and Randall happened to participate in the same conversation at the family dinner. But here, with Sarah, with his grandmother, that future didn't seem quite so full of imminent doom. He could actually enjoy himself. She ran a finger along the edge of her teacup. "You don't find yourself living at Bluestone? That is where you spend most of your time, isn't it?" He nodded. "I like farming, seeing the actual fruits of my labour, planning and caring for the soil so that it produces the best crops possible. It's a challenge, and it's never dull. At first it was simply somewhere to go and feel important, but now I actually like it." It wasn't simply the activity. It was the sense of purpose. If he could convince his father to help him acquire a small farm somewhere, just a corner of land where he could grow his own crops and live a simple life, Randall would be happy. It would be enough. The idea surprised him, but not as much as the fact that Sarah proceeded to provide him with some of her own thoughts about crops and farming. As they drank through an entire pot of tea, they talked of farming, of weather cycles, and of crop rotations. "I grow a lot of rhubarb at Bluestone. Have you ever eaten rhubarb?" She shook her head. "I grew up in Wiltshire, then moved to London to work. My palate and experience have been rather narrow." Before Randall could get the conversation moving again, Sarah caught his eye and nodded toward the fireplace. "She's awake, you know." "Grandmother?" Randall jerked his gaze in the direction of the chair. "Has been since we debated the merits of turnips instead of potatoes," she said quietly. He turned back to Sarah, who didn't look the least bit bothered by his grandmother's antics. "Why didn't she say anything?" Sarah shrugged. "It amuses her, I suppose." There was more to it, something Sarah wasn't telling him. Surely Grandmother hadn't been serious the night before when she'd suggested he marry Sarah. Then again, the idea seemed a bit less preposterous with every passing hour. Chapter 5. Randall came back on Friday. They played chess, while the Dowager told Sarah everything she was doing wrong. Fortunately, the old woman limited herself to correcting the moves Sarah made on the chessboard and left her life choices alone. If Sarah made a few ridiculous moves to keep giving the Dowager something to complain about, well, the only thing hurt by that little deception was her chance of winning. Then he'd stayed for dinner, which sent the poor housekeeper into a frenzy. There hadn't been much need for elaborate cooking or large meals, so the prospect of actually entertaining for a meal was exciting. They'd still eaten at the little table in the drawing-room, and by the time Randall left to return to Helmsfield, the Dowager had been exhausted but happy. She'd needed the help of both a maid and Sarah to get ready for bed, and she'd fallen asleep immediately, a smile on her face and a deep rattle to her breathing. Sarah had been too overcome by the desire to move and be active to find her own bed, so she'd sat in the drawing-room, finishing the last of the embroidered handkerchiefs Lady Densbury wanted to put in the Christmas boxes for her staff. She tucked the completed handkerchief into the last wooden box and slipped into the Dowager's room to leave the gift in the basket with the other Christmas boxes. The laboured breathing still filled the room, but it sounded a touch better than it had earlier. When Sarah did make it up to her own bed, she too fell asleep, with a smile on her face. The smile remained as Sarah dressed the next morning and as she came down the stairs. It fell a bit as she realized how very still and quiet the house was at the bottom of the stairs. A peek out of the window showed the snow had finally decided to get serious, and the ground was covered in a blanket of glistening white. Was that the reason everything had a deep sense of calm quiet? Snow had a way of dampening everything. She glanced around. No, it was more than that. It was as if no one was moving, as if Sarah were alone in the elegant rooms. She moved toward Lady Densbury's chambers, her heart thudding in the morning stillness. Her breath solidified in her lungs as she pushed the door open, and didn't hear the same rattle and snore she'd heard the night before. The Dowager was still in bed. A slow but steady rise and fall shifted the blankets. Sarah's head fell to the side until it was supported by the doorframe, and her breath rushed out so quickly her chest hurt. One day, but not today. So Sarah wouldn't think about it. She moved to the drawing-room, looking for something quiet to occupy her time. A few boughs of greenery were still awaiting a home, so she set about weaving them into a decoration for the table where they ate. A clump of mistletoe clung to one of the branches, and a quick laugh burst out of Sarah even as a blush covered her cheeks. Mistletoe was plebeian, common, even a little scandalous, all things the Dowager was certain to appreciate. She pulled a ribbon from the sewing basket and set about making a kissing ball out of the plant. There were only a few of the kiss-claiming white berries clinging to it, but since it was more for sentiment than actual kissing, that wouldn't matter. Given the Dowager's recent comments and Randall's penchant for stopping by, Sarah wasn't about to hang her decoration in the doorway. Instead, she climbed on the chair she used at the piano and fixed the kissing ball to the drapery rod. It would lend a festive air, but someone would have to be very determined to get caught beneath it. A bell clanged from the direction of the Dowager's room, indicating that the woman had awoken. Sarah moved toward the room to help her employer dress and get ready for the day, trying to convince herself that the amount of sleep the Dowager was getting was a good thing. When the doctor had come by last week, he'd said rest was the best thing for her. Sarah could only hope he meant this much rest. Because one day the Dowager wasn't going to wake up from her nap, and Sarah would not only lose her friend, but her job and home as well. She pasted a smile on her face as she greeted the Dowager. There was no sense thinking about bad things today. She could worry about them when they finally came. Randall called himself a fool for coming to visit his grandmother for the 3rd day in a row. Especially since he knew he wasn't actually coming to visit his grandmother. Not really. He wanted more conversations that both challenged his mind and entertained him. He wanted more enjoyment of simple things. He wanted to see Sarah. The only problem was, for the first time since he'd completed school, and his grandmother had suggested he strike out on his own, he realized what a predicament he'd created for himself by staying tied to the family holdings. He had absolutely nothing to offer Sarah. The son of an earl, educated and at least somewhat decent in appearance, and he could offer her no more of a future than the village chimney sweep, possibly even less. But still he came, because he'd never quite known how to save him from himself. There was no answer when he knocked this time, nor was jolly music vibrating through the door. He lifted the latch and let himself into the house. Laughter met him as he stepped into the hall. In the drawing room he found his grandmother and her companion seated by the piano, and the rest of the staff scattered about the room. One of the maids was standing in the middle of the room, balancing a small pillow on her head, holding her breath as she tried to keep it from falling. All at once the room erupted in cheers, and the maid tipped her head forward and let the cushion fall to the floor. "Randall!" The Dowager's voice drifted through the laughter in the room. "You're just in time to take a turn." Magical music had always been one of his grandmother's favourite games. Randall was never sure if it was because it involved music, one of the things she loved most in the world, or because it allowed her to make everyone around her drop their dignity and enjoy themselves. Randall wasn't sure he wanted to drop his dignity in front of Sarah, but she likely cared more about how he treated his grandmother than how distinguished he looked. So he shrugged out of his greatcoat and draped it across a chair, before sweeping his arms wide in an invitation for his grandmother to do her worst. The head of grey curls nodded toward Sarah. "Start playing." Sarah's eyebrows lifted, but she plunked out a song Randall remembered singing at Christmas since he was a boy. She played softly, watching the Dowager for a sign that she should play louder, indicating that Randall had gotten close to whatever task his grandmother had deemed worthy of the game. He stepped into the room, eyes locked with his grandmother's. She was tucked into a chair beside the piano, blankets wrapped around her, and a footstool beneath her legs. She looked small and frail, but happy. Too happy. His eyes narrowed. What was she up to? Slowly he worked his way around the room. Slowly Sarah played louder. He stopped watching his grandmother and started watching Sarah. Her bottom lip was caught between her teeth, and a worried frown formed deep grooves between her eyes. As he got closer to her, she played the song a bit louder, until suddenly the confusion dropped from her face and her gaze drifted up from the Dowager toward the ceiling. Randall's gaze lifted as well, to discover the lone clump of mistletoe hanging from the drapery rod. Sarah wasn't exactly below it, as the piano sat a good 2 or 3 feet from the window, but Randall had a suspicion that it was close enough for his grandmother. Keeping his stride slow and steady, Randall approached the piano and rounded it until Sarah was practically having to pound on the keys. "You couldn't possibly want to participate in such a tradition, could you, grandmother?" The old woman cackled.
I've never been much for tradition, my boy, except when it suited me."
With a grin, Randall reached up and plucked a white berry from the hanging cluster. He let his gaze fall on Sarah, who was watching him with wide eyes, playing the same sequence of notes over and over again. She blinked at him. He couldn't read her face, though. Did she want him to kiss her? Had she thought of him when she'd hung the mistletoe from the drapery rod? No matter what the answers were, a room crowded with his grandmother's stuff was hardly the place to have a first kiss. So, instead of leaning into Sarah like he knew his grandmother wanted, he leaned toward her wrinkled cheek and placed a peck on it instead. Sarah stopped playing. A collective sigh swept through the room. Grandmother looked torn between a smile and a frown. She stared at him a while, and Randall simply stared back. Finally she nodded and turned back toward the staff.
"Elizabeth, it's your turn."
A maid hopped up from the sofa and began travelling the room, searching for what strange task his grandmother had dreamt up for her to do. Randall found himself a chair and watched Sarah play, rolling the mistletoe berry between his fingers. The maid soon tired of playing the Dowager's parlour games, and the Dowager soon tired of being awake. Her spells of coughs came closer and closer together, until finally Sarah called a halt to the game and settled Lady Densbury into the chair by the fire while the maids returned to their work. The Dowager was asleep in moments, and Sarah was essentially left alone with Randall. He was leaning against the wall, between the large sections of windows, one ankle crossed over the other, still rolling the mistletoe berry between his fingers. She'd barely been able to play for the rest of the game, she'd been so obsessed with watching him fiddle with the berry. All she could think was, what if he'd done what his grandmother actually wanted him to? What if he'd kissed her? What if she'd enjoyed it? She cleared her throat. "I didn't think we'd see you today." He shrugged one shoulder. "There's not a lot for me to do during the day at Helmsfield. Unless Father and George are discussing Bluestone, they don't really need me there." Sarah had never once considered that it might be a blessing to not have any sort of legacy directing her future. For years she'd been jealous of those who seemed to know where they were going, who'd had a path forged by the generations who had gone before them. Never once had she considered what happened to the people who walked a forged path that concluded in a dead end, or who maybe didn't like the path that had been cut for them. "When I first came to work for your grandmother, I spent the first 2 weeks shadowing her about like a lapdog." Randall's fingers stilled, and his head tilted to the side as he considered her. Sarah pressed one hand to her anxious middle. Why was she telling him this story? Did she really think she had any sort of advice or comfort to offer? Whether she did or not, she'd started, and now she had to see it through. She took a deep breath and continued. "For 2 weeks I did everything I thought she wanted. I was quiet, only spoke when spoken to, and even then tried to say what I thought she wanted to hear. I was terrified that I'd moved so far from London to a place where I had no connections of any variety, and I was going to find myself thrown out in the snow." "Obviously something changed that," Randall said dryly. Sarah nodded. "Lady Densbury took me to a family dinner." "One of those torturous affairs up at Helmsfield?" Again Sarah nodded. "I behaved there as I had everywhere else. On our way back here, she stopped in the middle of the path and jabbed her finger in my chest. She said it was all well and good if I wanted to hide and simper my way through dinners. After all, everyone had their own way of surviving, but I needed to leave that nonsense on the path between the houses because there wasn't anything to be afraid of at Cloverdale." A light laugh preceded Randall's next question. "And did you stop being a lapdog after that?" "No," she admitted. Why, oh, why had she felt the need to tell this story? "I tried even more to be what I thought your grandmother wanted me to be, until the day her old companion showed up." "Emily?" Sarah nodded, wincing at the memory of that day. She came to collect some of her belongings. She was livid. She and the Dowager yelled at each other, and your grandmother kicked Emily out of the house, saying she'd have a maid deliver her things to Helmsfield. After she closed the door, she looked happy. It wasn't that she didn't like Emily, Sarah rushed to add. It was that she'd enjoyed being challenged that much. So then I stopped trying to figure out how to agree with her, and started thinking about whether or not I did agree with her when we talked. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I know that even then your grandmother knew her body was slowing down, and she wanted someone who could exercise her mind. Silence fell between them, as Randall contemplated the small white berry he held. I don't know, Sarah sighed. I suppose I'm hoping it will help you find the courage to ask yourself what you want. I know you love Bluestone, but it doesn't actually seem to be making you happy. Sarah wandered a bit closer to him and walked her fingers down the piano casing. What do you want to do with your life? His chest expanded as he closed his eyes and dropped his head back. I wish Bluestone were mine, he said quietly. I wish the farm were mine completely, so I could manage it and grow it without answering to my father. I don't know much about property, so having Bluestone may not be an option, but couldn't you find another farm? Why was Sarah pushing him about this? Did she really think he was going to throw it all away and take her with him to live on a little farm growing rhubarbs and turnips? No, she didn't. But wherever she went, she wanted to think that he was happy, somewhere living life the way he wanted. He brought his head upright and opened his eyes. When did you get to be so wise, Sarah Gooding? She lifted one shoulder. Must be living with your grandmother. His mouth kicked up in that lopsided smile she knew she'd take with her when it was time to go, and his eyes angled somewhere above her head. You're under the mistletoe. Sarah's eyes widened, and she looked over her shoulder. She was no more under the mistletoe than she had been earlier. No, I'm not. He shrugged and reached his hands out, so they were clasping hers, keeping her from pulling away. Then he stepped forward closer to her. We can fix that. She took a step back, neck craned so she could keep looking at him. What? You said I should make my own choices about living my life, and right now, I'd really like to kiss you. He stopped. The question is, what do you want? Sarah swallowed. I think... Could she be brave? Could she take her own advice and live life the way she wanted to? She took one large step backward until her shoulders were pressed against the window, the cluster of mistletoe directly over her head. I think I'd like that too. Chapter 6. He was going to kiss Sarah Gooding. The thought thrilled him even as it terrified him. A single step closed the distance, and he reached out his hand to cup her cheek. Then, slowly, he lowered his head toward hers. When their lips finally touched, it wasn't with the heat he'd expected. Instead, it was like sliding into the pond at Bluestone in the middle of summer. It was thick and soft, wrapping around him like a comforting, refreshing blanket. If he weren't careful, he could drown. Her hand came up to clasp his wrist, as if she were afraid he'd step away, and she wanted to keep him there just a moment longer. He had news for her. He wasn't going anywhere. Slowly he pulled his head back, relishing the softness of her lips until the last possible moment. Then he stayed a while longer, staring into her eyes, until the Dowager woke herself up with a particularly loud snore that sent her into a series of rough coughs. Sarah let go of his wrist and pushed past him to go to the Dowager's side, plying her with tea and rubbing her lightly on the back. Randall waited until she looked up from her ministrations. Then he slowly reached above his head and plucked another berry from the mistletoe plant. She was grinning as he left, and so was he. Sunday morning, Randall waited outside the village church, pacing a bit to keep himself warm. Despite the greatcoat he was wearing, the chill was threatening to seep into his very bones. He could only wonder if his grandmother coming out in such weather was actually a good idea, but his father had sent the carriage to Cloverdale, and Randall refused to go inside the church until it arrived. He hunched his shoulders and watched the road. Finally, the carriage appeared around the corner. It pulled up to the church, and Randall didn't wait for the footman to open the door. He opened it himself to find his grandmother looking pale and weak, wrapped in enough blankets to turn her into one of those mummies he'd seen at the Egyptian Museum. Sarah busied herself, unwrapping the dowager enough so that she could descend from the carriage. Randall wasted no time hustling his grandmother into the building, half carrying her over the threshold. He'd have liked to stay and help Sarah out of the carriage, but getting his grandmother out of the cold had to come first. Instead of making the trek up to her box seat at the front of the church, though, Grandmother sank into the free pew at the back of the room. "This is far enough," she whispered. Sir Randall sat with her, ignoring the looks of embarrassed despair from his mother and concern from his father. When Sarah came in, she said nothing, simply slid into the pew and waited for the service to begin. It was nice, worshipping with Sarah at his side. Everything seemed nice with Sarah at his side. He wasn't sure if he was really ready to try and buy his own farm and leave the family holdings behind. Those sort of decisions took planning, after all. But maybe, just maybe, there was room to start a family at Bluestone while he made the arrangements to move forward. Getting his grandmother back into the carriage for the ride home was even more difficult than getting her into the church had been. Randall had to actually lift her into the vehicle, and he really didn't like how light she'd felt. While Sarah bundled blanket after blanket around her employer, Randall climbed into the carriage and sat in the backward-facing seat. Her eyes flew to his, wide in her angled face. "What are you doing?" "You won't be able to get her into the house by yourself," he said. She nodded, and then turned back to his grandmother, who was coughing again. This time it was more like puffs of air, as if she didn't have the strength to actually cough. At Cloverdale, he didn't give Grandmother a chance to protest. He climbed out of the carriage and then took her in his arms, blankets and all. While Sarah scurried in front of him to open the door, he gave the coachman instructions to fetch the doctor. He didn't care if it was Sunday. His grandmother, the woman he'd run to whenever he needed someone, was now the person in need, and he wasn't about to let her down. Sarah stood outside the dowager's chambers while the doctor examined her. She knew what he was going to say, the same thing he'd said the last 5 times he'd been to the house. The Dowager Countess was old. Oh, those hadn't been his exact words, but they were the basic idea. He didn't know what was wrong with her, or even if there was anything wrong with her. Yes, she was weak and didn't eat much anymore, but that tended to be the way of older people. And everyone did get old, eventually. She had a feeling Randall wasn't going to accept that simple explanation, though. Right now he was pacing circles in the front hall, making sure the doctor didn't find a way to slip out without talking to him. Sarah wanted to go help him, hold him. He hadn't been in Lancashire the past month and a half to see the steady decline of Lady Densbury. Even if he had been, Sarah wasn't sure anyone, not living in the house, would have noticed. When the doctor emerged, he simply nodded at Sarah before heading towards the door. Inside the bedchamber, the Dowager was sleeping again. The breathing seemed easy but fast and shallow. Sarah pulled a chair up to the bed and sat, sliding a hand across the cover until she could wrap the thin, gnarled fingers in her own. Then she prayed. She didn't know how much time had passed, but the next thing she knew, she was awoken by a large, warm hand on her shoulder. She lifted her head from the cover and turned to see Randall standing over her. He wasn't looking at her, though. He was watching his grandmother. "This is her last Christmas, isn't it?" Yes, probably. I don't think she has the strength to get better, even if she could." Sarah blinked and shook her head, not even sure she'd said a sentence. Randall nodded. "I wanted you to know I'm going back to Helmsfield now, but I'll be back tomorrow." Sarah nodded and watched him leave the room. Then she took off her dress and climbed into bed next to her employer. If Lady Densbury needed anything in the night, Sarah was going to make sure she got it. Randall was firmly convinced that his brothers were idiots. Well, perhaps not George. The oldest brother's head was actually screwed on right when it came to most of the business of inheriting an earldom, but he didn't know the first thing about the actual needs of the estate he was going to inherit. Cecil, on the other hand, was a fool. He sat and discussed politics and estate management with George, and the Earl as if he would one day have any say in either. It was going to be a rather rude awakening one day when he opened his eyes and realized he actually wasn't any better off in this life than Randall. Of course, Randall wasn't doing himself any favours. Right now he was doing the work of an estate manager for what essentially amounted to board and a spending allowance. All the money from the crops and rents went to his father. Was that any different than what Cecil was doing? Trying to find a way to be connected to the family business, even though that connection would eventually have to end? Perhaps all of the brothers were fools. Perhaps his whole family was. Here they were discussing business on the day before Christmas. Given the state he'd left grandmother in the day before, and the frivolity of the holiday, one would think they'd have somewhere better to be than in the Earl's study discussing crops, while snow blew around outside the window. "What about Bluestone?" Randall turned from the window at George's words. Finally, a conversation he could actually participate in with a measure of confidence and authority. "It's producing well," the Earl said, running his finger down a line of numbers in the ledger book open on the desk. Randall's chest expanded a bit. He couldn't help it. This was something he was good at, that his father could acknowledge. "We're rotating the fields a bit differently than we used to, and reaping at least 10% more crops." "Well, that's good, isn't it?" George leaned over father's shoulder to look at the ledger. "What do we grow there?" The quill slipped from the Earl's fingers as the man turned to stare at his oldest. Randall smirked, but stayed quiet. If he answered, George would be in a maddened state for the rest of the day. He didn't like it when he didn't know something, and Randall did. "How is it you don't know what we grow at Bluestone?" Randall could have answered that one. The Earl had kept his two eldest sons close, making sure they knew everything there was to know about being an Earl. Unfortunately, the lessons had never covered much of the actual earldom they oversaw. Of course, given the way his father was talking, Randall wasn't sure the Earl even knew what they grew at Bluestone. With a shrug, George reached over and flipped back a page in the ledger. "I don't think I've ever been there. I don't know much about farming." "Don't know much." The Earl shook his head as his words trailed off. Then he frowned in thought. "The best field for growing rhubarb is going to need to rest next year, so you'll need to plan for that," Randall said when the silence had stretched on long enough that he thought George wouldn't be threatened by whatever Randall had to say. With a few blinks, the Earl came out of his thoughts and focused his gaze on Randall. He nodded slowly. "Good, good. So things will be a bit slower over the next year, a little easier to manage." Randall nodded and shrugged at the same time. It was part of the nature of farming. He didn't really see it as making things easier or harder. It was just the way it was. But then his father smiled. The kind of smile that meant he'd had an idea. The smile that terrified Randall, because it always meant his brothers were going to get another opportunity that he wasn't. "That's perfect!" The Earl pounded one hand on the table and stood up to pace. Randall's stomach tensed. Smiling and pacing usually meant not only was George about to get something good, but it was probably going to come at Randall's expense. He liked to think the extra agitation the idea caused in the Earl was because he hated inconveniencing or hurting his youngest son, but Randall had never had the courage to ask. When the Earl didn't continue, though, Randall ground out, "What's perfect?"
"George and Harriet will go to Bluestone."
Father clapped his hands.
"I don't know why I didn't think of it before. They'll get a home of their own to start a family, and will have a more official presence on the estate. Always good for the tenants to see that. George will get some more experience, and Mother can stay happily right where she is."
The Earl was right. It was perfect, except for one minor detail. Bluestone was Randall's home. It had been for nearly 4 years. And while he knew it would never actually be his, part of him had hoped, just a little bit, that it might be. After all, it was one of the few properties in the earldom that wasn't entailed, that the Earl was free to will to someone other than George. And now it was being ripped from him while his father still lived. Randall cleared his throat. "I live at Bluestone."
The Earl nodded. Yes, and that all made sense when George and Cecil were looking for wives, but you're unattached and young. There's no need to leave you underfoot on some secluded estate, while George and Harriet start a family."
He rubbed his hands together and bounced on his toes.
No, you'll come back here. You've still got rooms here, after all. Or you could go to London.
"But I wouldn't have anything to do here, and even less to do in London," Randall bit out, trying not to be frustrated, trying to remember all the verses he'd studied about God's timing and guidance and how he worked everything to the good of those who loved him. Well, Randall loved God, but he wasn't feeling a whole lot of love in return at the moment, and it was taking everything in him to remember to cling to the truth of the matter, and not how he felt. The despair and anger welling within him was a powerful beast, though, especially since he knew this moment was his own fault, knew he should never have invested in something that would never be his. He should have started a life of his own the day after he finished his studies at Manchester Academy.
"What are you talking about?" the Earl asked. "It's not as if the sun doesn't rise and set the same here as it does at Bluestone. Your day doesn't have to change at all. I'll even tell Richard you can muck about in the fields if you wish to."
Muck about in the fields? Is that what his father thought he'd been doing at Bluestone? That he'd done little more than rest his head there? As the Earl pushed on with his plans, Randall knew the answer was yes. The Earl truly didn't know what Randall did every day, because he didn't think it mattered to the earldom. Randall could fight for his place at Bluestone, but for what? A chance to pretend he was important. Randall knew his father and mother didn't wish he was never born, but it was becoming increasingly clear that the only way they knew how to handle the fact that Randall would be on his own when they died was to not consider his life beyond the occasional family gathering, which meant there was no reason for Randall to continue this farce of a father-son gathering. Cecil could pretend all he wanted to. Randall was finished. Chapter 7. Randall considered grabbing his saddlebags and leaving then and there, but he couldn't. For one thing, it was snowing. Only an idiot started a long journey into the snow when he had any alternative. As Randall had only minutes ago decided he no longer wished to be an idiot, he left his saddlebags where they were. Still, he couldn't stay in this house, couldn't pretend everything was well. He didn't even want to wait for someone to bring his horse around to him. All he had to do was cut through the kitchens, and he'd be a short, brisk walk away from the stables, where he could saddle his own horse like he did at Bluestone. On his way through the kitchens, which were fortunately fairly empty at the moment, so he didn't have too many servants to shock with his presence, he saw a cake. Golden and round, and waiting to make its grand debut at the family dinner table. He wasn't sure if it was intended for tonight's meal or for tomorrow's Christmas dinner, but it wasn't going to make it to either. He was taking it with him to Cloverdale. While the Earl had been moving his sons around like chess pieces, Sarah had been caring for the Earl's ailing mother. She deserved a cake more than anyone else. Within moments he'd acquired a basket from a slack-jawed kitchen maid, wrapped the cake and padded it with cloths to keep it from sliding too much, and was making his way toward the stable. Riding through the snow with his basket was tricky, but he'd rather take a horse through the snow than walk in it any day. White puffs of fresh powder flew from beneath Nero's hooves as the horse pranced down the lane. The closer Randall got to Cloverdale, the more conflicted he felt. There was worry, of course, a bit of dread over what condition he'd find his grandmother in. But there was also excitement. Would Sarah be excited about the cake? Would she play for him again? Maybe allow him to pull her beneath the mistletoe once more? Whatever lay ahead of him, it had to be better than what was behind, because it would be real. He'd be able to feel and talk without putting on an act, without pretending he had no problems. The house was still and dark as he rode out of the woods. He made himself take care of Nero, making sure the horse was well settled, since he hadn't any idea how long he'd stay here. He heard music as he approached the front door, light, lively music that lifted the weight from his shoulders, even before his hand touched the latch. Until that moment, he hadn't realized how afraid he was that he'd arrived today and find his grandmother had passed on. With that worry gone, now the only thing his mind could focus on was how wide Sarah's smile would be when she looked inside the basket he carried. Yesterday, Sarah was convinced that the Dowager was on her way to meet Jesus. She'd prayed all night for the strength to say goodbye, for even the chance to say goodbye. The Dowager hadn't rested well, had been even more fitful with Sarah in the bed, so she'd pulled a chair over and spent the night curled up in it. But when the sun had pierced through the window, the old woman had woken with a smile. She'd eaten a few bites of ham and drank an entire cup of tea. There was no question that she was incredibly weak. Sarah had all but carried her into the drawing-room to settle her into her favourite chair, but the Dowager's spirits had been high. She'd acted all day as if it were Christmas morning, and no one had the heart to contradict her. Sarah had convinced her that yesterday's visit to the church had actually been today's. Then she distracted her by playing as many Christmas carols as she could think of. "I got you something," the Dowager said, as the final notes of "Bring a torch, Jeanette Isabella" faded away. "I tucked it away at the bottom of your music pile." Sarah hopped up from her chair and crossed to the shelf where she kept her stacks of music. At the bottom of one of the stacks, she found music for a brand-new song. "God rest you, merry gentlemen." She looked over at her smiling employer. "I've never heard of this one." "It'll be a challenge, then. About time that instrument gave you one." An excited grin stretched across Sarah's face as she settled at the piano to decipher the new tune. New music was almost as good as the Dowager's joyous mood. She'd made her way through the tune once, and was playing around with embellishments when Randall walked in, snow dusting the waves of his brown hair and a basket in his hand. "Happy Christmas," the Dowager called. Randall sent Sarah a questioning look, and she simply shrugged. Did it really matter if Christmas came a day early? "How are you, grandmother?" The sigh she gave was happy. "I don't think I'll be making it to Helmsfield for dinner today." He held up his basket. "Then I guess it's that much better that I snuck something special out of the house for you. Although I'm not sure I should give it to you now. Sarah might eat it all before you get a chance." Sarah's gaze flew up from the keys. He couldn't possibly mean... She sniffed the air, but the cut evergreens overpowered any hint of lemon that might have existed. Did he really have what she thought he did? "I would never steal cake from a little old lady," she teased. He smiled at her over his shoulder. "And what about from a 27-year-old man?" "I make no promises." Well, I stole the whole thing, so I'm sure there's plenty to go around. She smiled back at him as she played through the new tune once more, with the chords and additions she liked the best. And that was how the day went. Sarah left Randall and the cake in the drawing-room, with the Dowager, while she went to see about creating something resembling a Christmas feast. The servants had, of course, assumed Sarah and Lady Densbury would eat with the rest of the family. But, given that Lady Densbury wasn't likely to eat much of whatever they prepared, it was more important that things appeared grand and festive than anything else. When she returned to the drawing-room, Randall was covered in a fresh layer of snow, and he wore a grim look on his face, while the Dowager appeared even more happy and peaceful than she had earlier. While the servants bustled into the room, bringing furniture and decorations from elsewhere in the house, and laying out food so that it looked like a grand feast, Sarah pulled Randall to the side of the room. "What happened while I was gone?" He looked down at the toes of his shoes, and Sarah finally understood why that habit of hers had always irritated the Dowager. "Randall." "Grandmother had a task for me, that's all." He looked up, and his eyes were as bleak as the sky when it snowed. "One final request." Randall watched Sarah contemplate his words, saw the sadness that drooped her shoulders. As one, they looked over to the Dowager, smiling brightly as Christmas exploded around her. "She's doing better today," Sarah whispered. Randall nodded. "But for how long? We have to accept that she can't go on like this forever." It was more than just his grandmother's imminent death that he had to accept. He couldn't go on like this forever. Grandmother had been right all along. It was time for him to find something that was his. It was time to take what little money he had and leave Bluestone. Convenient, since he was being evicted from the property anyway. Maybe this way he could feel like he was leaving of his own volition. "No, she can't go on like this." Sarah turned a stern look his way. "But dying is not dead, so put a smile on your face and come learn this new Christmas carol. She went through the trouble of having it delivered, and I mean to play it until she's humming it in her sleep." A smile tugged up his lips before he even realized it was coming. Randall followed her over to the piano without protest, but part of him mourned this moment as well, because if he was leaving Bluestone, he really had nothing to offer her. And if she would soon be leaving Cloverdale, he'd have no way to keep her in his life while he changed his situation. They'd eaten more than half the cake. Sarah didn't even want to think of how many slices she'd eaten. But every time she'd stop playing music or conclude some game with the servants for Lady Densbury's amusement, Randall had been there, with a plate decorated festively with a sliver of cake and a sprig of evergreen. Sarah's fingers were actually a bit sore from the amount of piano playing she'd done that day, and her side definitely hurt from the amount of laughter. All in all, it had been a surprisingly good day. "Come here, my boy," Lady Densbury called as the servants took the last of the food and dishes from the room. "I wish to see the snow." Randall carefully eased his grandmother from the chair, and Sarah came over to help, though there wasn't much she needed to do. The Dowager had grown so thin over the past few months that a child could have supported her out of the chair. The black shawl slipped off the Dowager's shoulder, and Sarah rushed to replace it. Where was the brooch that always held the shawl together? Sarah frowned as Randall guided Lady Densbury to the window. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't seen the brooch in a couple of days. She pushed the blankets around in the chair, felt between the upholstered edges, even crawled onto the floor to search beneath the nearby furniture. It was nowhere to be found. "Come and look at the snow, Sarah," the Dowager called. Sarah gave up her search and went to Lady Densbury's side. Randall smiled at her over the old woman's grey curls. "It's beautiful," Sarah said. Lady Densbury nodded. "I've always loved the snow. It covers up all the ugly, makes the whole world clean. I like that. I like to think that's how God sees me, covered in a blanket of snow, just like it is out there.
not a blemish in sight.
Tears pricked Sarah's eyes. She'd been raised by people who loved the Lord, who taught her to love the Bible and its teachings. It was something she'd never really expected to be surrounded by again, after she'd left home to make her own way in the world. Living for nearly a year with Lady Densbury's steady faith had been a blessing. "I like that," Sarah whispered. "I don't think I'll ever look at the snow the same way again." They stood there, watching the setting sun glint off the pristine white snow, until the Dowager started to tremble. "I think I'm ready to go back to my chair now," she whispered. Randall didn't even ask. He simply scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the chair, carefully wrapping the shawl around her shoulders as she settled back into the cushions. "I'm going home now," Randall said, "but I'll be back tomorrow." She nodded and placed one shaky hand on his cheek. "You remember your promise?" He closed his eyes and swallowed hard. "I will." Sarah walked Randall to the door. "Happy Christmas," she said with a light laugh. He shook his head. "I always wanted more Christmas when I was a boy. More candy, more games, more singing. Now that I finally got 2 of them, it's not everything I'd hoped for." "No, I would imagine not." Sarah smiled sadly, but it was a good day.
It was.
Randall paused, staring down at his shoes once more, before looking back into her eyes.
"Sarah, He sighed. "I'll see you tomorrow."
Then he was gone. Sarah traced the grooves of the closed door, warring with hope but losing. Between the holiday and the way her heart beat faster when he appeared in the drawing-room door, it was a futile effort to resist hoping that what had been a distant attraction and infatuation to fill a void in her life had bloomed into something real and mutual. Perhaps he would stay a while, through the new year, maybe longer. It was winter, wasn't it? Was there really that much to do on a farm in the winter? The hopefulness lightened her step as she returned to the drawing-room and the Dowager's side. A peaceful smile still curved Lady Densbury's lips, but her eyelids had fallen closed, the pale blue veins showing starkly against the paper-white skin. "Shall I help you to bed, my lady?" Her eyes drifted open and she sighed.
"I'd rather stay here, if you don't mind. Perhaps you could play. There should be music when a woman finally gets to see Jesus."
I... Sarah pressed her lips together as her chin trembled and water filled her eyes until she could no longer focus on the Dowager. A deep breath in through her nose steadied her enough to speak in a shaky, choked voice. "Of course I'll play." Then she moved to the piano and played. The tears spilled over and ran down her cheeks in a steady river that soon dampened the neckline of her dress. Still, she played. She played every song she knew, and some she made up as she went. She played until the skin of her fingers dried out and started to crack. She played until the labored breathing that had consistently rattled her ears for months gave way to a silence that felt heavier than any shroud. Then she curled up on the floor beneath the piano and wept. Chapter 8. Randall stood in the middle of Helmsfield Front Hall on Christmas morning, mouth agape at the chaos surrounding him. Servants were running everywhere, carrying bundles of evergreen boughs and holly out to a wagon that had been pulled up in front of the house. More servants were loading food into the wagon, and still another was placing hot bricks in the carriage, waiting in front of the wagons. In the midst of the vehicle stood his father, directing everyone where to go. Randall stepped out of the way of a scurrying footman and crossed the drive to his father's side.
"What are we doing?" "Taking Christmas to Cloverdale, of course. Mother will hardly be in any condition to make the journey after her state of health on Sunday. I've even asked the vicar to come join us after the service at church."
Randall thought about the simple celebration at Cloverdale the day before, and then looked around at the elaborate trimmings his father had collected. The casual, genuine atmosphere of the impromptu early Christmas was certainly the type of gathering his grandmother would enjoy more, but for his father to pack up the entire family, the servants, and a wagon full of food, well, it was more thoughtfulness than Randall had realized the man possessed. His mother came down the steps and made straight for the coach and the hot bricks.
"Do grab your greatcoat, Randall. The men have to ride up top."
With a shake of his head and a smile nudging at one side of his mouth, Randall returned to the house to collect his greatcoat and hat from one of the servants. As he bounded up on top of the coach next to the driver, his partial smile turned into a grin. For once, his family would encounter Sarah somewhere she was comfortable being herself. He couldn't wait for them to see the woman he'd come to know. Cloverdale was still and dark, just as it had been the past few days when he'd arrived. All the life in the house happened between the drawing room and the kitchens, so it wasn't too surprising that it looked nearly abandoned at first glance. He jumped from the top as the coach was still rocking back on its springs. The front door opened before he could even make it to the steps. One look at the housekeeper's face, and Randall stumbled to a stop. "No," he whispered. Her eyes widened as she took in the wagons and the coach and the finely dressed family piling out into the snow. She looked terrified, her eyes wide over deep purple shadows. "I'm so sorry, my lord," she said. "I'm so sorry." Randall rushed forward, getting to the front steps at the same time as his father. "When?" he choked out. "When?" the Earl repeated. "When what?" The housekeeper sniffled. "A little after 2 in the morning, I suppose. We all kept vigil outside the drawing-room while Miss Gooding played. It was as peaceful a moment as I've ever seen, my lord, if that be any consolation." The housekeeper gestured behind her to a servant who was particularly bundled up in an unbuttoned coat, bonnet and scarf in hand. "We were just about to send word over to Helmsfield, my lord." The Earl's hat fell from his fingers. "She's dead." "Where is Sarah?" Randall found the strength to move his feet as he considered how Sarah must be feeling at that moment. He pushed his way into the front hall. "Where is she?" "In the drawing-room, sir. None of us had the heart to wake her." Randall strode into the front hall, but stopped as he came even with the open door to his grandmother's rooms. He could see the bed from this angle, see where the servants had done what they could to begin the necessary preparations. If he didn't know better, he'd think she was sleeping. But she wasn't, and he didn't think he could face the final proof of that by himself. His family was behind him, shock rippling through the group, but none of them had known grandmother like he had, like Sarah had. He needed to find Sarah. It took him 2 full looks around the room before he found her, curled in a ball, asleep in his grandmother's chair. In 4 strides, he crossed the room and knelt in front of the chair, gathering her into his arms. She blinked her eyes slowly, and then looked up at him, tears already shimmering on her lashes. "I played," she whispered. "I played her home." He ran one hand down her arm to pull her fingers free of her lap. Her hands were curled, the skin dry and rough in places. She flexed them slowly and winced. A noise of agony echoed from the hall into the drawing-room. Sarah rose, and Randall tucked her close to his side as he crossed the hall to face the truth. His father was already there by the bed, shock and dismay on his face. The rest of the family ranged behind him, all sombre. George placed a hand on the Earl's shoulder and then stepped away from the bedside. He laid his coat on a chair and began directing servants. He passed out instructions so quickly that Randall couldn't even catch them all. But soon there were people moving forward with all the funeral preparations. Some were sent to gather snow to pack around the body while it was prepared for burial. Others were to lay out the food in the dining room so that everyone would be able to retain their energy for the day ahead. A footman was even sent to the church, where everyone in the area would be gathered for Christmas services. It was a blur of activity that Randall couldn't begin to comprehend. George might not know that Bluestone grew rhubarb, but he obviously had the makings of a competent earl. Not knowing what else to do, Randall moved to the bed, looking down on his grandmother, who looked as peaceful as she had looking out across the snow, maybe more so, as she wasn't fighting for breath anymore. And he stood there, with his father on one side and Sarah on the other, and together they cried. Sarah lay in bed, blinking at the ceiling. What was she going to do with herself now? Yesterday had been busy, with everyone preparing for a funeral instead of a Christmas celebration. She'd helped the Countess and the other ladies prepare the body. Then there'd been plenty to do in the kitchens, to feed all of the extra people roaming around the house. But today, there wasn't much for her to do today. The funeral would be in 2 days. It was possible the family would keep Sarah in their employ for a while longer to go through the dowager's things, but there really wasn't anything for her here anymore. Not unless she considered Randall, and after they'd cried together, he'd been just as caught up in the hectic day as she had, and they hadn't had a moment together since. He'd even left with his family without telling her goodbye. With a sigh, she pushed herself out of bed and got dressed. A breakfast tray had been delivered, recently based on the temperature of the tea. The entire routine was normal. So normal, she could almost convince herself the past 2 days hadn't happened. She went down the stairs and turned toward the dowager's chambers out of habit. But the room was silent and dark. The drapes still pulled against the morning sun. Making as much noise as possible, Sarah crossed the room and wrenched the drape back. Seeing the bed perfectly made and nothing out of place made the entire thing real. Lady Densbury was really gone. She'd said her goodbyes as she'd lived her life, in her own personal way. Oddly, the one regret Sarah had was that the old woman hadn't gotten to give out the Christmas boxes she'd put together so very carefully for all her staff. Wanting to make sure that one last thing happened for the dowager, Sarah moved to the dressing room to collect the basket of boxes. But it was gone. For months the basket had sat in the corner of the dressing room, slowly filling with boxes. Now, all that sat in the corner was a piece of paper. Sarah bent down to retrieve it. "Don't worry." She flipped the paper over, looking for a signature or an indication of who had written the note, but there was nothing. The handwriting looked masculine, but there'd been an awful lot of men in the house yesterday. Could one of them have taken the basket? Why? Noise from the front hall drew her from the room, note still in hand. Half the staff stood in the hall along with Randall, who was holding the large basket of Christmas boxes. He cleared his throat and smiled. "I'm here to fulfill Grandmother's final request." Randall shifted the basket to his hip and tried to guess what Sarah was thinking. She looked rested, which was good. He was glad she'd been able to sleep. He hadn't. He'd spent the whole night thinking about his grandmother, the way the day had rolled out, the look on his father's face, and he'd come to one conclusion. He didn't want to miss out because he'd planned too much and waited too long. No, the timing wasn't perfect and the opportunities weren't the best, but if Sarah was willing, when they'd finished doing everything that needed to be done here, he wanted to start over with her. But first he had to hand out Christmas boxes. The small wooden boxes had been carved with names of each staff member, and Randall handed them out as if it were a solemn duty. In a way, it was. It was the last thing his grandmother had asked of him. Oh, she'd given him some sort of excuse about wanting Randall to deliver the boxes because she wanted Sarah to be part of the festivities instead of handling them, But part of Randall had known that she didn't expect to be here this morning to do it herself. There were exclamations from the maids as they found their embroidered handkerchiefs folded around a year's worth of wages. His grandmother certainly knew how to leave her mark. One by one the staff disappeared, boxes in hand, off to celebrate with their own families or simply take the day to try to relax from the tension of the day before. Finally, it was only him and Sarah left in the hall. He handed her the box with her name carved on the top. She opened it with a smile that quickly turned into tears as one hand lifted to cover her mouth. The hand holding the box trembled so much that he was afraid she would drop it, so he placed his hands around her own to stabilize it. A glint of silver from the depths of the box drew his attention. Nestled inside the velvet lining was his grandmother's silver and amethyst Luckenbooth brooch, her most prized possession. Beneath it was a note Randall was desperately curious to read, but he didn't know if it was something Sarah would share. He lifted the brooch out, though, and slid the silver straight pin into the fabric of her dress, fixing the brooch on Sarah's shoulder. "It looks good on you." "Why would she do this?" Sarah whispered. Randall nodded to the box. "It's probably in the note." Sarah set the box on a table and unfolded the paper to reveal a note written in shaky scrawl and dotted with blots of ink. "My dear Sarah," she whispered, reading the note aloud. "My husband gave me this brooch as a sign that our love was stronger than whatever the world could throw at us. Every time I saw it, I knew it was no concern whether anyone else thought I wasn't good enough for him. He thought I was, and that was all that mattered." One of Sarah's hands lifted to graze across the purple stone in a gesture that was achingly similar to the way his grandmother would touch the jewelry. She sniffled and then went back to the note. "I'm giving it to you, so you remember the same thing. She stopped reading with a gasp, and then slapped the note shut. "What?" Randall took her hand in his, the note crinkling between them, as he rubbed a thumb along her wrist and felt her pulse pounding. "What does it say?" Randall grinned, having a suspicion his astute grandmother had seen things much sooner than he had. "Was it about me?" 2 slashes of pink spread across Sarah's cheekbones. Randall's grin widened. "Did she say that I love you and want to build a life with you, no matter what my family thinks of your mysterious past?" Sarah bit her lip and blinked away a few more tears. "No," she hiccuped. "She said, Randall's an idiot if he doesn't realize how much you love him, and that he should tell his family well, let's just say she doesn't think you should be very nice about putting them in their place." One curl had drifted down from Sarah's pinned-up hair, and Randall reached a hand out to rub the golden strands between his fingers. "I happen to agree with her." The smile Sarah gave him was a bit watery as the tears spilled down her cheeks, but it was all the more beautiful because of it. Randall leaned down and pressed his own smile to hers in a kiss that was as awkward as it was joyous. "From this moment on," he said, "we live life the way my grandmother did. We love Jesus, we love each other, and we let everyone else come along or get out of the way." "I'd like that." Sarah pushed up on her toes and brushed a light kiss across his cheek. "Happy Christmas." Randall smiled. "Christmas was yesterday." Sarah shrugged. "I don't see why we have to limit the celebration." As he laughed, Sarah peered into the basket. "Wait, there's one more box." Randall looked down to see that there was indeed one more box hidden among the folds of fabric that had been used to line the basket. He slid it out, surprised to find his own name on the top. There was a letter in his box as well, though it sat on top of the other contents. He set the box down and opened the letter, reading quickly over the handwriting that was considerably neater than Sarah's had been. Whatever his grandmother had planned for him, she'd been at it a while. "What does it say?" Sarah asked. Randall groped for the wall and leaned against it before looking up at the love of his life. "She bought me a farm," he swallowed. "In Virginia." Sarah's eyebrows drew together. "That's in America." He nodded, already feeling his heart pound at the excitement and adventure that awaited him. This was starting over, a new beginning, the kind that rarely came a person's way, and he couldn't wait to seize it. "Charles Thomas, the son of a friend of grandmother's, owns the farm next to it and has been seeing to the land, but he's ready for me to take possession of it as soon as I can get there." Randall held his breath, waiting for Sarah's reaction. It was very possible that going to America meant never seeing England again, at least not for a very long time. He wanted it, though. He wanted it badly, but only if Sarah would come with him. After a few moments, in which Randall had very serious worries for the condition of his heart, she said, "I've never been on a boat before." She swallowed and smiled. "It's quite something that my first time will be across the ocean." He laughed and grabbed her up in his arms, twirling her about the hall before setting her back on her feet. Breathless, she pushed her mussed hair out of her eyes. Was there anything else in the box? He lifted the lid back up and glanced inside. Shock had him dropping the lid shut just as quickly. Inside the box was money, more than enough to let them start their life in comfort and begin their new farm right. How long had his grandmother been saving it, stashing it away in this box so he would have no excuse but to live his own life? His arms wrapped around Sarah once more, and he buried his face in her hair, letting all the emotions of the past week roll through him. He'd have never asked for his grandmother to die, never thought he'd be ready to leave his family and venture out on his own, never imagined that the woman who would make him feel strong enough to take on the world would be found hiding behind a piano, and yet here he was, with everything he had ever dared to want and more. No, he'd never imagined getting here this way, but he knew one thing for sure. The family he built with the new life and opportunity he'd been given would know what it meant to love fully and love truly. It was his grandmother's legacy. And, like the brooch, like the farm, like his wife-to-be's love of lemon-flavoured cakes, he intended to pass it on. Epilogue. Virginia, United States of America, 1840. "It's a girl," the midwife declared joyously as hearty cries filled the room. Sarah huffed in and out through an exhausted smile. A girl, finally. 5 sons were all well and good when one was running a farm, but it was awfully nice to have a little girl to raise. In short order, the baby was cleaned up and nestled at her mother's side. Randall stood next to her, running a finger along the soft down on the baby girl's head. "She's beautiful," he whispered in awe, "just like her mother." It was a blissful, peaceful moment, and Sarah let her head sink into the pillow as her eyes slid shut, relishing the rare quiet. Her eyes snapped open and sought Randall's gaze. It was never quiet in their home. "Where are the boys?" Randall grinned. "Teaching their Uncle Cecil how to properly dig a field drainage ditch." Our youngest has very interesting theories on the proper way to hold a shovel. Shortly after Sarah and Randall had made the move to America, Cecil had begun corresponding with his younger brother over farming plans and the details of handling a small parcel of land. The Dowager had left him a small estate in Cambridgeshire, one that everyone had assumed was part of the earldom, but it was, in fact, Lady Densbury's, according to all the paperwork the solicitors had scurried to go through. Her Cambridge professor father hadn't been quite as poor as some people had assumed. It was a blessing from God that Cecil had brought his family to visit now, as Sarah had been nearly bedridden for the past month. But now her little girl was here, and it was all worth it. The baby groped across Sarah's chest, tiny fist bumping against the amethyst brooch at her shoulder. Sarah didn't wear it often. It wasn't the sort of thing that was very practical for a farmer's wife. But when she was feeling especially nervous, it was a wonderful reminder of the love and support that surrounded her. "What should we name her?" Randall asked. Sarah had staunchly refused to discuss girl names because she'd been afraid to get her hopes up that this time she would finally get a little girl. Besides, she'd already known the perfect name. Rosemary. Randall's eyebrows winged upward. "Rosemary? You know we don't grow rosemary here, don't you?" The farm had been incredibly successful. They'd had a tough year or two, but it had been the perfect place for two people looking to start a brand new life. They'd married soon after Lady Densbury's death, and packed up to come to America immediately, hoping to set up house before the spring planting. But they needn't have worried. Lady Densbury had the house ready for them, complete with a piano in the front parlour. The old woman had been meticulous and thoughtful, making sure that her family was taken care of, knew they were loved. And she'd done it all because it was right. She'd gained nothing from it, nothing tangible and earthly anyway. And that was a wonderful legacy to pass on. "Rosemary was your grandmother's name," Sarah said. The look on Randall's face was rather comical. "It was?" Sarah nodded and ran a finger along the curve of her sleeping daughter's cheek. "Hello, little Rosemary. I can't wait to tell you about your great-grandmother. I hope you'll be as loving and determined as she was. And one day I'll pin this brooch on you, so that no matter where you go, you will know that love is more important than anything else. Love God, love family, love life." Then she kissed her baby's head and shifted so Randall could lay on the bed and hold them both. Then together they slept, each dreaming of a future wrapped safely in the arms of love.
Gift of the Heart by Karen Witemeyer. From Proverbs, chapter 31, verses 10 through 12. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. She will do him good, and not evil, all the days of her life. Chapter 1. October, 1890, Hope Springs, Texas. Ruth Fulbright held her sleeping 7-year-old daughter snugly on her lap in the middle of the stagecoach seat, while the passengers who considered themselves her betters exited the conveyance. The pomaded dandy, sitting to her left, jostled her with his elbow when he tried to stand. She leaned right to get out of his way, and a plume from the hat of an exiting matron nearly took out her eye. Gracious! Who knew stage travel could be so hazardous? She'd thought bandits would be the worst peril she might face on the 20-mile trek from the train station in Weatherford. She'd never imagined pitying glances, snobby sniffs, and pointed plumage could inflict such damage. Not that they'd done more than scrape a few sore places on her pride. A woman raised in the South after the devastation of war learned how to hold her head high in any social arena. Her dress might be threadbare, her shoe leather paper-thin, and her wedding ring missing from her finger, but she was clean, respectable, and had no reason to feel shame. As the dandy to her left shuffled past, his hunched form bumped Ruth's daughter. "Pardon," he mumbled, though his glare seemed to blame her daughter for being in the way. A true gentleman would have waited for Ruth and Naomi to exit first, thereby clearing his path, but he obviously viewed her as an obstacle and not a lady. "Mama?" Naomi roused, her head lifting from Ruth's chest and her lashes fluttering upward to reveal the soft brown eyes that were so much like her daddy's. A pang hit Ruth's stomach, though it didn't jab as deeply as it once had. Stephen had been gone 2 years now. 2 years, 3 months, and 9 days. She really ought to stop counting, stop marking time by her losses instead of her gains. But it had been so long since she'd had a gain. Enough of that. Ruth straightened in her seat and smiled at her daughter. "Mornin', sleepyhead." She brushed Naomi's bangs back and kissed her forehead. "We're here." Naomi's eyes widened, and her lips curved upward. "At our new home?" Ruth nodded. Her daughter immediately pulled away from her and jumped down to the coach floor. Praise the Lord for the optimism of youth. Ruth didn't know how she would have endured the last few months without Naomi's ability to see sunbeams shining through every cloud. Heaven knew there'd been enough clouds to support a league of rainmakers in her life lately. It was hard to remember that, however, with her daughter pulsing with excitement directly in front of her. "Let's go!" Able to stand at her full height inside the stage, Naomi rushed toward the exit, nearly colliding with the pomaded dandy climbing down. She halted at the last moment and spun around, urging her mother to her feet with an impatient wave. "Come on, Mama! Hope is waiting for us." "Hope Springs," Ruth corrected, even as her daughter's misspoken words filled her tired soul with cautious expectancy. Hope had to be waiting for them here. Ruth had no place else to look. As soon as the dandy reached the ground and stepped aside, Naomi bounded out of the coach like a rabbit eluding a snare. Ruth grinned and shook her head. Let the girl run and play. She'd been cooped up in train cars and stuffy stagecoaches the entire day. If Ruth weren't nearly a quarter of a century old, she'd join her. Heaven knew her legs could use a good stretching. Too bad society frowned on such displays by grown women. Yet as she grasped the handle to balance her exit from the stage, no gentleman, pomaded or otherwise, was apparently available for the duty. All urge to play was consumed by a sudden onslaught of locusts swarming through her belly. What if Mrs. Lancaster had grown tired of waiting and hired another cook? Dorothea had assured Ruth that her cousin would hold the job for her, but Ruth had been delayed a week, finding someone to give her a fair price for her ring so she could afford the train fare from Clarksville to Weatherford and then the stage fare to Hope Springs. What if her employer viewed that as a breach of contract? She rubbed the bare place on her finger where her wedding band used to be, mourned its loss for a heartbeat, then stiffened her shoulders and went in search of her luggage. She'd done what needed to be done to carve out a new life for her daughter. Regrets made a poor foundation for building a future. She preferred to rely on faith. God had led her to Hope Springs, she was certain of it. Too many pieces had fallen in just the right places at just the right time for there to be any other explanation, and if God had led her here, he wouldn't abandon her. "Be content with such things as ye have," Ruth quoted to herself as she patiently waited for the driver to hand down the last of the trunks and hat boxes of her wealthy travel companions. "For he hath said, I will never leave thee, nor forsake thee." Hope was springing, and she aimed to catch it. A tan object hurtled down toward her head. Ruth gasped and threw her arms out just in time to snatch it from the air. Good grief! She'd been so busy preparing to catch Hope that she'd nearly been flattened by her valise. "Sorry, ma'am." The shamefaced driver drew his hat from his head and dropped to his knees atop the coach roof. He grabbed the railing and leaned over the side. "I thought you were old Tom. Are you all right?" It wasn't exactly flattering for a lady to be mistaken for a grizzled coachman, But, to be fair, the man who'd ridden shotgun and had been catching the luggage had been standing in her position the moment before. The other passengers had drawn him away with their complaints over how their belongings were being treated, and Ruth had stepped into the space he'd vacated. Ruth set her valise on the ground, then brushed the front of her dress to wipe away the worst of the travel dust that had exploded across her chest when the valise hit. That done, she aimed a smile in the driver's direction. His apology had been sincere, and the kind words buoyed her spirits. No harm done. If you hand that last bag down a little more slowly, I'm sure I'll be able to manage it with more finesse. She lifted her arms above her head to receive the next bag, and the driver reared back. Ruth swore she could hear the question running through his mind. What was the greater sin, arguing with a lady, or subjecting her to physical labor? Ruth wiggled her fingers in an effort to absolve him of any perceived wrongdoing. "I'm stronger than I look," she assured him. "Besides, you have a schedule to keep." The driver glanced over at the passengers on the boardwalk who were waiting to board. "Tom," he yelled, clearly looking for a third option. Old Tom, however, was either hard of hearing or his ears were already filled to capacity with the haranguing he was receiving. He didn't so much as flinch at the driver's call. Muttering under his breath, the driver slapped his hat back on his head and pivoted to reach Ruth's carpet bag. He let it dangle from one arm as if weighing it, then grudgingly handed it over the side, leaning down far enough to ensure the bag touched her hands before he released his grip. Knowing precisely how heavy the bag would be, not very, since the store of her dresses numbered only 2 beyond her current ensemble, Ruth handled the bag with ease. "Thank you, sir." He tipped his hat, admiration shining in his eyes and infusing Ruth with confidence that she could, indeed, manage whatever challenges came her way. Picking up her valise, she marched past the well-dressed crowd and scanned the area for her daughter. Naomi spotted her first. "Mama, look, a kitty." Oh, my. Ruth tried not to think about muddy paw prints on Naomi's best dress, or fleas, or rabies, as she bent forward to examine the stray cat dangling from her daughter's arms. The poor thing looked half-strangled, its white belly exposed and back legs stretched long. She'd never seen a stray cat react to capture with such calm. Most hissed and scratched or fled before being scooped up. This black-and-white tabby must belong to someone, or at least had in the past. Maybe he'd been left behind by a resort guest. "Better let him go, sweetie. He doesn't belong to us." Naomi let out a loud sigh, then kissed the animal atop its head and gently set him down. "Bye, kitty." The beast zoomed away, making a beeline for the 3-story resort hotel that stood directly across the street. With a scrabble of claws, it climbed the tree that shaded the walkway. Ruth watched its impressively speedy ascent until the oak's branches hid it from view. Another movement slightly above the tree caught her attention. A man stood on a balcony. Dark hair, dark suit, expensive suit. Even from here she could see the tailored lines. The fingers of his left hand tapped idly at the wooden railing as he surveyed the goings-on beneath him like some kind of overlord. An overlord who happened to be looking directly at her. Ruth ducked her chin. Whoever he was, she wouldn't stand and gawk as though she had no manners, even if that was precisely what he was doing. He was probably another stuffy resort guest. The wealthy loved to look down their noses at poor peasants, when they deigned to take notice at all. "Here to take the waters, miss?" A young lad of maybe 16 or 17 approached, a warm smile on his face. He wore a dark green uniform with Hope Springs Resort embroidered in gold on his jacket front. "I'd be happy to help you with your luggage." He reached for her valise, but she shook her head. "Thank you, no, I'm not a guest of the resort." Though it soothed her prickles a great deal to have him treat her with the same courtesy he would have treated her better-dressed companions. Whoever had trained him had done an admirable job. "I'm Mrs. Lancaster's new cook. Could you point me in the direction of the Homespun Cafe?" "Glad to." He beamed at her, his cheerfulness so contagious that the weight of her insecurities and doubts lifted, leaving a giddy excitement in their place. He steered her around the other travelers, then pointed down the street to a modest structure at the end of the block. "The cafe's the last building on the right before you get to the courthouse square. If you don't find Myrtle Lancaster inside, check around back. She keeps chickens in a garden out there. Might be tending to those." "Thank you." Wishing she had a spare coin to reward the kind young man for his thoughtfulness, Ruth settled for a bright smile. "You've been very helpful." "My pleasure, miss." He tipped his hat, then turned to resume his duties at the resort. "Come, Naomi," Ruth said with a lift of her chin. "Time to see where Mama's going to work." Naomi skipped along beside her mother, brown braids bouncing. "Did you hear what he said, Mama? They have chickens. Do you think they'll let me help gather the eggs? I'm super good at it, remember?" "I do remember." Naomi had loved tending to the chickens on their farm, scattering their feed, collecting the eggs. She'd followed her mama out to the coop every morning before the bank had foreclosed on them. Naomi had only been 5, but even at that young age, she'd handled the eggs with extreme care, never breaking a single one. "We'll have to see what Mrs. Lancaster prefers." Ruth prayed her employer would be a kind-hearted soul who enjoyed children, not a termagant who expected them to be seen and not heard. Naomi was a darling child, well-behaved, obedient, but silent she was not. Her inquisitive nature and exuberant spirit didn't lend themselves to a reticent demeanor. Ruth needn't have worried, for the instant they stepped inside the welcoming atmosphere of the homespun cafe, they were overwhelmed with the whirlwind that was Myrtle Lancaster. At the sound of the door, a middle-aged woman wearing a ruffled apron in the most extraordinary shade of fuchsia jumped up from a seat near the side window, abandoning a cup of tea and a fashion magazine. "Hello!" She bustled forward, her blue eyes twinkling. "Welcome to the Homespun Cafe." Her canary-yellow calico skirt swished back and forth beneath her violently pink apron, giving Ruth the impression that she had fallen inside a kaleidoscope. "I'm afraid I can only offer a limited menu of sandwiches and lemonade until my new cook arrives, but I have an assortment of quilts and other locally crafted items that can serve as wonderful mementos of your visit to Hope Springs." She waved an arm toward the west side of the room, where an assortment of items adorned strategically arranged tables and racks, quilts, cloth-lined baskets finished with lace and bows, milking buckets decorated with hand-painted flowers. "I hope my stay will be longer than a visit." Ruth set down her valise and extended her right hand. "I'm Ruth Fulbright, your new cook." Mrs. Lancaster squealed in glee, then completely ignored Ruth's outstretched hand and swooped in for a hug. Ruth froze at the effusive greeting, not quite sure how to react, but her hostess didn't seem to care. She released her hold as swiftly as she had engaged it, leaving Ruth to teeter unsteadily like a weather vane in a gust of swirling wind. "Oh, Mrs. Fulbright, you've no idea how happy I am to see you." Mrs. Lancaster bent slightly and slapped her hands on her knees. "And this little ladybug must be Naomi. Dorothy had told me all about you." Naomi grinned. "The man at the hotel said you have chickens. I'm a real good egg-getter." "Are you now? Well, it just so happens I'm in need of a skilled egg collector. Can you start work tomorrow? I pay a penny a week." "You don't have to." Ruth's declension died when Myrtle gave her a wink that clearly stated she was not welcome to participate in this negotiation. Naomi clapped her hands and turned pleading eyes to her mamma. "Can I, Mama, please?" "Only if you follow Mrs. Lancaster's instructions to the letter." "I will, I promise." Her vow lisped a bit through the gap of her missing front tooth, but the sparkle in her eyes warmed Ruth's heart. "That's settled, then," Myrtle said, straightening. "Why don't you go out back and say hello to my feathered ladies while I show your mother around?" Naomi cast Ruth a quick look asking for permission. The instant Ruth nodded, she took off like a shot. "Reminds me of my little granddaughters, Edna and Ethel. Twins, if you can believe it." Myrtle swept up her teacup in one hand, magazine in the other, then trounced toward the back of the building, presumably toward the kitchen. Ruth followed, hoping that was what her employer expected. "There'll be 9 this year. Live 2 counties over, so I don't get to see them nearly enough." Myrtle tossed a mischievous grin over her shoulder. "I'll have to spoil that girl of yours in their stead to make sure I don't get out of practice." "That's very kind of—" "Here's the kitchen," Myrtle pronounced as she pushed through a swinging door. "Cook stove was new 3 years ago. Water pump at the sink, pantry at the back. I got a gal who comes in at night to clean the front of the shop, so you're only responsible for this area. Make a list of whatever supplies you need, and Mr. Lancaster will run them down for you. You can set your own menu, but I don't want anything fancy. People who want fancy eat at the hotel dining room. People who want good old home cooking come to the Homespun Cafe. Locals, too. Having pie on hand for menfolk who drop by of an afternoon has proven popular, and flapjacks tend to bring 'em in the mornings." Ruth made furious mental notes. Stephen had always bragged about her cooking, and her dishes were among the first emptied at the church socials, but she'd never cooked in any kind of professional capacity. What if she made too much? Or not enough? What if customers didn't like her food? What if— "Now, I've arranged for a lovely little cottage for you on the outskirts of town. It's rustic, I'm afraid, but sturdy. Dorothea mentioned that money is a little tight, so I avoided the rooming houses. With all the tourists coming in for the mineral baths and specialized treatments, prices have shot through the roof. They charge $4 a night at Aslan's Resort. Can you believe it? Scandalous. But the people keep coming." Myrtle shook her head as she circled around to the small table at the back of the kitchen. "You and Miss Ladybug can take your meals here, of course, after the customers have been served. We're open 7 to 7 Monday through Saturday, with Sundays off. I run the gift sales and have a gal who will wait tables for you. In between meal services, you're welcome to escape the heat of the kitchen to tend to personal errands." Ruth's vision blurred at all the information being thrown at her, the most glaring of which was the $4 a night hotel room. Her wages had been promised at $8 a week. Even with meals included, she'd be hard-pressed to pay even a quarter of the going-town rate for lodging. "This cottage you mentioned," Ruth inserted when Myrtle paused for breath. "How much is the rent?" Myrtle waved a hand as if the number was not significant, but every number was significant when all one had to her name was $1.23 left over from her train fare. "There's a down payment of the first month's rent in advance, but after that, it's only $20 a month." Ruth's knees nearly gave out. $20 a month? How would she manage to keep Naomi in clothes and shoes? And with winter coming, they'd need a good supply of coal, not to mention school books, kerosene, and essentials to set up their home. They didn't even have a dish to eat off of. And that was after Ruth earned a month of wages. Paying up front would be impossible. Is there somewhere else? Someplace smaller, perhaps. Naomi and I don't need more than a room, really. Myrtle's expression turned sympathetic. "I'm afraid not. Most folks here with space for boarders are already renting to the tourists for higher rates. Mr. Lancaster even rented out our spare room. It's booked for the next 3 months. Perhaps I could speak with him about offering it to you at a lower rate after that, but we use that extra money to visit the grandchildren." "Of course you do, precisely as you should." Ruth would not beg on this sweet woman's door. She'd find a way to make this work. "I'm sure the cottage you spoke of will do nicely. It was kind of you to make inquiries for me." Perhaps she could convince the owner to take weekly installments instead of a lump sum. Surely something could be worked out. "Whom should I see about the arrangements?" Myrtle's face bloomed in relief, her ebullience restored. "That would be Mr. Palmer, Mr. Aslan's business manager. You can ask for him at the hotel." "Mr. Aslan owns the cottage." Dread hardened Ruth's stomach. Wealthy men didn't tend to be the sympathetic sort. "Of course, dear, Mr. Aslan owns nearly everything hereabouts." Chapter 2. Ruth sat in a hard wooden chair in front of a hard wooden desk atop hard wooden floors. The warning couldn't be clearer. Don't expect anything soft from the man who belongs to this room. The very walls made her feel like prey with their hunter-green paint and oak wainscoting surrounding her on every side, pressing in. Even the mountain landscapes hanging around the room seemed to taunt her about reaching above her station. Ruth frowned. Since when had she become a melodramatic ninny? The chair was just a chair, no harder than any other. Get a hold of yourself. Mr. Palmer will be here soon, and you need your wits about you. Deciding to distract herself, Ruth opened her reticule and extracted the only item of value she had left, her mother's heirloom brooch. Housed in a cloth bag Ruth had sewn as a lavender sachet for her trousseau when she was 14, the small Luckenbooth brooch felt heavy in her hand. She turned the sachet pouch over, hiding the embroidered lavender blooms on the front, and ran her finger along the initials and dates she'd stitched into the backing after she'd married Stephen. L.D. 1768. S.G.E. 1827. R.E.H. 1859. R.H.F. 1882. Such a legacy of love handed down from mother to daughter, a legacy that now belonged to Naomi. Ruth recalled the stories her mother had shared of how a great English noblewoman, Lady Densbury, had gifted the amethyst brooch to Ruth's grandmother, Sarah Gooding, a mere servant, when Sarah married the lady's grandson. Sarah and her beloved Randall left England to start a new life in America, and the brooch was handed down to their daughter Rosemary. Ruth's mother had met and married a cotton plantation owner in Tennessee, and even through the horrors of civil war and the loss of their land, their love remained true. When Ruth inherited the brooch, she already knew who she'd be marrying. Stephen Fulbright had owned her heart since childhood, and at 16 she'd married her true love and followed him to Texas to make a life of their own farming cotton. Only their love story had ended with harsh abruptness, a fever, a failed crop, a bank foreclosure, yet she harbored no regrets. Stephen had been her best friend and her greatest joy. Ruth's chance at lifelong love might be gone, but Naomi had an entire future ahead of her, a future that deserved a love story and a family brooch to hand down to her own daughter someday. Ruth loosened the ribbon that held the sachet bag closed and tipped out the brooch. Two interlocking silver hearts supported a large amethyst, topped with a silver crown, the Scottish symbol of loyalty and love, connected hearts that could endure all manner of hardship without being torn apart. The deep purple jewel symbolized the rarity and preciousness of such love, a reminder not to join oneself to a man lightly, but only to one of noble character and devoted heart. "Please don't force me to give this up," she prayed as her fingers traced the outline of the jeweled pin. "Soften Mr. Palmer's heart. Help him have pity." Sharp, efficient footsteps clicked outside the office door. Ruth scrambled to get the brooch back in the bag and the bag back in her reticule before the door opened. She was still fiddling with the drawstring when a polite voice sounded behind her. "Mrs. Fulbright, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." She turned in her seat to smile at the short man with round spectacles and a tidy mustache who closed the door and crossed to the desk. "I understand you're here to make rental arrangements for one of Mr. Aslan's properties." He took a seat behind the desk and pulled a thin stack of papers and a small brass key from the top drawer. "Mrs. Lancaster made the initial arrangements on your behalf, so I have the rental agreement drawn up. All I need from you is your signature and the first month's rent." He smiled as though he hadn't just requested a feat as impossible as walking upon the ceiling. With brisk professionalism, he turned the papers to face her and slid them across the desktop. Then he handed her a pen and moved his inkwell to within easy reach. Heart-racing, Ruth bit her lip and considered the paper before her. She scanned the agreement, finding nothing objectionable in the wording: fair price, fair terms. The owner even included a caretaker's name to contact if she should have any issues with the structure or any of the workings therein. More generous than she would have expected, or perhaps an indication that the owner didn't want to be bothered with any petty problems regarding his property. Ruth had walked past the cottage on her way to the hotel, knowing it would be irresponsible to sign an agreement on the word of a stranger, even one as kind as Myrtle Lancaster. The two-room cabin sat on the far side of town, past the courthouse, well out of the way of the resort and the majority of town traffic. When she'd peered through the windows, she'd been thankful to spy a bed and a bureau in the bedroom, as well as a small cook-stove in the main chamber, along with a table, 2 chairs, and a small cabinet. No rugs or curtains, or even paint, on the walls, but it was serviceable and sturdy, just as Myrtle had promised. Yet Ruth couldn't sign. Not yet. She set the pen on the desk with a soft tap. Mr. Palmer's smile slipped. "Is there something amiss?" With her tongue maddeningly dry and insides trembling, Ruth met the solicitor's gaze. "I'm sure you're aware that I'll be working as Mrs. Lancaster's cook. I'm not here for a short medicinal stay. I'm to be a permanent resident of the community." His brow crinkled. "I fail to see how that impacts the rental agreement." Ruth sighed. Dancing around the issue wasn't helping. She needed to spit out the facts. "What I'm trying to say is that I'm a good investment. One that perhaps warrants a bit of leeway in the manner of payment. I don't have the money you require now, but as soon as I draw my first week's wages, I'll put half my earnings toward the rental cost. I'll do so each week, so that by the end of the month the rent will be paid in full." Mr. Palmer's frown deepened, and he tugged the papers back toward him, pulling her hope of a home out of reach. "Actually, you'll always be a week behind." He shook his head and put the key back into the desk drawer. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Fulbright, but our policy is firm. Rent must be paid at the beginning of the month. It's a standard agreement. Without it, there's nothing to stop an unscrupulous person, or a person who falls on hard times," he allowed, showing at least some sympathy for her plight, "from living rent-free for a month and then skipping out without payment. As much as I would like to help you, I don't actually know your character, do I? What kind of manager would I be if I let every young woman who batted her lashes at me twist the arrangement to her liking? Mr. Aslan would be taken advantage of, and I'd soon be out of a job." Batted her lashes? The condescending toad! She'd done no such thing. "Why don't we let Mr. Aslan decide for himself?" Ruth jutted out her chin. "Keep you out of the precarious middle?" Her daughter needed a roof over her head, and Ruth wasn't about to let this man refuse her without a fight. If he didn't have the authority to change the policy, then she would just have to address the man who did. Mr. Palmer sniffed. "I assure you, Mr. Aslan is no more likely to accept your terms than I am. He designed the agreement, after all." "Even so, I wish to discuss it with him." She lengthened her neck and stiffened her spine. She'd not be dissuaded or intimidated, not when her daughter was counting on her. "If you'd be so kind as to let him know that I await his convenience." "Mr. Aslan is a very busy man." He let the insinuation hang in the air. Ruth didn't falter. She met Mr. Palmer's gaze without blinking. "I'll wait." Beauregard Aslan massaged the muscles of his right forearm in an attempt to dull the jabbing pinpricks radiating along his nerve endings. A particularly sharp jolt shot to his wrist, causing Beau to wince. He supposed he'd better arrange for a mineral bath in his personal chamber tonight. The waters hadn't cured what ailed him during the last 5 years that he'd resided in Hope Springs, but regular doses did seem to minimize his symptoms. Well, minimized the pain, anyway. The paralysis of his wrist and forearm had seen no improvement. His arm still hung useless past his elbow, just as it had since he broke it when he'd been a lad of 10. It didn't even hang straight. He had a permanent crook that announced his crippled state to all and sundry. Which was why he secluded himself on the top floor of the hotel. Those used to the finest things in life were easily unsettled by the less than perfect. A crippled host didn't inspire confidence at a resort promoting health benefits. Rather, the opposite. So Beau sequestered himself and relied on his staff to keep him well informed. He oversaw every detail of the resort, from the food served in the dining room, to the temperature of the baths, to the decor in the guest rooms, ensuring every aspect met his demanding standards. Whether the guest was a wealthy industrialist from New York or a humble farmer from 3 counties over, they were all to be treated with the greatest courtesy and respect. No one came to Hope Springs without some kind of ailment weighing on their body and mind. Rich or poor, didn't matter when sickness hit, and if the mineral water from his wells could bring relief and hope to the people who visited, he'd thank God for the provision. It was harder to thank God for the paperwork that accompanied said provision. Beau smirked as he released his arm and reclaimed the pen he'd set aside. The pastry chef he'd hired required the finest blackberries for his tarts, and apparently the fruit that arrived in this morning's delivery had been less than adequate. A telegraph had already been sent to the supplier, but Beau had discovered that personal correspondence, allowing for greater explanation of the problem along with appreciation for past efforts, went a long way toward establishing healthy relationships with vendors that led to more fruitful results in the future. A tiny snort of air escaped his nose at the bad mental pun. He really needed to get out more. Unfortunately, that would leave his correspondence uncorresponded, so abandoning his duty was not an option. He clasped the pen in his left hand and dipped it in the ink. After more than 2 decades of practice, he'd become proficient at writing with his non-dominant hand, yet it still required more concentration than he would prefer. There was no such thing as scribbling for him. Every word had to be meticulously crafted. A knock sounded on his door. "Enter," he called without looking away from his penmanship. Once he completed the sentence he was working on, he glanced up at his business manager and best friend. Cornelius Palmer strode forward, his eyes full of mischief. That didn't bode well. Beau set down his pen and straightened. Cornelius was a genius at managing employees, but he had a rather strong meddling streak. The manager rocked up on his toes, a touch of glee oozing around the corners of his professional stoicism. "It seems a situation has arisen that demands your personal attention." Beau leaned back in his chair and gave Cornelius his most quelling stare. "Oh?" "A Mrs. Fulbright has requested to see you regarding the rental property on 3rd Street. She would like to arrange weekly payments once she starts earning wages, since she doesn't have the capital to pay the monthly rate in advance." Beau hardened his jaw. Mrs. Fulbright, the new cook at the Homespun Cafe, a widow with a young daughter, and most likely the self-sufficient lady he'd spied from the balcony this morning, collecting her luggage from the stage driver. Beau hated turning people down, especially those in need, but his innate sense of fairness demanded that he treat everyone the same. He'd turned down others who wished to rent his property when they couldn't make the payment. Therefore, he couldn't bend his rule now just because the person asking was a woman, with a certain pluckiness he admired. "I'm sure you explained my policy on the matter." Beau waved his left hand, shooing Cornelius from the room. "If she cannot pay, I cannot rent her the house." "I told her precisely that, but she insisted on appealing to the owner himself." Cornelius's lips twitched, clearly fighting down a grin, causing instant dread to well in Beau's gut. "Said she'd wait." He paused for effect. "For as long as necessary." Beau scowled. "So, unless you want to have her bodily removed from the premises, which, as your business manager, I recommend against, not good for the resort's image, I'm afraid, I suggest you meet with her." "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" Beau grumbled as he gained his feet. Cornelius bounced on the balls of his feet and gave his grin full rein. "Immensely." The little traitor. Little being quite literal. Beau stood a full head taller than his manager. Not that it mattered one whit when it came to changing Cornelius's mind about anything. Cornelius wasn't intimidated in the slightest by Beau's size or bearing. Not even Beau's wealth could cow him, which was why the two of them got along so famously. Fine. Beau strode for the door, reaching for the latch with his left hand. In your office, I suppose? That she is. Cornelius followed him to the door. Oh, and Beau. Knob in hand, he paused to glance over his shoulder. Yes. Better take some armor for that soft heart of yours. She's got a fire in her that will turn you into a puddle if you get too close. Beau eyed his friend. Don't you know by now? I never get too close. Chapter 3. Determined to get the meeting over with as quickly as possible, Beau swept into his manager's office with a single-minded purpose, to get rid of the woman who had presumptuously glued herself to Cornelius's chair. Only the chair was empty. Losing steam, he chugged to a halt halfway across the floor. Had she left? Mr. Aslan. He swiveled to the left. The minx had positioned herself behind the door, giving her the advantage of taking his measure before he could take hers. Clever tactic. He turned toward her and offered a small bow, more in admiration of her strategy than in gentlemanly politeness. Mrs. Fulbright. She had remarkable bearing, fierce almost, yet feminine at the same time. Her dark hair, not quite as black as his own, had been pulled into a simple knot that accentuated the fine bones of her face. Her gray-green eyes glowed with resolve, even as the fingers at her side trembled. Beau took 3 strides, placing himself directly before her and forcing her to crane her neck back slightly in order to make eye contact. She wasn't the only one who understood tactics. Let's be candid, shall we, Mrs. Fulbright? He didn't wait for her to respond, just continued on as if her agreement was tacit. My business manager has informed me of your situation. I'm afraid I have no better news to impart. I will not rent the property to you until I receive the first month's payment, so if you have nothing else, I'll let you be on your way. Actually, I do have something else. She met his gaze square on, held it, then deliberately turned away from him and walked over to the desk. A business proposition. Beau followed, frowning that she'd just reclaimed the upper hand. She rounded the corner of the desk before facing him. Having a long-term tenant is in your best interest in regard to stability and income. Providing a home for my daughter is in my best interest, yet you require payment in advance, so the only way for both of us to get what we need is to find those funds. She set her purse on the desktop, opened the drawstring, and pulled out a small pouch with purple flowers stitched on the front. A hint of lavender wafted from the bag. If you are amenable, I think I have a way to solve that dilemma. The tremble in her fingers became more pronounced as she unfastened the little pouch. She tipped it upside down, and a silver pin tumbled out. The piece looked old, moderately valuable, too. Yet she'd chosen to hold on to this trinket longer than anything else, judging by the pale circle of skin on the ring finger of her left hand that indicated she'd already sold off her wedding band. The scripture about taking care of widows and orphans abraded his conscience, even as the one condemning favoritism urged him to hold his ground. Beau shook his head. I'm not going to buy your jewelry. She turned on him, her expression vehement. Good, because it's not for sale. It's a family heirloom that will be handed down to my daughter when she's of age. Then why are you showing it to me? He speared her with his most intimidating glare. She broke eye contact, and for a moment Beau felt the thrill of victory. Until her gaze found his again, her eyes filled with so much regret that he had to fight the urge to wrap his good arm around her shoulders and spout platitudes about how everything would be all right. Yet the fact that she was offering up her family treasure told him that things hadn't been all right for this young woman in a long time. Mrs. Fulbright was no helpless damsel in distress, though. She'd met him with a battle plan and the fortitude to see it through to the end. Even as he watched, she blinked away her regret and focused her eyes into twin dagger points. I propose a loan, Mr. Aslin, with my family's brooch serving as collateral. It's handcrafted Scottish silver with an amethyst stone, worth far more than the $20 you require for the rental fee." "So you expect me to play the role of pawnbroker?" She lifted her chin but didn't argue his assessment. "I'll make weekly installments, including interest, until the debt is paid. Then I'll reclaim my brooch and you may retire from the brokerage business, having made a modest commission. Your policy is upheld, I have a roof to place over my daughter's head, and you make a profit. A mutually beneficial arrangement, wouldn't you say?" What he would say was that she'd neatly maneuvered him into a corner, managing to appease his sense of justice while giving him an opportunity to extend mercy. He was tempted to applaud that fine bit of negotiation, but restrained. She was entrusting him with her family's greatest treasure, and he wouldn't make light of that sacrifice. Keeping his features impassive, he took the pin from her hand and examined it, holding it up to the light to inspect the gem. Genuine. Not that it mattered. Even if it were paste, he'd still give her the loan. She deserved it. "I'll give you $50 for it." She shook her head. "I only want 20. That way I can earn it back more quickly and pay less interest." He raised a brow. "I saw your sparsity of luggage, Mrs. Fulbright." Her eyes widened, but he pressed on, uncaring that she knew he'd been watching her. He watched everyone. It was how he kept apprised of all the goings-on in town. "You'll need linens for the bed, food for the pantry, coal for the stove. It's October, and the weather here is unpredictable at best. Seasonably warm one day, snow the next. I'll not have you moving into my cottage only to freeze to death." She hesitated, her gaze rolling upward, as though she were making mental calculations. Then her mouth tensed and her eyes found his again. "I can make do with 40. In all his experience, Beau had never had a client attempt to talk him into fronting less capital at the outset of an investment. Ruth Fulbright was an original. Quite the most fascinating woman he'd ever encountered. "Deal?" She thrust her right hand toward him. He stared at her, heat rising up his neck. He couldn't shake on their deal. Not unless he wanted to do some kind of awkward left-hand to right-hand thing that made him look like an imbecile. Her cheeks reddened slightly, but she held her ground and did something no one had ever done before. She dropped her right hand and extended her left. Beau straightened, set the brooch atop the desk, then fit his hand to hers, an entirely different type of admiration sparking to life inside his chest. "I'll draft an agreement and fetch your money," he said as his hand slid from hers. Then he made a sharp pivot and left the room before she made a complete puddle out of him. Later that evening, Ruth tucked her daughter into the bed the two of them would be sharing, a bed sporting new linens, an all-purpose wool blanket, and 2 hen-feather pillows, thanks to Mr. Aslin's generosity. He hadn't been what she'd expected. Gruff and stern, certainly, but a spark of compassion had warmed his ice-blue eyes when she'd offered up her brooch, as if he understood the pain of loss and regret. And when he'd shaken her hand, well, her skin still tingled a bit when she recalled that moment, which meant she must stop recalling it at once. She scraped her palm down the side of her skirt before sitting on the edge of the bed. "The water tastes funny here," Naomi said, guiding Ruth's thoughts away from a wealthy man with hidden vulnerabilities to the more grounded topic of everyday reality. "It smells funny, too, like old eggs." Naomi crinkled her nose. Ruth smiled. "You'll get used to it in time." She pulled the covers up to her daughter's chin. "The minerals that make the water taste funny also help people feel better. That's why so many visitors come to Mr. Aslin's resort." Naomi nibbled at her bottom lip. "Maybe we should have brought Daddy here." The unintentional ambush slammed into Ruth's chest with all the force of a mule's hind leg. It took several heartbeats for her to recover enough to answer. "The kind of sickness your daddy had couldn't have been cured by mineral water, sweetie. She stroked Naomi's hair back from her face. "But if we had come here back then, I think he would have liked this little house. Don't you?" "He probably wouldn't have liked the funny water," Naomi said, her nose crinkling. "But I think he would have liked the rest, especially the chickens." "The chickens?" Naomi nodded, her hair splayed over the pillow behind her head. "Mrs. Lancaster has even more chickens than we did, and there's a fat brown one that likes me already. She followed me all around the coop today." "She did?" Ruth grinned, thanking God for the resiliency of youth. "Uh-huh. She even let me pet her feathers." "That's wonderful." Ruth kissed Naomi's head. "Time for prayers, dear heart." Naomi squeezed her eyes closed. "Dear God, thank you for our new home. Thank you for Mrs. Lancaster and the chickens and the black and white kitty. Help Mama to like working at the cafe. Help me to like my new school. And help the water not taste as funny tomorrow." Ruth bit back a smile. "Oh, and help Mr. Aslan take good care of my brooch and not lose it. In Jesus' name, Amen." Her eyes popped open. "Night, Mama." "Good night, sweetie." Ruth rose from the bed and padded from the room. It had been hard to tell Naomi about the brooch, but Ruth didn't believe in hiding painful truths from children. Growing up in the South after the war, she'd learned that accepting reality and dealing with it did more to make a person happy than denying the truth and wishing for what couldn't be. Yet in telling Naomi about the brooch, she'd also made her daughter a promise that she would get it back sooner rather than later, a promise she fully intended to keep. Beau left the resort a couple hours after dark and began the quarter-mile walk home to the modest two-story structure he'd built after completing the resort nearly 5 years ago. With all his duties at the resort, he spent very little time at home. Nevertheless, he longed for it every evening, for the quiet, the peace. No judging eyes or pitying glances, no one making demands on his time or his money, no guests to appease or staff to guide, no staff at all, really. He had a housekeeper who came in once a week to tidy up, and a gardener who showed up every now and then to keep the weeds from overtaking the hedges, but other than that, the place was strictly his own, his retreat, his sanctuary, his place to be alone. Alone. Beau frowned. That descriptor had always carried a positive connotation in his mind, a sense of relief, of freedom. Tonight, however, the promise of being alone didn't offer the same attraction. Something else tugged at him, something that made his feet veer from their practiced route to take a detour down 3rd Street, across the road from a small, nondescript house. He slowed his pace. A dim light shone from the front window of the house he'd rented to Mrs. Fulbright and her daughter. Had they settled in? Found what they needed from the mercantile to make the place livable? He hoped so. Hoped they were comfortable. Warm. A silhouette moved from the back room into the front and past the uncurtained window. A slender silhouette with gentle curves. Beau's gaze arrested on the window, his steps faltering to a halt, before he realized what he'd done and immediately set his feet back in motion. Then something furry tangled his stride and nearly sent him sprawling onto his face. Beau lurched sideways to avoid stepping on the creature and barely managed to keep his balance. "Listen, you." He shook his finger at the unrepentant tabby that sat directly in Beau's path, licking a white paw as if he hadn't just tried to fell an innocent man on his walk home. "The tripping of unsuspecting pedestrians is strictly prohibited in this town." The cat set his paw down, blinked in denial of any wrongdoing, then sashayed across the street, black tail swishing. He paused halfway and looked back at Beau with narrow green eyes that seemed to say, "Spying on innocent ladies is prohibited too, big man. Just letting you know I'm on patrol." Apparently, the little girl had found a protector. Beau would have expected the stray to flee a child who had nearly strangled it in her efforts to carry it around earlier in the day, but he should have known better. If the girl's mother could inspire the protective instincts of a hardened entrepreneur to the point that he willingly lowered himself to pawnbroker status, Her daughter could surely win over a recalcitrant tomcat. Beau fetched his handkerchief from inside his jacket pocket. Peeling back the top layer of the folded square, he revealed the heart-shaped brooch he'd pinned to the linen. He'd had women try to gain his affection in the past, women willing to look past his crippled arm in order to gain access to his bank account. But this was the closest he'd ever come to actually owning a woman's heart. He ran his thumb over the stone in the center, then glanced back across the street. "I'll keep it safe for you," he vowed softly, then folded the handkerchief again and tucked it into his breast pocket, where it rubbed against his chest all the way home. Chapter 4. Ruth opened the oven door and pulled out her second apple pie of the afternoon. Cinnamon sweetness filled the cafe kitchen as she set the golden dessert on the towel-covered windowsill to cool. The lattice top had come out rather well, if she did say so herself. She closed the oven door and flapped her apron in an effort to dissipate the heated air. It might be November outside, but in this small kitchen it felt like the middle of July. "Oh, that smells heavenly." Myrtle Lancaster pushed through the kitchen door, her jade and ginger-striped skirt flapping against her legs as she tossed aside her canary-yellow shawl, marched straight for the fresh pie, and inhaled deeply. Friday is my new favorite day." Ruth laughed. "You say that about every day." Myrtle tilted her head. "Not about Wednesday." She turned away from the window and wandered toward the work counter where Ruth had a giant roast potted and ready to go into the oven. "I know the customers love your sweet potato pies, but I just can't get past that texture. I want to chew my food, not have it squish through the cracks. That's why I keep a jar of peanut brittle on hand." Ruth grinned. This woman was a constant delight. Her bright clothes and cheerful disposition made it impossible to dwell in the doldrums while in her presence. The Lord couldn't have blessed Ruth with a better employer. "Wouldn't want your teeth to get out of practice. And that's why I keep you and the ladybug around." Myrtle winked. "To keep my chompers in shape and my hens laying. I swear their production has increased since you got here, despite the cooler weather. That girl of yours has a way with critters." Myrtle lifted the roaster's lid and inspected the meat and vegetables within. "Where is Naomi this afternoon? You usually bring her here after school." "She's playing with the Marshall girls down by the pond." Ruth had bought a second-hand coat for Naomi, but hadn't yet finished knitting the scarf and mittens she'd need for winter. There was a definite November snap in the air, but the sun was shining, so Ruth had agreed to the outing, much to her daughter's delight. She and the youngest girl, Millie, had become fast friends. Ruth bent to adjust the stove's dampers, then hefted the large roasting pan into the oven. "Those Marshalls are good people," Myrtle confirmed. "Hard-working, responsible, though they do have the odd habit of giving all their young'uns monikers that start with M. Makes it near impossible for a body to remember which is which, especially since there are 5 of 'em. Thank heavens they got a boy in there. At least I know which one to call Michael." After living in Hope Springs for nearly 5 weeks, Ruth knew most of the local families, at least those who lived in town. Between church services and the steady stream of cafe customers, she'd interacted with most of them at some level, but she wouldn't really call any of them friends. Except Myrtle, of course. The older woman chatted the day away with her when business was slow. Ruth knew all about Myrtle's grandchildren, Mr. Lancaster's habit of collecting old wagon wheels, and the fancy porcelain bathing tubs the resort had special ordered all the way from Chicago. Myrtle was a wealth of information. Which was why Ruth pulled out a chair at the small table in the corner and invited her employer to join her. "Ah." Myrtle's mouth quirked up at the corners as she slid into her seat. "You're finally gonna ask me about him, aren't you?" Ruth banged her knee against the table leg. "Who?" "Beau Aslin, of course." How had she known? Had Ruth been acting in a way that revealed her curiosity? Myrtle chuckled. Oh, don't look so alarmed. He's the most mysterious thing about Hope Springs. I'd think you ought if you didn't ask about him. In fact, I'm surprised it took you this long, though you have been busy with the cafe, so I suppose the delay is understandable. Ruth relaxed slightly as she adjusted her skirt and gave her sore knee a rub. Why does he hide himself away all the time, even at church? He arrives late and leaves early. I would think the man who basically built this town would be a more active part of it. Some of it's his nature, Myrtle confided. He's a bit of a hermit, probably due to that useless arm of his. I'm guessing he's a mite touchy about it. Probably because people use terms like useless to describe it, Ruth thought, her dander rising, even though she knew her friend didn't mean anything unkind. Mr. Aslan did suffer from some paralysis, making his arm less than useful, but still, one could refer to it in a more delicate manner. Beauregard Aslan came to town 5 years ago after hearing about the healing waters in Obadiah Smith's well. Back then, Hope Springs was nothing more than a handful of homesteads, no town to speak of. Obadiah and his wife Ethel came here in '81. Obadiah had lingering malaria symptoms, and Ethel had the rheumatism real bad. The well they dug in '83 turned up some funny tasting water, but it didn't hurt the stock, so the Smiths started drinking it too. Lo and behold, after a few weeks, they started feeling better and figured it was the water that done made the difference. Word spread. People started coming from miles around to drink from their well. The mister and I were among them. Clyde suffered from horrible dyspepsia. It got so bad he could hardly eat anything. The poor man shrank down to skin and bones. I thought I was going to lose him. Myrtle bit her lip and sniffed, then gave her head a shake and slapped her palm on the table. But the good Lord let us hear, and after only 2 weeks, Clyde was able to keep simple foods down. After a month, he started putting on weight. I told him he better get comfortable, 'cause we weren't never leaving. Been here ever since. I opened my cafe, figuring the folks coming for the water had plenty to drink, but they'd need some victuals to keep them going. Made a decent profit, too, until Aslan showed up. Thinking of the stern man with the intelligent, icy blue eyes and brisk, businesslike manner, Ruth could easily picture Beauregard Aslan recognizing the opportunity the small settlement represented. I suppose he saw the potential for profit. That he did. Myrtle leaned forward across the table. But he wasn't looking for an investment when he first came. She glanced around the kitchen as if checking for any eavesdroppers who might have snuck in. She lowered her voice. He was looking for a miracle. Ruth's image of the shrewd businessman gave way to the vulnerability that had been exposed when she'd stupidly stuck out her hand to shake on their deal her first day in town. Since then, she'd frequently tried to imagine what it would be like to have full use of only one arm. Something as simple as putting on a coat or pulling on trousers became exponentially harder. She knew because she'd tried it. Tried pulling on her drawers with only her left hand one day. As soon as she'd made any progress up one leg, they'd slide down the other. It had taken her 5 minutes to manage a task that took mere seconds with 2 functioning hands, and she'd completely given up on tying the drawstring. For Mr. Aslan's sake, she hoped suspenders were more easily accomplished than waist ties. He took the waters for weeks, Myrtle continued. Drank them, bathed in them. They must have offered some level of relief because he decided to stay. And once he decided to stay, he bought up land, platted a town, and started advertising the medicinal benefits of mineral water. Gave us the name Hope Springs and built the resort with its fancy drinking pavilion, on-site doctor, and steam generator to provide guests with heated mineral baths in 6 bathing chambers. It took Clyde and me a while to adjust, until we realized we didn't need to compete with Aslan. There were plenty of plain folk coming to take the waters, too, and they preferred simple food at a fair price. You make Mr. Aslan sound rather mercenary, Ruth traced the edge of a knothole in the tabletop. Apparently he truly did own the entire town, and here she'd been feeling, well, not sorry for him exactly, just sad, she supposed. A man who constantly hid himself away must be lonely. Mercenary? Myrtle's brow furrowed for a moment, then cleared. No, Aslan's a sound businessman. I got nothing but respect for him. From what I hear, he treats his employees well, demands quality performance, but pays handsomely for it. Doesn't overwork them, neither. He donates to the church, built a school as soon as we had enough kids to fill a classroom, and offers the same level of service to the farmer as to the fancy folk. He's a good man. Just doesn't like being around people much outside of the ones who work for him. She shrugged. Guess he figures the folks at the resort have to be nice to him since he pays their wages. Ruth stiffened. I'm sure he has genuine friendships among his staff. At least she hoped so. He and Mr. Palmer seem rather close. Myrtle leaned back in her chair. I suppose they are. Cornelius Palmer is his right-hand man. A chortle burst from her. Ha! I just realized what I said. She slapped the table edge with her fingertips. His right hand. Ruth didn't laugh. Mr. Aslan's preference for solitude was beginning to make more sense. Myrtle noticed Ruth's lack of amusement and cleared her throat. Yes, well, if Mr. Aslan has any close friends in Hope Springs, I would wager Mr. Palmer is among them. Quit butting your nose in where it doesn't belong, Cornelius. Beau groused as he lengthened his stride down the third-floor corridor in an effort to outdistance his interfering business manager. Unfortunately, Cornelius Palmer had the speed and tenacity of a terrier. Beau half expected his friend to latch onto his pant leg and wrestle him down the street to the cafe. It's just a piece of pie, Beau. What's the harm? If you want me to try the pie so badly, order it yourself and bring me a slice. But of course they weren't really talking about pie. Cornelius spun past Beau before he could reach his office door and planted himself directly in front of the handle. What are you so afraid of? Beau scowled. Not that it had any effect on his friend. Order a piece of pie, Cornelius said. Compliment the cook. Strike up a conversation. You're an educated man. The concept's not that difficult. Was Beau's regard for Ruth Fulbright really so obvious? He'd only commented upon her impressive determination to pay her debts once or twice. She made payments every week. Sometimes only $1 or $2, other times as much as $5. She'd nearly repaid half the loan already, which spoke well of her integrity and proved how valuable she considered that brooch. And if Beau happened to be on his balcony every weekday at 3 o'clock when Mrs. Fulbright strolled down to the schoolhouse to fetch her daughter, it was merely coincidence, though he had to admit the two were a delight to watch. Ruth would hold the girl's hand and listen patiently as Naomi recounted a dozen stories about her day. Sometimes that infernal cat would show up and prance close enough to let the girl pet its fur, then dash off with a superior smirk. One time, about 2 weeks ago, the rascal had bounded up the tree next to the resort, just as it had the day the Fulbrights had arrived in town. It drew Ruth's attention, leading her to spot him on the balcony. Yet instead of hurrying her daughter away, or pretending she hadn't seen him, she'd lifted a hand in greeting. Naomi noticed, and followed suit, waving with a grin so big that even from 3 floors up, Beau could see the gap from her missing tooth. He had waved back, and that had begun a new daily routine. He would wander out onto his balcony, they'd wander back into town, and they'd all share a wave. Beau hadn't thought anyone else had noticed, but apparently Cornelius's network of staff had developed espionage skills. As essential as you are, his manager said, I'm pretty sure I can keep the resort from collapsing if you take an hour of personal time to meander down to the cafe for a slice of apple pie. Apple? His favorite, which Cornelius knew. No doubt it was the reason he'd waited until today to press his case. If Beau protested too much, it would only confirm Cornelius's suspicions regarding his interest in the young widow. It was either eat pie or eat crow, and Beau suspected the pie would taste better. Fine. I'll visit the cafe and get a piece of pie. Happy? Yes, Cornelius said as he stepped sideways to clear Beau's path to the door of his office. But it's your happiness I'm campaigning for. His expression grew serious. Not all women are shallow, Beau. There's a handful out there who are actually worth knowing. My gut tells me Ruth Fulbright is one of them. Your gut or your network of spies? Nothing happened in Hope Springs without Cornelius Palmer learning about it. His friend's eyes danced. Both. The locals praise her cooking. The merchants report that she refuses credit and pays for everything up front. The Lancasters have practically adopted her as a second daughter. She attends church every Sunday and tithes despite her reduced circumstances. She's won the admiration of the schoolmarm with her daily visits, and she even volunteered to help with the school's Christmas program. She's a woman of character, Beau. Not only that, he said with a wink, but she waves at you every day when she walks her daughter home from school. The most recent occurrence being less than an hour ago. Cornelius lifted his chin in masculine acknowledgment. A fellow would have to be blind not to notice that, and you, my friend, might be as hard-headed as a buffalo, but you're not blind. Beau glowered at his friend. Enough with the salesmanship. He lightly shoved Cornelius farther into the hall, then wrenched the doorknob and pushed into his office. You're not crafting one of your advertising pamphlets. Besides, I already said I'd go. He crossed to his desk and pretended to organize the papers, lying there, though in truth his eyes didn't absorb a single written word. Cornelius leaned against the door jamb. Just thought I'd make sure you didn't forget. You won't quit hounding me unless I go this very minute, will you? Cornelius shook his head, a completely unrepentant gleam in his eyes. Nope. I should dock your pay for meddling in your employer's private affairs. Beau grumbled as he set the unread papers aside and stomped back toward the door. Are you kidding? Cornelius scoffed as Beau passed. After today, you're going to owe me a raise. Beau used his longer stride to outdistance the smug look on his friend's face, but once he reached the cold air of the outdoors, the heat of his temper dissolved. Ruth Fulbright was everything Cornelius had said, and more. The love she had for her daughter and the passionate way she fought for Naomi's future did odd things to his heart, soothing old wounds he'd thought long healed, or at least forgotten. But then a boy never fully recovered from the loss of his mother's favor. As a child, he'd been her pride and joy, the darling boy who was so handsome and bright and charmed all his mother's friends with a smile and a witty comment. But when the doctors proved unable to restore the use of his arm after the broken bones knit together, Mother no longer trotted him out to make pretty with her friends. He was hidden away, given over to tutors and private nurses to help him adjust to his difficulty. She still stopped by his room at night and kissed his forehead, but she never called him her darling boy, never praised his achievements as he learned to compensate for his disability. He was damaged goods. Her dreams for him had died, and with them, his ability to trust in a woman's regard. Yet Ruth was different, Beau thought, as he strode down the alleyway behind the buildings on Main Street. If anything happened to Naomi, Ruth would be at her side, fighting for her, picking her up when she stumbled, and cheering every forward step. When he reached the end of the block, he crossed the street, the welcoming front porch of the homespun cafe inviting him closer. But his feet slowed, then stopped completely. His breathing shallowed. His palms grew moist. For pity's sake, it was just a piece of pie. Maybe he should go by his house first, change, or something. None of the other patrons would be wearing custom-tailored suits. Yes, a change of clothes. That was what he needed. Beau veered away from the cafe and headed east, his steps carrying him off the road, away from town, away from anyone who might witness his cowardly retreat. For that was what this was. The act of a coward. It was no use lying to himself. No one cared about his clothes. The truth was, if he showed up in something other than his usual business attire, it would only draw more notice. And questions. Questions he couldn't even answer for himself. Beau drew to a halt and took stock of his surroundings. He'd managed to walk halfway to the local fishing hole before reason had caught up to him. He shook his head at his ridiculous behavior, then turned to start the hike back to town. Cornelius would never shut up if he didn't. A sound interrupted Beau's mental castigation and brought his head around. He searched the landscape around him, but saw nothing more than a few oak trees and some brush. He closed his eyes, trying to hone in on the soft sound, identify which direction it had come from, because it had sounded like... His eyes flew open, little girls, crying. Targeting the sound, he took off at a dead run. Chapter 5. Beau skidded to a halt behind a trio of girls huddled near the pond. The Marshall girls, by the looks of them, all blonde, wearing matching red coats, all hunkered at the edge of the bank. The oldest was down on her knees, reaching toward the pond, the other two on either side of her. "Come on, Naomi, grab hold," Millicent cried before turning to her big sister. "Please, Margaret, you gotta pull her up, you gotta." Naomi? Beau's heart stuttered. Ruth's Naomi? Was she in the water? God help her. Beau surged forward. What happened? The girls startled at the boom of his voice. Millie took one look at him and started bawling. Her sister, Madeline, the one closest to him, just stared, wide-eyed. They would be no help. Beau steered the gaping one aside and dropped to his knees beside Margaret, the eldest. Looking down toward the water, he saw a familiar pair of dough-brown eyes peering up at him in panic instead of their customary cheer. Mr. Aslan, help me." Beau's stomach sank. Naomi. She stood chest-deep in frigid water, mud streaking her arms and face, as she clung with one hand to a 3-foot stick the oldest Marshall girl had lowered. "She fell in," Margaret said, "and the bank is too steep for her to climb out. I tried to reach her with this branch, but her feet are stuck in the mud, and her wet clothes make her too heavy for me to pull out." Beau turned and pointed at the wide-eyed moppet who wasn't bawling. "You, go to the cafe and fetch Mrs. Fulbright. Now." Madeline launched to her feet and sprinted toward town. He turned back to Naomi, the girl who'd warmed his heart the last few weeks with her smiles and playful antics. "I'll get you out," he vowed. "Don't be afraid." "I'm not," she insisted between chattering teeth. She might not be afraid, but he was. Terrified. Her eyelids drooped. She seemed to be having a hard time keeping them open. How long had she been in the water? Beau rolled onto his stomach, dead prairie grass crunching and jabbing at his belly as he stretched his good arm down to Naomi. She released the branch and grabbed for his hand. Their fingers touched, but the distance was too great for him to get a good grip. Her arm splashed back down into the water, then immediately clawed at the muddy bank as she lost her balance. "I can't reach." Her gaze met his, pleading with him to save her. Never had he imagined such capacity for protectiveness lurked inside his calloused heart, yet in that moment it sprang forth like a lion ready to do battle with any foe that threatened his cub. "I'm coming in." She nodded and seemed to calm at his words. A brave little thing for only 7 years old. Most girls her age would be sobbing or screaming. After yanking his shoes from his feet and shucking his coat, Beau used his good arm to balance against the pond's bank and dropped over the side into the water beside Naomi. Cold slammed into him as the water covered his belly. He sucked in a breath. Lord have mercy. Beau bent down, wrapped his left arm around Naomi's waist, and heaved her upward. The mud, however, didn't want to relinquish its prize. Naomi groaned. Bo wiggled closer and pressed his stockinged feet as close to the girl's boots as possible, shifting around her heel until the mud took on his larger feet and loosened around her smaller ones. With a prayer for strength, he hefted again, and this time her boots pulled free. She twisted into him, latching her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. She laid her face against his chest and clung to him like a barnacle to a ship's hull. Bo's heart swelled with something oddly paternal. Her small arms felt good around his neck, her cheek pressed against his shirt front in complete faith, as if she had no doubt that he would rescue her. Unfortunately, childlike faith wouldn't get them out of this pond. Not together, anyhow. With only one good arm, there was no way he could safely climb out of this mire carrying a passenger. His spirit was more than willing, but his flesh was frustratingly weak. Never had he hated his injury more than at this moment. The bank was more like a cliff than a slope at this end, and stood nearly the height of his head. Getting himself out was going to be challenge enough. He'd have to slog down to a shallower exit point. He could take Naomi with him, but the faster he got her out of the water, the better. Already her hold on him was loosening, her strength waning. He glanced up at Margaret. The sensible girl had regained her feet and stood on the bank, awaiting instructions. Her sister, Millicent, watched and hiccuped fading sobs from behind Margaret's skirt. "I'm going to hand her up to you," he said. "Can you manage?" Margaret nodded. "Yes, sir." Bo turned his face toward the little girl curled against his chest. "Naomi." He nudged her head with his chin. "Uh-huh." She sounded only half awake. He jostled her a bit with his arm, his pulse thumping in his veins. He needed to get her out of here and warmed up as quickly as possible. "Naomi." He sharpened his voice, demanding her attention. "Listen to me." She roused a bit and pulled her head back to look him fully in the face. "I'm going to push you up to my shoulder, but I need you to help me. When I lift you, grab my head and scoot onto my shoulder, got it?" Her eyes focused. "Got it." 1, 2, 3. Clasping a fistful of her coat near her waist, he grunted and lifted her as high as he could. Her hands tore free from his neck and grabbed at his head, pulling his hair. Water from her soaked clothing ran down his front. The mud shifted beneath his feet. He compensated, doing all he could to keep his stance secure while Naomi sought purchase. Finally, she found her way onto his shoulder and wrapped her right arm around his skull like a turban. He kept his hand at her waist to ensure her safety, then called up to Margaret. "Ready?" The girl moved her younger sister away from her, then nodded. Bo craned his neck to peer up at Naomi. "I need you to let go of me and reach for Margaret." "But, what if I fall?" Her grip tightened on his head as her small body shivered uncontrollably. "I won't let you fall, I promise." Even if he had to toss her onto the bank, he'd make sure she didn't go back into the water. Margaret held her arms out, shortening the distance. "You can do it, Naomi. You're the bravest girl I know." "I am?" Bless that Marshall girl's hide. Years of getting younger sisters to do her bidding was paying dividends now. Naomi's grip eased. Her left hand let go of his shirt to reach tentatively toward the 15-year-old girl on the bank. Margaret bent down and clasped Naomi's hand. "Give me your other arm, too," Margaret urged. Bo twisted slightly, aiming his left side closer to the shore as silent encouragement. As Naomi reached, Bo moved his hand from her waist to her seat to give her a boost. Margaret latched on with both arms and dragged Naomi up the side of the bank and onto dry ground. The instant she was out of danger, Bo turned and charged through the water toward the oak tree about 20 yards away. Its roots would offer hand and footholds. He managed to scramble out with only a few slips and ungainly lurches along the way, and hurried back to the girls. Running footsteps and a glimpse of a familiar dark blue skirt, with a great deal more exposed petticoat than usual, informed Bo of Ruth's arrival. But he didn't allow that to sway him from his purpose. He scooped Naomi into his good arm and marched for home. The girl needed to get warm, and he owned the fastest means of doing so. "Naomi!" Ruth rushed to his side and reached for her daughter. "Mama's here, sweetie." She stroked the back of the girl's head. Bo marched on. Naomi lifted her head slightly, her movements alarmingly sluggish. "I fell in the pond, Mama, and couldn't get out." Tears laced her words, the trauma finally catching up with her. "Mr. Aslan saved me." Ruth jogged slightly to keep up with Bo's lengthy stride. "Yes, I saw him. He's quite the hero, isn't he?" Her voice carried a false lightness, hiding her own worry from the child she sought to comfort. "Mm-hmm." Naomi's head lolled back down to Bo's chest, as if she were too weary to hold it aloft. "Naomi?" Fear cracked into Ruth's tone. She grabbed at Bo's arm. "Give her to me." Bo clenched his jaw. No. The girl would be heavy for her mother, her sodden clothing adding to her weight. They'd make better time if he carried her. He kept moving, sticks and stones stabbing the tender bottoms of his feet, since he hadn't taken the time to put his boots back on. A gust of wind blew down from the north, sending a shiver over his wet skin. He twisted slightly to shelter Naomi from the chill, but that same movement pulled her away from Ruth. He turned to her, a look of apology in his eyes. "She's chilled to the bone and is having a hard time staying conscious. We need to get her warm, and the fastest way to do that is at my house." Margaret ran up behind them and handed something to Ruth. Bo didn't see what it was, nor did he care, not when Naomi's little arms were loosening about him again. He jostled her. "Stay awake, kitten, you hear me?" "Kitty?" she mumbled, lifting her head a little, thank God. A loud meow echoed directly behind Bo. That infernal cat was back. But at least it wasn't tangling itself in Bo's feet. And if the creature managed to keep the girl alert, he might just find himself beholden to the mangy thing. At least Ruth had ceased trying to pull her daughter from his arms. Not that he blamed her. He felt like an ogre, keeping her child from her, even if it was the most expedient course. If Naomi was his and out of reach, he'd likely be going mad about now. An acorn shell stabbed his left arch. Bo winced, but didn't slow. His house was in sight. The two-story colonial-style home was small compared to his parents' Chicago estate, but its stalwart brick walls and sturdy columns promised stability and protection from the elements, exactly what Naomi needed. He hurried up the path only to halt as he reached the front steps. He couldn't fetch his key while holding the girl. He turned to Ruth, surprised to find her carrying his coat and boots. "Drop those," he ordered impatiently with a glance down to the porch. "And take her." Ruth did as bid, though she took an extra second or two to hang his coat neatly over the railing before opening her arms to her daughter. "Come here, sweetie," she crooned as Bo assisted with the transfer. Her gaze met his and nearly stopped his heart. Fear. Gratitude. Determination. Love. They all bombarded him. Her walls had been demolished by her concern for her daughter, leaving nothing to stem the flow of raw emotions streaming through her. But it was the trust and hope shining above the rest that stole his breath, because those were for him. He shoved his hand into his trouser pocket, the wet fabric combating his efforts. His fingers closed around the brass key, and he pulled, turning his pocket inside out in the process. A few coins pinged onto the ground. He ignored them, fitting the key into the lock. It clicked, and he swung the door inward. "Follow me to the bathing chamber." Usually a gentleman would insist on the lady entering first, but Ruth didn't know where to go, and time was critical. The accursed cat dashed inside too and ran circles around Bo's feet. "Shoo, little miscreant." But as Ruth crossed the threshold, Naomi beckoned to the infuriating creature. "Come, kitty." Bo didn't have the heart to argue, though he did glare a warning at the beast not to get in his way. Thankfully, the tabby kept to the walls as Bo strode down the hallway to the bathing chamber. He and that cat might not like each other, but one thing was clear. They both adored the little girl shivering in her mama's arms. Chapter 6. Ruth followed Mr. Aslan down the corridor, clutching Naomi to her chest. Her baby was so cold. She'd follow him anywhere if it meant getting Naomi warm. Hadn't Myrtle said something about him bringing in steam generators to provide heated baths at his resort? She prayed he had a similar operation set up in his home. He must. Why else would he bring them here instead of the hotel? Mr. Aslan banged open a door and marched into the largest water closet Ruth had ever seen. Geometric tiles in blue, green, and beige lined the floor. A chain-pole toilet stood in one corner, a basin with actual spigots on the wall beside it, towels on a rack, a shaving mirror large enough to show Ruth from the waist up, even a padded chair in case one simply wished to sit and admire the luxury. Or remove one's boots. Probably the latter, though Ruth certainly couldn't fault anyone for engaging in the former. Yet as awe-inspiring as the chamber was, Ruth's fascination rested on the mud-covered, dripping man tinkering with some sort of stove between the commode and the giant, claw-footed porcelain tub that encompassed the remainder of the far wall. A water tank sat atop the stove, and in remarkably little time he had the contraption hissing with steam. Next, he turned on the spigot above the tub, glanced back at Naomi as though judging her size, then let the tap run until about a foot of water filled the bath. "I don't want to scald her," he said as he began adding the heated water. He stuck his hand in and stirred. "After being half frozen in that pond, even lukewarm water will feel hot." He glanced back at them, frowned, then looked at the boiler contraption. He shut off the hot water pipe. "It might be best for you to get in the tub now, then add the hot water a little at a time to help her warm up gradually. I'll bring you an ewer. You can fill it halfway with heated water, then add cool from the sink. Turn this valve here to release the hot water," he instructed. His entire manner was so intense, so protective toward Naomi. Ruth's heart warmed faster than the water hissing in the steam generator. Not only had he forsaken his own safety and health to rescue her daughter, his clear-headed, decisive advice now, in the aftermath, soothed Ruth's frayed nerves. They had a plan, and they had the means to accomplish it. Now it was up to her to see it through. With Naomi's weight growing uncomfortably heavy in her arms, Ruth moved toward the tub and nodded. "I'll get her in the bath." Her gaze melded with his, and she prayed he heard her heart in her words. "Thank you, Beau." She wanted to tell him so much more, that her whole life was wrapped up in this child, that she never could have borne losing her, that he was heroic and wonderful, and the first man she'd trusted with Naomi's welfare since Stephen died, that his hair was standing straight up in stiff spikes all over his head, and made him look adorable, which was probably why his Christian name had slipped from her lips. Not that he seemed to mind. His icy blue eyes lost a layer of frost as he focused on her, and not the problem he was so valiantly attempting to solve. "She'll come out of this, Ruth. I swear." I know. And in her heart, she did. The certainty of it had settled over her soul sometime between the sight of him thrusting Naomi out of that pond and his clipped instructions about valves and proper bathwater heating. He held her eyes for a long moment, then gave a crisp nod and strode toward the hall. He paused in the doorway, then marched back to her side. "You're sure you're all right with the generator?" His focus shifted to Naomi, concern etched into the lines of his face. "We'll be fine," Ruth assured him around the lump in her throat. This man had most certainly saved her daughter's life. Yet it was the tenderness in his demeanor toward Naomi that was quickly turning her knees to jelly. Or maybe it was the weight of holding Naomi that caused the weakness. Either way, she'd be better off getting this far too handsome Good Samaritan out of the room before her heart forgot that he was her landlord and not her suitor. Ruth cleared her throat, though that failed to dislodge the lump of emotion clogging the passage. It swelled like a ball of yeast dough as Beau reached out his hand to stroke Naomi's wet, bedraggled hair. "I'm good with stoves, remember?" she blurted. "No need to worry." He drew back his hand as if she'd rapped his knuckles. Ruth's stomach clenched. Why had she spoken so sharply? "I'll fetch that ewer," he said, then left before she could utter an apology. The door closed, and the fog clouding her mind dissipated. Naomi wasn't out of the woods yet. "Time to get you in the bath, sweetie." Ruth sat on the chair and stripped a groggy Naomi out of her wet clothes. She had just lowered her daughter into the lukewarm water when a knock sounded on the door. "Are you all right, Naomi?" The water wasn't deep, but Ruth still fretted over turning her back. "Uh-huh." Naomi's eyes were open, but not terribly focused. "Here," Ruth said, fitting Naomi's fingers over the side of the tub. "Hold on to the side till I get back, all right?" Naomi nodded. Ruth hurried to the door, keeping her eyes on her daughter with every step. Angling her body sideways, she cracked open the door. A black and white cat streaked in, ran to the tub, and reared up on its hind legs, and batted at Naomi's fingers. "Kitty!" Naomi grinned, a touch of clarity returning to her eyes. A good sign. Confident her daughter would be all right, Ruth turned to address the man shifting awkwardly from foot to foot in the hallway. He'd changed his clothes and brushed his hair. He'd even found some shoes not caked with pond silt to put on. "Your cat seems to have made a new friend," she said. "Not my cat." He thrust a pitcher in her direction, his face carefully turned away from the doorway. Ruth opened the door wide enough to collect the ewer from him, but as she reached for the handle she caught a glimpse of her damp bodice in the mirror on the wall. Her white shirtwaist, once starched and proper, now clung to her corseted chest like egg wash on a pastry, highlighting instead of hiding what lay beneath. She angled herself more fully behind the door. "Thank you," she murmured. He nodded without looking at her, then lifted something that had been draped over his shoulder and handed it to her as well. "A shirt," he said, his voice gruff. "For the girl. I figured she'd need something dry to wear when she got out of the bath." The white flannel was soft to the touch, well broken in, yet much plainer than what she usually saw him wear. This was a comfort shirt, not a work shirt. Odd that she'd never pictured him in anything but starched linen. But then the developer of Hope Springs only presented the starched version of himself to others. Until today. Today, he'd forfeited appearances altogether to save a child of no connection to himself, and exposed the soft places inside the starched shell as he continued to worry and fuss and provide. "I'll fetch the resort doctor to take a look at Naomi and let Mrs. Lancaster know what happened. Plan to stay here tonight. You and your daughter can use my room. It's just down the hall. I'll stay at the hotel." "You don't have to." "It's already decided." He might like to spout orders left and right, but they came from such a kind place. Ruth couldn't find fault, only appreciation. "Get her warm," he said. "Keep her warm. Stay as long as you need. Make use of anything you find." He turned to go, but she reached out a hand and clasped his arm. Finally, he looked her in the eyes. Ruth blinked back the misty gratitude that threatened to blur her vision, overwhelmed by the extravagance of his care. He'd thought of everything, his mind 3 or 4 steps ahead, anticipating their needs before they even materialized. "You're a good man, Beau Aslan," she said. "One of the best I've had the privilege to meet. Thank you for all you've done. If you hadn't been there—" No, she wouldn't let her mind go to that dark place. Ruth gave her head a little shake, then straightened her spine, trying not to melt at the compassion she saw glowing in his sky-blue eyes. "You have my most heartfelt appreciation and deepest respect. I thank God for the day he brought you into our lives." Ruth's words replayed in Beau's head the next morning as he made his way back to his house. All right, they'd been replaying in his head all night, stealing his sleep and conjuring dangerous dreams. Dreams of a family, of a woman who saw him as a hero instead of a cripple, of a little girl falling asleep tucked against his chest as he carried her home, even of a stupid cat getting underfoot yet making a young girl laugh, thereby justifying his inclusion. I thank God for the day he brought you into our lives. Beau did, too. Though not for the same reasons. Ruth had spoken out of gratitude, and truly he was glad to have helped her, first with the loan, then with Naomi. But he wanted more than appreciation between them, something deeper, more lasting, something he'd convinced himself he didn't need, because he believed it out of reach. Women didn't want men like him, after all. They might want his money, or his position in society, or even his friendship, but they didn't want him. On the other hand, what if Cornelius was right, and Ruth was different than most women? Could Bo build on her gratitude, her respect, to create a more personal connection? The idea tantalized as much as it terrified. Yet, as an investor, he understood the concept of risk and reward. The Hope Springs Resort wouldn't exist today if he hadn't taken chances, calculated chances, but chances nonetheless. He'd recognized the value of the mineral waters not only for making a profit, but for ministering to the sick and hurting, and he'd gone to work to obtain them and make them the best they could be. Who can find a virtuous woman? For years, Bo had quoted that verse in Proverbs as a remedy for self-pity. Virtuous women were a rare commodity, therefore there was no shame in not having one. Only a handful of lucky fellows got that privilege. He simply wasn't among them. After all, the law of supply and demand dictated a poor probability. Why would a woman settle for a man with a bum arm when a plethora of whole men were available for her choosing? Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. But what if he'd stumbled across one of those rare gems? Shouldn't he take action? Poor probability didn't equal zero probability. Jesus himself taught that any man fortunate enough to find a pearl of great price should make whatever sacrifice was necessary to obtain it. All one needed was a little boldness, a little courage, and a little faith. Surely Bo could scrape up a mustard seed's worth. His step slowed as he reached his front walk, his pulse thumping for no reason. They weren't here after all. Ruth was back at the cafe, Naomi with her. Cornelius might be the one with spies, but Bo had his way of keeping tabs as well. The main one being Dr. Ross. The resort physician had examined Naomi last night, then visited again this morning to make sure the child had suffered no long-standing effects from her ordeal. He'd reported to Bo after breakfast, assuring him that except for a little sniffle, the girl was fine. Between the warm bath, a healthy dose of honey-laced tea, prayer, and the beef broth Mrs. Lancaster had insisted on bringing over the night before, Naomi's health had been fully restored. So why did Bo's hand tremble as he reached for his door latch? Just because a woman he admired had slept in his bed last night? Perhaps even worn one of his nightshirts? Didn't mean his house was changed. It was simply brick and mortar, same as always. Only it wasn't. As he pushed the door open and crossed the threshold, memories assailed him of Ruth, of Naomi, in his home, walking his corridors, following him, trusting him, relying on him. He swore he could feel their presence still. Bo paused at the bathing room and peeked inside. Ruth had rigged some kind of clothesline between the window pane and the steam generator. There hung the clothes he'd worn and discarded yesterday. He stepped closer and fingered one leg of his trousers. A slight dampness clung to the fabric, yet the mud stains were nowhere to be seen. Even his filthy stockings, the ones he'd planned to toss in the garbage, hung from the line. A bit dingier in color, perhaps, but not even a magician could have removed all that ground-in grime. The fact that she had exerted the effort humbled him. This was a woman who had no extra funds, who no doubt stretched every ounce of wear she could from her garments out of necessity. Yet she'd laundered his clothes not out of necessity but out of appreciation and kindness, even knowing that a man of his privilege would simply take his clothing to a laundress. She must have been exhausted from worry over her daughter, yet she'd taken the time and effort to give him this gift. And not only his clothing, but his floors, too. He glanced at the tile, immaculate. He strode back into the hallway and examined the floorboards. Clean. No muddy footprints anywhere to be found. Ruth Fulbright gave of herself with a generosity of spirit that couldn't be measured in decimals and ledger lines. Far above rubies, indeed. With almost reverent care, Beau took the clothes down from the line, folded them, and set them on the chair. Then he refilled the steam generator's tank and lit the boiler. If he was going to the cafe for lunch to check on his ladies, he needed to shave. He rubbed a hand over the dark stubble furring his jaw as he leaned close to the mirror above the sink. He frowned. Piratical whiskers didn't recommend a man as an honorable suitor. It had been bad enough that he'd conducted his interview with Dr. Ross in less than pristine condition this morning, on account of being too distracted last night to remember to grab his razor and mug when he'd left for the hotel. But he wouldn't subject Ruth to a slovenly appearance. While the water heated, Beau strolled down to the kitchen to put on some coffee and discovered one final surprise. On the table sat 2 giant wedges of apple pie on one of the white china dinner plates from his cabinet. His mouth watered, yet it was the sheet of paper sitting beside the plate that he reached for first. He recognized the monogrammed stationery, but not the childish scrawl sweeping across the page. "Thank you for saving me, Mr. Aslan, and for letting me sleep in your big bed. Sorry your cat ran away when Mama went to the cafe to get your pie. I'll try to find her for you. Your friend, Naomi." Then in a more elegant hand at the bottom, Ruth had added a postscript. "I heard apple was your favorite. It's a day old, but hopefully it will still meet with your approval. Naomi and I would like to invite you to join us for dinner at the cafe this evening, 7 o'clock, casual attire. There might even be some chocolate cake in it for you." As if he needed any additional incentive. His intended lunch date had just been promoted to a dinner date, and at the lady's request. Beau straightened. Hope was a dangerous thing to give a man, and Ruth Fulbright had just served him up 2 ridiculously large slices. Chapter 7. Clad in clean clothes, freshly shaven, and delightfully stuffed with apple pie, Beau stepped outside and fought the absurd impulse to whistle. As he reached behind him to pull the front door closed, a young voice called out to him, "Mr. Aslan! Mr. Aslan, wait!" Naomi Fulbright ran toward him, huffing slightly, a smirking ball of black and white fur dangling from her crossed arms. "I found Miss Creant." "Miss who?" Beau didn't know any Creants in Hope Springs, but he did know a little girl who shouldn't be running so hard, less than a day after surviving a taxing ordeal. Whoa there. He quickly tugged the door closed and jogged down his porch steps to meet her. "Slow down, Tadpole." She stuttered to a stop, looked up at him, and laughed. "Tadpole? That's a funny name. Are you calling me that because I fell in the pond?" She didn't look the least bit offended, thank heavens, but Beau eyed her in all seriousness. It seemed appropriate. "Do you like it? Or should we choose something else?" Naomi grinned and gave a decisive nod. "I like it." She leaned down to nuzzle the cat's head with her chin. "What do you think, Miss Creant? Is Tadpole a good name?" Better than Miss Creant for a tomcat. Of course, the beast didn't seem to mind the misnomer. It nuzzled her right back, claws fully retracted. No hint of the villainous nature he reserved for Beau. The cat hung there, purring, completely infatuated. Not that Beau could blame him. "Miss Creant likes it, too." Naomi lifted her face and without warning shoved the cat at him. "Here you go. She came right up to the back door of the cafe like she knew I'd promised to find her for you." The cat squeaked, and Beau lurched backward, both apparently unprepared for the sudden change. Beau held out his hand to ward off the feline. Its purring had ceased, and its claws were making an appearance. "I don't want him." Beau shook his head and stepped back. Naomi frowned, still holding the animal out at arm's length. "Why not? She's your kitty." "She's my—" Beau closed his eyes for a second, then opened them. "First off, she's not my kitty. Secondly, she's not a she. She's a boy cat." "Then why did you name him Miss Creant?" Naomi's freckles winked at him as her nose crinkled. "I didn't." What was she talking about? "I heard you," Naomi insisted. "Last night, in your house. She He ran past you down the hall, and you called him little miscreant. Little miss... All at once the pieces clicked together. Bo chuckled, then full-out laughed. Naomi started laughing too, despite the fact that she could have no idea what was so funny. Bo wiped at his watering eyes, then gestured for Naomi to follow him to the front steps. "Come here, Tadpole." He lowered himself to the top step and patted the spot beside him. She plopped down, settling the tabby on her lap. "That cat likes you far more than he likes me. All he does is tangle up in my feet when I'm trying to get somewhere. I called him a little miscreant out of frustration last night. Do you know what a miscreant is?" She shook her head. "A miscreant is a troublemaker, a rascal." Naomi stroked the cat's head and back, setting him to purring again. He looked quite smug about the affection she lavished on him. "But he's not a troublemaker, he's sweet. See?" She grabbed Bo's hand, thankfully the left one was closest to her, and helped him stroke the tabby's back. The miscreant in question opened one green eye in warning, but once the stroking ensued, he quit his protest and settled back into a deep purr. Naomi giggled. "He likes you." Bo was doubtful, but he played along. Naomi released her hold on his hand and peered up at his face with a look that clearly expected compliance with her less than subtle hint. She was certainly her mother's daughter, feisty, sweet, and determined to win. Those soft brown eyes of hers turned his insides to mush, and before he'd even given the idea conscious thought, he found himself rubbing the cat behind his ears and under his chin. The soft fur was actually quite soothing. If he could get a demon cat to like him, maybe he had a chance of convincing a particular cafe cook that he could be more to her than a pawnbroker or a landlord. "Well," Bo said as he pulled his hand away with a reluctance that surprised him, "we can't call him miscreant. He needs a boy name. What do you suggest?" Naomi's gaze moved upward, and her brow furrowed. She shifted from side to side and twined her legs beneath her. He guessed sitting cross-legged was reserved for occasions of deep pondering. She made some thoughtful little hems and haws and tapped her finger to the corner of her mouth, but Bo barely paid attention, too distracted by the condition of the exposed sole of her shoe. The leather had been worn down to nearly nothing, and he swore he could see the black of her stocking along the edges where the stitching had been stretched out of proportion, as if her foot had grown too large for the boot and was squeezing out the sides. No wonder her feet hadn't pulled free from her shoes when he'd tried to yank her out of the mud yesterday. Her boots were probably 2 sizes too small. Why hadn't Ruth used some of the money he'd loaned her for new boots? Was she really so set on earning back that scrap of jewelry that she'd let her daughter suffer? Bo eyed the coat Naomi wore over her dress. It wasn't the snug-fitting brown thing that had swum with her in the pond. That was probably still drying out somewhere, but a too large pale blue bodice with puffed sleeves that he recalled fitting rather nicely on another woman of his acquaintance when she'd pestered him for a loan, a jacket she only wore on Sundays with her traveling suit, one of only 3 ensembles she owned. He had them all memorized. No, Ruth Fulbright was not stingy when it came to her daughter. She'd literally given Naomi the shirt off her back to keep her child warm while the girl's coat dried. So as dire as the need for new shoes was, other needs must be even more pressing. Needs a man like him could meet with a snap of his fingers. Needs a woman like Ruth would be too proud to have fulfilled through charity. Needs a child like Naomi deserved to have met, no matter the method. "I can't think of any good names," Naomi said, yanking him back to the conversation at hand. "I tried to think of black and white things to name him after, but cow and skunk and chocolate cake with vanilla icing just doesn't seem right." The mention of chocolate cake immediately inspired thoughts of dinner tonight, but Bo forced his mind back to cat names. "Black and white is a good place for inspiration," he said, trying to compliment the girl. "After all, skunk seemed a perfectly sound name for the frustrating feline eyeing him with bland disdain while he groomed his front paw. I have an uncle who loves to dress up in a fancy black suit with a white shirt and cravat. The black jacket even has tails hanging down. The uncle in question was a pompous dolt who enjoyed looking down on his younger male kin while making nice to all the ladies, ensuring his spot on the more desirable guest lists remained secure. His name is Theodore. The cat stopped licking his paw and glanced up at Beau, his head tilted, as though trying the name on for size.
Theodore is perfect.
Naomi clapped her hands.
I'll call him Teddy.
She picked up the newly dubbed beast and hugged him against her cheek. Whether the squeeze was too much or Theodore had finally reached the end of his domesticity reserves, the cat squirmed out of Naomi's hold and scampered away.
Teddy, come back.
She moved to give chase, but Beau stopped her with a gentle touch on her arm. Let him go, Tadpole. He'll come back when he's ready. She seemed fully recovered, cheeks pink, energy abundant, but he'd hate for her to relapse because she was determined to chase down a cat he didn't even want. Besides, he rather liked sitting with her, talking, getting to know her, maybe even learning a bit more about her mother. So, are you feeling better today? He asked.
Oh, yes.
Her eyes glowed with enthusiasm as she resumed her seat.
I've never slept in a bed so big or so soft. Mama said I slept so hard I didn't kick her even once, and usually I'm a big old wiggle worm.
Beau grinned, her joy infectious. I'm glad you slept well. Her face turned serious as she glanced sideways at him.
I do have a question I've been wanting to ask you, though.
Oh?
She nodded. Mama said it wasn't my place, but now that we're friends, my place has changed, right? I mean, we are friends, aren't we?
Those eyes. How did Ruth ever resist anything this girl requested? We're definitely friends, Beau said, his voice ringing with authority, ensuring there would be no room for doubt in her mind. You can ask me whatever you like. Her smile nearly blinded him.
Good.
She twisted around to face him.
Because I want to know if you still have my heart. You haven't lost it or anything, have you? It's small and can fall into hidey holes real easy. I know. Mama scolded me good when I played with it one day without asking and forgot where I left it.
Her voice dropped to a whisper. She actually cried when we found it under the bureau, and Mama never cries. There must be one powerful story behind that little brooch, Beau thought as he pulled the folded handkerchief from the inside pocket of his coat. He didn't admit to the panic he had experienced when it occurred to him last night that he had flung his jacket aside with no thought to the jewel in his pocket when he'd jumped into the pond. He'd snatched the coat up from his porch on his way to fetch the doctor, breathing a sigh of relief when his fingers encountered the pin, right where he'd left it. He'd been carrying it around like a sentimental fool and could have lost it. Yet when it was time to dress this morning, he'd put it right back in that pocket, where he'd gotten used to carrying it, next to his heart. Holding the handkerchief out to Naomi, he flipped back the top layer of cotton with his thumb. Here it is, he said, safe and sound. Surprisingly, she made no move to take it. She just nodded and shot him an approving glance.
Just wanted to make sure.
The purple amethyst glinted in the sunlight as Beau rested it on his leg. Instead of stashing it back in his pocket, he rubbed the curved edge of the silver brooch with a pat of his thumb. Why is this piece of jewelry so important to you and your mama?
Because it brings true love to whoever it belongs to.
Beau's thumb slipped off the silver edge. What? Hard-working, practical, no-nonsense Ruth treasured this piece of jewelry because of its fairy-tale properties? He shook his head. That couldn't be right. Maybe it was just a story she'd told her daughter as a bedtime ritual.
Don't worry.
Naomi gave his knee a patronizing tap.
Mama says it's more of a tradition than anything magical. It's not going to zap you with a Cupid arrow or anything.
She grinned, the gap in her front teeth on display. What a relief. Though he was pretty sure that arrow had already found its mark. Naomi grabbed her crossed ankles and rocked back and forth.
It all started with great
Grandmother Densbury. She was a fancy English lady who eloped to Scotland with her sweetheart. He bought her that pin as a token of his affection." Beau smothered a laugh. "Affection, I believe. A token of his affection." She shrugged as if one were the same as the other, then continued on with her story. "Lady Densbury gave the brooch to her servant Sarah when she married the fancy lady's grandson. Great-grandmother Sarah gave the brooch to Grandma Rosemary, who fell in love with Papa Alexander, even though he was a Southerner and war was fixin' to break out. Then Mama got the brooch and married my daddy. 4 ladies with the brooch, 4 love matches. Mama says I'll be number 5. Beau forced a smile as he folded the handkerchief over the pin, hiding it from his view. 4 love matches. Ruth and her late husband. Not exactly a man he could compete with, and if Naomi was to be number 5, did that mean Ruth had given up on ever finding love for herself again? If she'd closed her heart off to love, his courtship would be a much more arduous endeavor than he'd originally speculated, unless... Technically, he owned the brooch at the moment. Maybe it would lead him to true love and bump Naomi down to love match number 6. And maybe magic lamps really produced genies to grant wishes. Get your head out of those fairy stories, man. If you want to win Ruth, you need a plan rooted in reality, not fantasy. Beau eyed Naomi's worn boots again, then turned a thoughtful look to the path where a child-sized footprint marked the ground. Life didn't get more real than shoe leather. Chapter 8. Ruth checked the table for the 5th time in as many minutes. She nudged one of the forks a touch closer to its plate, scooted the bread basket sitting in the center of the table a hair to the left, smoothed the fabric of her second-best shirtwaist, and tried not to wish she had something prettier to wear. Beau was used to elegant ladies. Society ladies. She glanced at the cafe stove, where her fricasseed chicken sat over rice in the warming oven, green beans in one pot, skillet gravy in another. He was used to fancy chefs and fine dining, too. What had she been thinking? Inviting him to dinner. She couldn't possibly impress him with her ordinary offerings. Was that what she was trying to do? Impress him? Her stomach fluttered at the inescapable answer. She laid a hand on her abdomen to still the sensation. Good heavens. She was actually trying to impress a man. She hadn't gone to such lengths for anyone but Stephen, and even then she and her late husband had grown up together, so there had never really been a need to gain his attention. They had just transitioned from playmates to sweethearts with the passing of time. Her attraction to Beauregard Aslan had snuck upon her without warning. In a single day, through a series of remarkable kindnesses, he had gone from a man who stirred her curiosity to a man she admired with such esteem that she actively sought ways to spend time with him. She waited for the guilt to hit, for a sense of disloyalty to Stephen, but beyond a bittersweet twinge of residual grief, nothing reared its head to torment her. Nothing but the fluttering in her stomach that had spread to her chest, her heart now beating in erratic rhythm and threatening to throw her breathing into disarray. Stop fretting like a ninny and do something. Ruth marched over to the stove, grabbed a slotted spoon, lifted the lid on the first pot she came to, and stirred the beans. Then she pried back the coffee pot lid and gave it a sniff. Yep, it still smelled like coffee. The contents hadn't changed to tea while she'd been wool-gathering. She shook her head at her foolishness and had just grabbed the gravy spoon when Naomi threw back the door wide. "He's coming!" Thank heavens. She was running out of things to stir. Setting the spoon aside, Ruth reached behind her back to untie the apron she'd left on until the last possible moment. She handed it to Naomi to hang on the hook, as was their usual habit at the close of day, then patted her hair to ensure all her pins remained in place. "You look pretty, Mama." Naomi grinned at her, and the knot in Ruth's belly loosened just a tad. "She certainly does," a male voice echoed, and that knot immediately tightened back up. Heat that had nothing to do with the stove flushed Ruth's cheeks as she lifted her eyes to greet their guest. "Mr. Aslan, I'm so glad you could join us. Please come in." She gestured, and he crossed the threshold. The room immediately felt smaller, more intimate, leaving her nowhere to hide. "May I take your hat?" "Only if you call me Beau for the remainder of the evening." Gracious. Who knew the stern businessman could be such a charmer, smiling and flirting? Her stomach would never settle at this rate. "All right." Her voice didn't quiver, but her fingers trembled as she reached for his hat. "I hope you like chicken, Beau." His blue eyes lit up when she said his name. How had she ever thought them icy? They might be pale in color, but they had the richness of a blueberry compote, warm, sweet, and rather addictive. "Love it." It took her a moment to recall that they were discussing chicken, and not his eyes. She smiled, then retreated behind the most comfortable presence in the room. "Naomi, would you show our guest to his seat?" "Sure." Without an ounce of the shyness afflicting her mother, Naomi bounded forward, grabbed Beau's good hand, and dragged him toward the table. "Mama and I usually just sit at the work table when we eat supper after the cafe closes, but we wanted tonight to be special, so we carried in one of the tables from the main dining room. It was a little tricky getting it through the doorway," she jabbered, "but we turned it on its side and squeezed it through." "I'm impressed," Beau said, giving his full attention to Naomi, seeming to actually care about what she was saying. Ruth's heart warmed a little more. He was good with her, not just in emergencies, but in the little things, the things that made the biggest difference in the long run. She hung his hat from the same hook that held her apron, rather liking the sight of the two items together, then retrieved the chicken from the warming oven and moved to serve. Beau stood as she approached, but she motioned him back down. "Please, no need for formality." "'Cause we're all friends, right, Mr. Beau?" Naomi bounced in her chair, her face glowing with admiration for the man taking his seat beside her. His eyes lingered on Ruth for a long heartbeat, then swiveled to her daughter. "Right, Tadpole." "Tadpole?" Ruth queried as she dished out a healthy portion of chicken and rice onto Beau's plate. He reddened slightly. An adorable effect on one so starched and proper. "It's 'cause I fell in the pond," Naomi announced, pride lacing her words. "Isn't it great?" She beamed, her adoration of her rescuer obvious. Beau probably could have dubbed her goose liver, and she would have been equally pleased. Ruth spooned a much smaller portion onto her daughter's plate. "It fits you perfectly with all your squirming. Sit still in your chair, please, young lady." Naomi darted a sideways glance at Beau, mouthed something that looked like "wiggle worm," stifled a giggle, then straightened in her seat. "Yes, ma'am." With Naomi's chatter serving as a buffer, Ruth eventually relaxed and enjoyed the evening. Beau complimented her cooking and ate every bite she placed before him, including 2 thick slices of chocolate cake. He apparently had a sizable sweet tooth. He even dragged the table back to the dining room for her while she washed the dishes, a notable accomplishment for a man with only one good arm. He credited his young assistant for their success, claiming her steering of the table legs made all the difference as he navigated the doorway, but Ruth knew he was being modest, mostly because she'd been watching him out of the corner of her eye. It was hard not to appreciate such a masculine display. Afterward, he'd lingered in the kitchen as if waiting for something. What, she wasn't quite sure, but she wasn't about to shoo him away, not when she enjoyed his company so much. But once all the food was stored and the dishes were back in the cabinets, she had no reason to delay bringing the evening to a close. She retrieved his hat and handed it over with regret. "Thank you for joining us tonight." His fingers brushed hers beneath the brim. An accident? Or had it been intentional? Heavens, but she wanted it to be intentional, even if that made her the biggest fool in Texas. "I had a most enjoyable evening." He glanced down at his shoes, then slowly cranked his chin back up to meet her gaze. "May I have the honor of walking you ladies home?" Ruth's heart pounded as a shy smile curved her mouth. "That would be lovely. Thank you." By the time Ruth closed up the cafe, Naomi had claimed Beau's good hand and was already dragging him around the building toward the main road with some excuse about wanting to see if Teddy was about. He allowed Naomi to lead him away, a grin of pleasure softening his features as he cast an apologetic glance over his shoulder. Ruth didn't mind. Not really. All right. Maybe a little. It didn't seem very mature to be jealous of her 7-year-old daughter, monopolizing the attention of the man she had just cooked and, yes, primped for, but the twinges in her chest could be explained no other way. Perhaps she should be alarmed by how quickly Naomi was growing attached to Beau, but Ruth's practical nature shoved the worry aside. After losing her father, Naomi needed a positive male influence in her life, and the more Ruth learned about Beauregard Aslan, the more positive attributes she uncovered. Besides, trying to protect Naomi from the pain of loss, should Beau grow weary of his friendship with a child, would only steal the girl's current joy. Pain might come later. It might not. Life held no guarantees, a fact of which both Ruth and her daughter were acutely aware. So when friendship, or the hint of something more, presented itself, one faced two options: either hide away from the possibility of pain, or stride forward with the hope of discovering joy. Ruth had always been more of a strider than a hider, which was why she quickened her pace to catch up to Beau as he chatted with her daughter about cats and their penchant for tree climbing, then slipped her left hand into the crook of his right arm. His face jerked forward, his eyebrows shooting upward. Did no one ever touch his right arm? Perhaps it caused him discomfort. No, her action had startled him, but she saw no evidence of pain in his face. Perhaps the discomfort belonged to others, people afraid they might somehow catch his affliction. Well, she wasn't afraid, and he shouldn't be either. Not about what others might think when they saw him, or about what they might do. He was a good man, a strong man, and she was proud to be on his arm tonight. She curled her fingers lightly around his bicep to secure her hold, and wondered if he could feel her touch. The spark of heat in his eyes said yes. Then he did the most remarkable thing. He squeezed her hand closer to his side. He might not be able to move his right wrist or hand, but he could move his upper arm, at least a little. His lips curved into a smile that sported none of the playfulness or indulgence he'd showered on Naomi. No, this smile exuded something much warmer and masculine, the kind of smile a man gave a woman whose company he found pleasing. "Shall we?" he asked. She returned his smile in equal measure. "We shall." Chapter 9. "I noticed a certain reclusive resort owner lingering after services yesterday to speak with a lovely young cook," Myrtle said as she sashayed into the cafe kitchen, her tangerine and teal-striped ensemble only half as bright as her eyes. "Wonder what was going on there." "I can't imagine," Ruth said, her arms elbow-deep in soapy water as she washed the dishes from the Monday breakfast service. She was surprised it had taken Myrtle this long to say anything. She'd half expected her employer to be waiting on the back stoop when she got in this morning, ready to quiz her on how things went on Saturday evening. Myrtle snorted in disbelief as she shuffled over to the sink, took up a dish towel, and started drying. "You can imagine better than anyone else in town." Ruth glanced over at her friend. "He spent more time talking to Naomi than to me, or being talked to. Naomi carried most of the conversation. The little ladybug might have been the one doing the talking, but it was her mama who dominated Beau Aslan's attention. He couldn't take his eyes off you." Myrtle crowed like one of her roosters and elbowed Ruth in the side. "And I ain't the only one to notice." Wonderful. Now Ruth had become the topic of town gossip. Not exactly her aim when she'd rushed out of the service to catch Beau before he could sneak off to his house. Her thoughts had been for him. Hiding away from the town only made him more of a curiosity. He needed to live among them, give them the chance to grow accustomed to him. And it had worked. After she effectively delayed him, several others approached to speak to him as well. Most already knew him from the resort, but not all. It had been a good start. And if her eyes had met his more than once across the churchyard as she conversed with other, less interesting people, well, that couldn't be helped. When a man entered one's thoughts every 30 seconds, glancing his way only every 2 minutes demonstrated admirable restraint, in her estimation. "You're good for him." The teasing vanished from Myrtle's voice, leaving only sincerity ringing through the kitchen. Ruth handed the last dish to her friend and wiped her hands on her apron, not quite sure how to reply. "I want to be," she admitted. "Heaven knows he's good for us. Naomi glows when she's around him, and after the episode at the pond, well, he's more than earned my respect. But we come from such different backgrounds. He's high society, and I'm backwoods." "All that's window dressing, Ruth, and you know it. Strip them society folks of their money, and they'd be just as backwoods as you or me, only with snooty airs that would make them harder to get along with. On the other hand, put you in a fancy gown and throw you into a society gathering, and you'd fit in with no problem. You're educated, refined, and I'd bet the farm you know the difference between a salad fork and a dessert one." Lord love Myrtle for her unique way of putting things into perspective. Ruth couldn't help but grin. "Yes, ma'am. My mamma made sure to pass down the essentials of navigating a properly laid table before I left Tennessee." "I figured as much." Myrtle winked, then tossed her towel onto the counter before placing a motherly hand on Ruth's shoulder. "Don't let the numbers get in the way, darling. If you find value in the man himself, that's what matters. If he finds the same value in you, that'll balance the ledger. Your lack won't matter, and his abundance won't neither. A prairie fire could sweep through town tomorrow and destroy everything Aslan has built, leaving him as poor as you are now. But his character, his heart, would remain. If that's the treasure you seek, then quit thinking about how you don't measure up and start thinking about how you can give him something that's beyond measure altogether." Myrtle's words lingered in Ruth's mind throughout the week, leading her to change her routine. Instead of simply waving to Beau as she walked Naomi back to the cafe from school, she stopped and engaged him in conversation. Not the most private exchange, with him being on a third-floor balcony, but by Wednesday she'd lured him down to the main floor. He even strolled with them all the way to the cafe. The first time he did so, she had rewarded him with pie. After that, the pattern was set. He waited for them at the corner. They walked and talked. She fed his sweet tooth, and each day she fell a little deeper in love. "Mama, what's that?" Naomi pointed a mittened hand toward their house as they hurried home that Friday evening after closing up the cafe. They huddled close for warmth against the chill of the first truly frosty evening of the season. "I don't know." Their little cottage sat beyond the reach of the street lamps, lighting the downtown area, and with dark falling so early this time of year, Ruth couldn't discern anything beyond a shadowy square near her door. "Shall we investigate?" Naomi grinned, detached from Ruth's side, and sprinted ahead, leaving her mother smiling at her enthusiasm. The north wind might be stinging their cheeks and freezing their fingertips, but it couldn't dull the excitement of a mystery waiting to be solved. "It's a box," Naomi called from her hunkered-down position on the porch, "with our names on it. Can I open it, please?" Ruth reached the front stoop, removed the mitten on her right hand, and retrieved the key from her coat pocket. "Let's get inside first, and stoke up the fire in the stove before our noses turn blue." Only, when they got inside, the fire had already been stoked. When Ruth pushed open the door, warmth from the front room enveloped them like a welcoming hug. What on earth? Naomi bustled in behind her with the unwieldy package, bumping Ruth aside and reminding her to close the door again before all the delicious heat escaped. Beau. It had to be. No one else had a key. Her pulse flickered. Her practical side warned against reading too much into the gesture. He was a kind man, a landlord looking out for the well-being of his tenants. Yet her heart scoffed. A considerate landlord might repair a wobbly step or seal a leaky window, not warm a room in anticipation of her arrival. Such an action spoke of intimacy. It left her feeling cherished, pampered, loved. A glow filled the room as Naomi lit the lamp on the kitchen table where the mystery box now sat. "I've got the scissors," she crowed, snatching Ruth's sewing shears from her knitting bag. "Can I cut the string?" Still in a bit of a daze, Ruth nodded as she moved toward the kitchen table. While her daughter struggled with the string, Ruth fumbled with the buttons on her coat. She managed to strip the outer garment off at the same time Naomi severed the twine and tugged the lid free. She yanked the packing paper aside like a pirate clearing sand from atop a buried treasure. A folded sheet of ivory stationery fluttered to the floor, and Ruth bent to retrieve it. Before she could do more than note the existence of handwriting on the inside, Naomi gasped and brought Ruth's attention back to the box. Her own breath sucked in at the sight. Shoes. 2 pair, both brand new. The smaller pair in beautiful black leather, a sturdy design with low, flat heels, double soles, and box-tip shoes. Perfect for an adventurous girl as likely to climb trees as to pick wildflowers. And the larger ones? Ruth ran a hand over the chocolate-brown dongola leather, soft and pliable even before being worn. No fancy heel to make a lady's feet hurt after standing all day, but a practical low heel that managed to be stylish, even as it promoted comfort. "Can I try them on, Mama?" Naomi asked in a hushed voice, wonder infusing her tone. I'm not sure." An unmarried woman of good character didn't accept gifts of clothing or other costly items from a man not related to her by blood or marriage. She supposed a widow might be permitted more latitude, but she couldn't afford to be careless with her reputation. However, Naomi desperately needed new shoes. Shoes Ruth had been saving for, yet hadn't figured out how to purchase, while still reserving enough funds to buy back her brooch before Christmas. Let me read the note first. Both to confirm who the shoes were from, though she was pretty sure she had that figured out, and to buy herself time to decide whether or not she could accept the gift. "Why don't you hang up your coat, scarf, and mittens? Mine too, please." That should give her a couple minutes, though knowing Naomi, she'd rush through the job in seconds in order to come stare at the shoes some more. Not that Ruth could blame her. She was dying to see if the brown pair fit. How he had estimated their sizes she had no earthly idea, but they looked to be nearly perfect. Forcing her gaze away from the shoes, Ruth lifted the folded sheet of fine stationery and opened it. "Ruth, I know it is a bit irregular for an unmarried man to offer a lady of his acquaintance a gift such as this, but I pray you will accept. It pains me to think of my 2 favorite ladies walking into winter with inadequate footwear." His 2 favorite ladies. Ruth pressed her lips together in an effort to contain her delight, but a smile stretched across her face anyway as she forced her eyes back to his slightly lopsided penmanship. "Please don't view this offer as charity, but as a gift between friends." "No, that's not completely accurate. If I am to be honest, I must admit that something more than friendship prompted this gift." Ruth's heart pounded in her chest, the beats so strong that she began to feel a little lightheaded. "I've come to care for you, Ruth, a great deal. Naomi, too. And while a gift of clothing is not quite proper for an unattached lady to accept from a gentleman of no connection to her, I believe social etiquette would permit such a gift to be exchanged should there be an understanding between the parties involved. So allow me to officially declare my intentions. I would like very much to pay my addresses to you, Ruth." The paper trembled in her hand as she read the words. Was this really happening? Or had some cruel trick of the flickering lamplight changed completely ordinary words into a reflection of her hopes? "Forgive my cowardice for writing of such personal matters in a note, instead of speaking them in your presence. However, I wanted to grant you the freedom to consider my request without any pressure to accept. The shoes are yours to keep, whatever you decide. I ordered them from an out-of-town shop, so no one will know their origin. Your reputation is safe. All I ask is that if you decide not to accept my suit, you wait until Monday to wear the shoes. I'll drop by the cafe for a piece of pie tomorrow afternoon. If you aren't wearing the shoes, I will have my answer and save us both the embarrassment of speaking of such things. Whatever you decide, know that you will continue to own my respect, and Naomi will always be welcome to visit Theodore at my home. The furry miscreant has moved in despite my objections. Sincerely, Beau. Ruth fumbled for the back of the chair closest to her, scraped it backward, and toppled into the seat as her knees buckled. Mama? Ruth, her mind sluggish due to the fantastical ideas swimming about her with dizzying speed, slowly lifted her head to regard her daughter. Naomi had returned to the box, her old shoes stripped off to revealed stockinged feet, wriggling with anticipation. Her little hands clasped the edges of one of the black boots as her eyes pleaded for permission. Trying them on couldn't hurt anything, could it? All right. Naomi squealed and snatched the boot from the box. But we'll need to have a discussion before we decide if we keep them, Ruth cautioned, her sensible nature finally reasserting itself and clearing some of the fog from her befuddled brain. Accepting a suitor would affect not only Ruth, but Naomi as well. Yes, ma'am. The answer came quickly and without true understanding, but explanations and decisions could wait. They had shoes to try on. Ruth reached for the button-hook Naomi had dropped on the floor beside her discarded shoes and began loosening the fastenings of her worn boots, the cracked leather and paper-thin soles offering no resistance. Yet her mind drifted from her task. Instead, it lingered on the man who knew her well enough not to court her with flowers or candy, or even shoes with fancy stitching and fashionable heels. He'd chosen practical items of high quality, shoes that would last, that would offer protection and comfort, much like the man himself. A chivalrous man who went out of his way to bless her with a warm home on a cold night. A man who spoke of affection for her and her child, yet offered his gift not as a bribe to win her affection in return, but simply to meet a need he'd cared enough to observe in the first place. As her left shoe hit the floor, Ruth's heart demanded she accept him as her suitor. But how would that affect their business relationship? If things didn't work out between them, she would be completely at his mercy. He owned the house she and Naomi lived in, and her brooch. What if he refused to sell it back to her? She could find another place to live, but nothing could replace the heirloom that meant so much to her family. Even as that fear reared its ugly head, her heart and common sense smacked it back down. Beau wasn't petty. He was a good man, honorable and trustworthy. Why, it was she who would be dishonorable if she accepted his addresses simply to ensure the return of her brooch. By her accounting, she still owed him $8.75. If she paid him $1.75 a week, a figure she should be able to manage if no unexpected expenses arose, she'd have her debt paid off 4 days before Christmas, giving her plenty of time to gift the heirloom to Naomi as she'd planned, and perhaps she'd prove to Beau in the process that the value she saw in him wasn't found in his wealth, but in his character. Her resolution solidified, Ruth pried off her right shoe and reached for the beautiful chocolate leather boot closest to her in the box. She slid her foot inside, but instead of instant comfort, something pointy jabbed the ball of her foot. Frowning, she pulled her toes from the shoe and turned the boot upside down, expecting a rock or cobbler's tack to tumble free. Instead, what hit her hand was a familiar silver pin, the intertwined hearts bringing an instant tear to her eye. Chapter 10. The following morning, not long after dawn, Beau stood outside in the freezing air, his attention glued to the cottage door across the way. Theodore meowed at his feet, grumpy at being roused from his cozy new bed in Beau's kitchen, even though he seemed equally invested in the outcome of their reconnaissance. Beau had told Ruth he'd visit the cafe that afternoon, which he would, but after an agonizing night of guessing and second-guessing and quadruple-guessing what her answer might be, the torment had driven him from his bed and out into the cold. He hunkered farther into the upturned collar of his coat, his right arm throbbing in the frigid temperatures. Gloves were nearly impossible for him to manage without assistance, so the best he could do was have his tailor line his coat pockets with fur. It worked well enough for short periods of time, but became less effective the longer he remained outdoors. He'd passed the point of effectiveness about 15 minutes ago. Beau lifted his left hand to his mouth and huffed warm breath onto it, his exhalation visible in the cold. Theodore leaned against Beau's ankle, his tail wrapping around Beau's leg. "We're a couple of fools, aren't we? Hiding behind trees and freezing our toes off, all to catch a glimpse." The words died, as if lopped off by a butcher's cleaver, for at that moment the door of the cottage opened, and 2 young ladies bundled in coats, mittens, and scarves stepped outside. Beau ducked more fully behind the tree, sheltering him from sight, even as his attention focused on the feet traipsing toward him, feet frustratingly obscured by feminine skirts. Thanking God for the shorter skirts worn by children, Beau shifted his focus to Naomi, his pulse thumping when he recognized the new shoes he'd selected. Surely that meant Ruth wore hers as well. But what if she misinterpreted his intent in the note and allowed Naomi to wear her new shoes while holding her own back as a silent refusal? What exactly had he written? Beau scrubbed at his forehead. He'd rewritten the letter so many times he could barely recall. He'd told her he would see her at the cafe, he knew that. But had he only mentioned Ruth, waiting on wearing the shoes until Monday? He couldn't be sure. Yowl! A feline screech rent the air. Theodore clawed halfway up the tree trunk and sprang at the females scurrying past. "Teddy!" Naomi called in delight, but it wasn't the girl the troublesome cat targeted. He dove straight for Ruth, launching himself beneath her petticoats as though a mouse hid within the flannel ruffles. Ruth gasped and sputtered, but most importantly, she lifted her skirts to extricate herself from the black and white menace. A menace that had just earned himself a heaping pile of filet mignon scraps. For beneath those petticoats were a pair of lovely trim ankles encased in unscuffed brown leather boots that were undeniably new. Undeniably not sitting in a box waiting for Monday. Suddenly light-headed, Beau closed his eyes and pressed his head into the trunk of the tree, his mind no longer cognizant of the cold, the scratch of the oak's bark against his skin, or even the sound of footsteps continuing down the street. He had capacity for only one thought. She'd worn the shoes. "All right, what's going on?" Cornelius dropped his pencil and stared across his desk. "I know you enjoy these accounting meetings more than the average employer, Beau, but I fail to see a reason to smile when our reservations have dropped by 10%. Beau brushed off his manager's concerns, the day far too fine to worry about a few flagging numbers. "They always dip in December, Corny. You know that. People want to be with their families during the holidays." Family. A picture rose in Beau's mind of he and Ruth sitting in his parlor, their parlor, a fire in the hearth, Naomi playing with Theodore on the floor, Ruth knitting something soft and warm, him sitting beside her on the settee, rubbing her neck with fingers that were supposed to be turning pages of the book in his lap, but were more interested in her skin and the shy smile on her lips. "Corny, since when have you ever called me—" "Oh, I see how it is. You've gone and done it, haven't you? You've fallen in love with the widow Fulbright." Beau scowled. "You make her sound like a doddering old hag." "Yet I hear no denials regarding the more significant portion of my observation." Cornelius crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, the grin creasing his face annoyingly smug. "Have you told her?" Beau fidgeted. "I've made my intentions clear. In a letter." Intentions are one thing, but a woman wants to know how a man feels about her. And you're such an expert on women. Beau rolled his eyes and pushed out of his chair. If we're not going to finish the accounting, I might as well return to my office and work on the inventory orders. I wasn't the one staring off into space like a lovesick puppy, ignoring the reservation numbers. Beau pivoted and leveled a stare at his manager, who had the audacity to smirk. You can be replaced, you know. Cornelius chuckled, not an iota of remorse in sight. Uh-huh. About as easily as you can work the inventory without being distracted by thoughts of Mrs. Fulbright. Impertinent scoundrel. Lovesick puppy? Beau dismissed the manager's rejoinder with a wave of his hand. You already used that one. It doesn't count. Maybe not, but that doesn't make it any less true. Cornelius eyed him as he tapped the reservation lists into a tidy pile. Beau was saved from making a reply by a knock on the door. Not that he would have rebutted his friend's claim anyway. Cornelius, as usual, was utterly correct. Pardon the interruption, the resort clerk said as he stepped halfway into the room, but there's a Mrs. Fulbright downstairs to see Mr. Aslan. I know I'm supposed to direct all inquiries to you, Mr. Palmer, but since it's Mrs. Fulbright... You did the right thing, Donaldson, Beau said before Cornelius could make some vexing comment about how his feelings were obvious to everyone else. So why not just come out and admit them to the one person who really mattered? Give me a minute to conclude my business with Mr. Palmer, then show her to my office. Donaldson nodded and backed out of the room. Cornelius shot Beau a wry look. Sure you don't need me to act as your go-between? Keep that up, and you'll go between my fist and the floor. Cornelius laughed, full and loud. Beau chuckled too, then grabbed the papers he still needed to review and strode out of the manager's office. The moment the door closed behind him, his stomach clenched. She was here, coming to see him now, mid-morning. A delightful surprise, yet one that inspired uneasy thoughts. What had precipitated her visit when she knew he'd be coming by the cafe later this afternoon? Had she changed her mind? Beau strode down the hall to his office, his heart rate ticking up much higher than the short jaunt warranted. And Donaldson, frustratingly efficient man that he was, didn't afford Beau much time to recover. He'd barely been in his office a full minute before the clerk's sharp knock rapped on the door. "Enter," he called, and she did. Her coat folded over one arm, her dark blue skirt swishing just enough for him to catch sight of a chocolate-brown boot toe that nearly made him sigh in relief. She still wore the shoes, though she also wore an expression that he couldn't classify as love-struck. It was more a look of cautious optimism, mixed with determination, not unlike the one she'd worn when they'd first met, only this time a depth of personal connection lingered beneath it, bringing Beau across the room to her side without conscious thought. He nodded to Donaldson, and the clerk backed away, closing the door behind him. Once alone, Beau placed his hand at Ruth's back and steered her deeper into the room. "It's good to see you. I like your shoes." Pink tinted her cheeks, making Beau smile and relieving a bit of the nerves jerking his insides back and forth like a tug-of-war rope. Her green eyes found his. "Can we talk for a minute? About the shoes?" The tugging rope in his gut snapped taut in an instant. "Of course." He led her toward the pair of chairs in front of his desk, but she balked, tossing her coat into the first seat and spinning toward him. She placed her palm on his chest. Paralysis hit his lungs at the delicate pressure. "Beau, if we are to court, I think we need to make a few things plain, right from the outset, to ensure there are no misunderstandings." "All right," he managed, his lungs firing again now that he knew courtship hadn't been removed from the negotiation table. At the same time, he braced himself for what she might want him to understand. That her heart wouldn't be part of the bargain? That it would always belong to her first husband? His chest constricted. Could he agree to such an agreement? He loved her, yes, But he wanted her love in return, not just an amiable companion. She stepped back from him and retrieved something from her coat pocket. Then she reached for his left hand, opened it, and carefully placed a familiar silver pin into his palm. "Returning this to me was a generous gesture," she said, her eyes slowly lifting from the brooch to his face, "and it assured me of your honorable nature, but I need you to take it back." "Why?" Beau kept his hand open, giving her the option to change her mind. The heirloom meant the world to her. He wanted her to have it. Ruth folded his fingers over the pin and wrapped both her hands around his. His skin warmed at her touch, as did his heart. "Pride plays a role, I suppose," she said, her lips twitching in a self-deprecating smile. "I want to accomplish what I set out to do, but there's more to it than that." Her face softened as her eyes held his with a tenderness that made him want to forget all about jeweled pins and just hold her tight against his chest and never let go. "I want to make it clear to you, and to anyone else who might feel the need to speculate, that I'm not accepting your suit because of any financial benefit such a connection might bring me." Mouth suddenly dry, Beau rasped out the question, attempting to claw through his rib cage. "Then why are you accepting my suit?" Her hand still cupping his closed fist, she lifted it between them. "Because, Beauregard Aslan, you are strong and capable, good to my daughter, kind-hearted, and a man a woman can rely on." Was it wrong for him to feel disappointed by such a flattering answer? "But most of all," she continued, and his pulse ratcheted back up, "I'm accepting your courtship because every time I look at you, something comes to life inside me, something I thought dead and beyond resurrection." She brought his hand up to her lips and brushed a kiss against his knuckles, a kiss so sweet and soul-stirring he felt it travel up his arm, through his chest, and directly into his heart. "You make me believe that love might actually find me twice in one lifetime. And knowing what a blessing love with the right man can be, I can't let that chance slip away without reaching for it." "Neither can I." And to prove it, he reached for the amazing woman before him. He tucked the brooch into his vest pocket as he moved, wrapped his good arm around her waist, and tugged her close. "I love you, Ruth," he murmured as her arms twined about his neck. "With all that I am." His lips found hers, and when she lifted up to return his kiss, with the same passion surging in his veins, all doubts fled. The wounds his mother had left on his soul, his contempt for the weakness of his injured arm, the haunting memories of social climbers who'd been willing to settle for a cripple with a healthy bank account, they all vanished when Ruth's fingers tangled in the hair at his nape, and her mouth melded with his in a way that made him feel stronger, more whole, and more confident than ever before. If this woman loved him, nothing could hold him down. The kiss lingered, deepened, and built a hunger inside him he had to fight to contain, but contain he did for her sake. Loosening his hold, he leaned back, watching as her lashes slowly lifted. He smiled at her, tenderness welling up inside him as he gazed at her. Unable to help himself, he stroked the side of her cheek, so soft, so perfect, just like the woman herself. Neither spoke for a long moment, perhaps afraid to banish the magic, but eventually Ruth's practical nature shone through. I should get back to the cafe, yet her feet didn't move. And I should get back to work, though he made no attempt to do so. Silence descended again until Ruth blurted, "Naomi approves." She glanced away, that lovely pink returning to her cheeks. "Of our courtship. She's rather fond of you, you know." Beau grinned. "I'm rather partial to the little tadpole myself." "She's singing in the school program on Christmas Eve. Will you come?" "Of course." He might not be partial to social gatherings, but his regard for Ruth and her daughter overrode minor discomforts. "Good." Because I don't want you to hide away any more, Beau. This is your town. Your people, you should be among them." She vibrated with a fervor on his behalf that shocked him. "Your injury is part of who you are and nothing to be ashamed of. Small-minded folks might whisper about it, but even they will get bored once the mystery wears off." "You don't understand," he explained. "My clients come to the resort for healing and relief from pain. It's not good business to be a walking advertisement for the limitations of the available treatments." She poked a decidedly non-affectionate finger into his chest. "Do you advertise that the waters will heal muscular or nerve injuries?" "No, but—" "Do the mineral baths you take offer relief of any kind?" Beau shook his head. "They help with the pain and stiffness, but—" Another poke. "Have you ever considered that some of your clients might be encouraged to know that the owner of the resort isn't just an entrepreneur looking to make money off their poor health, but a man who uses the waters himself and finds benefit in the treatment?" He had no reply to that, which apparently satisfied his little champion. His champion? How had that happened? He was supposed to be her defender, her protector, yet here she stood bristling on his behalf and pushing him to be a better version of himself, a version he wanted to be for her, a version he suddenly believed he could be because of her. He stood a little straighter and nodded in what he hoped was a serious vein, hard to manage when he wanted to grin like an idiot. "I'll make an effort to be more visible," he promised. "And involved?" She was a bulldog, and oh, so kissable when she was crusading on his behalf. "And involved." She smiled, and the light of it filled the room. "Good. Then I only have 2 more requests." He raised a brow. "Oh?" "First, no official proposals until the brooch is paid off." He shrugged. "All right. Easy enough. Proposal or not, he'd staked his claim, and she'd agreed. He could hold off on the formality. And second—" "Would it be all right if I came by to visit you around this time a few days a week? The cafe is slow after breakfast, and Myrtle has given me permission to run errands. It's just— I love my daughter, don't get me wrong, and I enjoy times when all of us are together, but it's hard to conduct a proper courtship with a 7-year-old chaperone." Memories of the kiss they'd shared swarmed his mind and fueled his imagination. "Come every day if you like," he said, his voice a tad husky. "I'll be here." Chapter 11. Christmas Eve. Beau waved to a pair of resort guests out for a little shopping as he hurried down Main Street toward his house. He had a luncheon appointment to keep, and not even the haughty sniffs of the well-dressed man and his mother could dim his mood. True to his word, Beau had ceased avoiding situations that placed him in the path of others. No more back staircases, alleyways, or side entrances. If he needed to go somewhere, he just went, and made a point to be friendly with the people he encountered along the way. He still allowed Cornelius to handle the daily management of the resort, but he no longer dodged the clientele. The locals had accepted him quite readily, just as Ruth had predicted, and many of the resort guests had proven tolerant as well. Some even expressed genuine interest in his personal experience with the mineral waters. But in truth, their reactions simply didn't matter as much to him as they once did. He had the good opinion of the woman he loved. All others paled in comparison. A snowflake caught in Beau's lashes as he strode past the courthouse, leaving the last-minute Christmas bustle behind. It had been snowing off and on all morning, not hard enough to accumulate, but enough to give a powdered sugar dusting to the trees and rooftops. A beautiful setting for an indoor picnic, with a beautiful lady, a picnic he'd gone to great lengths to ensure would be a private affair. When he reached his house, he stomped his shoes to knock off the worst of the snow and mud, then pushed the front door wide and stepped inside. "Hello?" he called. A female whirlwind rushed through the parlor doorway with a welcoming grin that tightened Beau's chest in the best possible manner. She launched herself at him, and he caught her easily with his good arm, the 2 of them having fine-tuned the maneuver over the last few weeks. He jiggled his nose against her neck until she laughed. "Stop, Mr. Beau," she protested between giggles. "That tickles." "That means I'm doing it right, Tadpole." And just for good measure, he jiggled again before taking pity on the girl and letting her down. As soon as Naomi's feet touched the ground, she grabbed his hand and dragged him toward the parlor. "Come on, Mr. Beau. Teddy and I set everything up." Sure enough, a blanket lay spread on the floor near the large front window, which offered a stunning view of the snowy holiday landscape. "Teddy, that's Mr. Beau's lunch, not yours." Naomi released his hand and ran forward, valiantly tearing an egg salad sandwich away from the transgressing cat, splattering bits of egg across the blanket in the process. She turned and handed Beau the squished remains of what had no doubt been a work of culinary art when Ruth had packed it. "Sorry about that. Teddy's still learning his manners." Beau smiled at her and accepted the gift, trying not to look at it too closely. He'd eat a few bites on the crust side to circumvent any feline contamination before he declared himself full. "That's all right. I'm here more for the company than the food anyway." He winked at her, and her grin grew wide enough to expose the half-grown tooth working to fill the gap in her smile. "Mama said you had something important to talk to me about." He nodded. "I do. Shall we sit?" She plopped down next to a second sandwich, one completely unmolested by cat slobber, and crossed her legs while she waited for him to sit. He settled himself across from her on the blanket and leaned slightly toward her. "I love you and your mama very much, Naomi." She grinned. "We love you too, Mr. Beau." His heart warmed, as it always did when on the receiving end of this sweet girl's esteem. She lavished her affection with generous abandon. Having her as a permanent part of his life, well, he could only guess at the richness such a blessing would bring. "When a man wishes to marry a woman," Beau pontificated, wanting to give the occasion a fitting level of solemnity, "he typically approaches her father or other family member to seek permission for her hand." "Why just her hand?" Naomi frowned, her nose scrunching up as she held her right hand up for inspection. "Doesn't he want the rest of her, too?" Beau fought down a chuckle. "Yes, of course. The hand is symbolic. A woman goes from holding her father's hand as a little girl to holding her husband's hand when she marries. The husband takes over the responsibility for her protection and well-being. The man and woman become partners, walking through life side by side, hand in hand." Naomi nodded, then angled a glance up at him. "And you want to marry my mama?" "Yes, I do. More than anything. And since her father is not around for me to ask, I thought I should seek permission from another member of her family." He tapped her knee. "You." Naomi sat up straight, her brown eyes widening. "Do I have your permission to marry your mama, Tadpole?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Beau, yes." She jumped across the space between them, grabbed him about the neck, and bowled him over. He hugged her tight, then rolled them back up to a more dignified position. Naomi scooted from his lap, knelt beside him, and rose up so she was nearly eye level with him. "Does this mean you're going to be my new daddy?" His heart squeezed. "I'd like to be, yes." His voice clogged as he answered, so he coughed a bit to clear his throat. "It doesn't mean that we forget your first daddy, though. Your mama has told me how much he loved you." Naomi's eyes misted slightly. "He was a good daddy. I remember him chasing chickens with me and kissing my forehead at night when I went to bed. I miss him." Her small hand patted his knee. "But when I'm with you, Mr. Beau, the lonelies don't hurt quite as much." He might have missed the first 7 years of her life, but with that simple touch of her hand, she had sealed their connection. Naomi was his daughter now, belonging to him as completely as if his blood ran through her veins. He silently vowed to love, protect, and guide her to the best of his ability, and pleaded with God to grant him wisdom for the task. "When you're my daddy, will I still call you Mr. Beau?" Her nose was back to scrunching. "You can call me whatever you like," Beau said. "Maybe if you called your first father Daddy, you could call me something different, so we keep Stephen's memory special." What did you call your daddy? Sir, most of the time. But Beau didn't want that distant formality between him and his tadpole. My father liked everything to be proper, so I called him father. But I think you and I are less stuffy than that. He winked at her, then grew thoughtful. I had a friend at school who called his father Papa. There had always been a lot of open affection between Charlie and his father. Laughter, backslapping, mutual respect. Mr. Welch might not have had the social pedigree of most of the boys' fathers, but Beau had envied the relationship he'd had with his son. Papa, Naomi said, trying it out. Beau's heart stuttered. Then she scrambled to her feet, bent at the waist, and bussed his cheek. You have my permission to take my mamma's hand, Papa Beau. Beau took Ruth's hand that night as they sat in Hope Springs Church, listening to the school children perform Christmas carols. His thumb caressed the back of her hand, and shivers pirouetted up Ruth's arm all the way to her nape. He'd actually taken her hand, in public, in the second row of the church building, surrounded by townsfolk on all sides. Granted, their clasped hand lay on the pew between them, and not noticeably displayed, but still. For a man who, until recently, had avoided drawing attention to himself, he was proving to be the opposite of shy when it came to courtship. Sunday dinners in the fancy resort restaurant, evening escorts home with her on one arm and Naomi on the other, sitting beside her in church, with his legs close enough for her to feel the warmth radiating from him. She might be a humble cook, but he wooed her as though she were a queen. Was it any wonder she was head over heels in love with him? With the brooch paid off and back in its embroidered bag, waiting for Naomi to unwrap it later tonight, nothing stood between her and Beau moving forward with their relationship. Nothing but a proposal that remained unspoken. Ruth had quizzed Naomi about what she and Beau had talked about during their private picnic lunch earlier today, but her usually gregarious daughter offered no explanations, only eyes dancing with secrets. Now those eyes glimmered with apprehension as Naomi stepped forward for her recitation. Throughout the concert, the school children had taken turns reciting verses and a scripted narrative chronicling the nativity story. Now that the last notes of Hark the Herald Angels Sing had faded, it was Naomi's turn, the last recitation of the evening. Ruth squeezed Beau's hand as her daughter's nervousness became her own. She'll do fine, he whispered. All she could manage was a nod, her full focus aimed at her daughter. She smiled, in encouragement, as Naomi's eyes found her, and breathed a sigh of relief when her child's voice rang loudly through the sanctuary. After the angels told the shepherds about the birth of baby Jesus, the shepherds hurried to Bethlehem to worship the Savior. But the story didn't end there, for they spread the word of all they had seen, and everyone who heard their story was amazed. She paused and bit her lip, her gaze curling up to the rafters. Oh, no. She'd forgotten the next line. Ruth mouthed the words, having memorized them for herself while helping Naomi practice, but her daughter wasn't looking. Naomi's cheeks reddened, and her feet fidgeted until her teacher came to her rescue. The joy of Jesus? Naomi's face cleared in an instant, her smile stretching wide. The joy of Jesus, she recited, her voice ringing with renewed confidence, is not just for the shepherds or the magi, it is for the whole world. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all the earth. Make a loud noise, and rejoice, and sing praise. Psalm chapter 98, verse 4. Please stand and join us in singing our final song, Joy to the World. Ruth wanted nothing more than to break into thunderous applause at her daughter's triumph, but no other parent had interrupted the program with such a display, so she restrained the impulse, barely. She glanced to her right to share the moment with Beau, and the pride etched into his features stole her breath. The pride of a father watching his child succeed. His eyes met hers, and something profound passed between them, a connection made of not only two strands, but three. Blinking to keep the surging sentiment at bay, She turned her attention forward again and began to rise. Beau released her hand, but as they sang along with the school choir, his rich tenor blending with her soft alto and the soprano voices of the children, she couldn't imagine her world being filled with any more joy than it currently contained. But apparently her imagination was stunted, for more joy was indeed in store. After visiting with the Marshalls and their lovely, alliterated daughters and consuming enough cookies and mulled cider to make her pleasantly sated, Ruth finally managed to navigate Naomi and Beau away from the townsfolk and back to her cottage, where she'd planned for the three of them to exchange gifts. Despite the fact that they'd been away for nearly 2 hours, the house exuded warmth when Beau unlocked and pushed open the door. Ruth slanted a glance at him. "How did you—" He waggled his brows. "I have my ways." And his minions? He'd probably tasked one of his employees from the resort with stoking her fire. Not that she was complaining. Courting a man with connections definitely had its advantages. However, Beau's loyal minions had done more than stoke the stove. They'd laden the top of her small cabinet with Christmas bounty. A mincemeat pie, winter squash, oranges, dates, persimmons, and a half-dozen iced hot cross buns, perfect for breaking one's fast on Christmas morning. She turned to him. "There's so much. I didn't want you to have to cook on Christmas." The thoughtfulness of the gesture, combined with the adorable little boy grin on his full-grown man's face, demanded a kiss in gratitude. Rising up on tiptoes, she touched her lips to his slightly stubbled jaw. "Thank you." His arm wrapped around her waist and held her close. "You're welcome," he murmured, his light blue eyes anything but icy as they peered into hers. Unaware of the growing intimacy between the adults, Naomi grabbed her mother's hand and tugged her away. "Look, Mama, there's more presents." "I see that. It seems Mr. Beau snuck in some extra treats in here when we weren't looking." Beau came up behind them. "Well, I thought that big one there would look funny, sticking out of my coat pocket at the program tonight." Naomi giggled as she pointed to the large rectangular box covering half the kitchen table. "That box wouldn't fit in your pocket, Papa." "Papa?" Ruth's chest constricted as her eyes sought Beau's. Silent communication passed between them. "I hope you don't mind. I adore you for taking my daughter as your own." "It has my name on it, Mama. Can I open it?" Ruth forced herself to turn her attention to her child. "Of course." There were only 2 chairs, so Ruth settled Naomi on her lap and gestured for Beau to take the seat across from them. Naomi untied the string and opened the lid. Inside was a beautiful wool coat, peacock blue, and as stylish as anything Ruth had ever seen. Naomi's indrawn breath exuded awe. "Here," Beau said, getting to his feet. "Let me help you try it on." Together they worked the buttons on her second hand, far too small but good enough in a pinch coat, and peeled it off. Her arms slid easily into the sleeves of the new blue coat with jet buttons. "It's perfect. Even a little big, Mama, so I've room to grow." She spun around in a circle, pure rapture painted upon her face. "Thank you, Papa. I love it." Beau smiled, and Ruth's heart throbbed with such joy that she didn't trust her voice. Naomi grabbed 2 small packages wrapped in brown paper, handed one to Beau, and laid the other on the table in front of Ruth. "Open mine next." Inside the crumpled paper was a large, flat rock with a blot of red paint in the center. Ruth had no idea what it was supposed to be, but Naomi had made her and Beau a matching set. "It's lovely," she exclaimed. "Did you paint this yourself?" Naomi nodded. "Uh-huh. It's a love rock. You can put it on the bureau or on a shelf, and every time you see it, you'll remember that I love you." "Because of the heart," Beau said, figuring out the identity of the amorphous paint blot. "Exactly," Naomi beamed at him. Ruth shared an amused glance with Beau before getting up and wrapping her daughter in a hug. "Thank you, sweetheart." She kissed Naomi's forehead. "I know precisely where I will put it." She strode across the room to the bureau in the corner and placed the love rock prominently in the center, scooting her hairbrush and pins aside. There. Now be sure to see it every day. Not one to let any present sit unopened for long, Naomi grabbed up the next present and thrust it at Bo. "This one's for you, from Mama." Ruth slowed her steps as she made her way back to the table, her stomach fluttering. He unwrapped the paper and pulled out the royal blue scarf and mittens she'd knitted. "I know mittens aren't terribly stylish," she said, "but I thought these might be easier to manage. I've never actually seen you with gloves, so if you don't care for them, don't feel obligated to wear them." Bo stopped her prattle by coming to stand directly in front of her, the scarf already draped around his neck despite the warmth of the room. "They're perfect," he said, his voice low and rumbly, and so wonderfully appreciative that all her insecurities vanished. "Thank you, Ruth." His attention shifted to her mouth, and she lifted her chin slightly, eager for his kiss, but a giddy voice behind them ensured they stayed on track with their current endeavor. "My heart!" Naomi had opened her next gift, while Ruth and Bo had been preoccupied with each other. "Oh, thank you, Mama. I'm so glad to have it back." She ran up and threw her arms around Ruth's waist, hugging her tight. "I knew Papa would take good care of it, but I'm glad it's mine again." Bo patted Naomi's shoulder as she gave him the same hug treatment she'd lavished on her mother. "It was always yours, Tadpole. I just held it for you for a little while." Naomi smiled up at him, then pulled away. "There's one left, Mama. For you." She dashed back to the table and returned with a small box clutched in her hands. She thrust it toward Ruth. "Open it." Ruth took the box and lifted the hinged lid with trembling hands. Inside lay a chain made of the finest silver, sparkling against the black velvet background. A silver pendant hung from the chain, nearly identical in design to the Luckenbooth brooch Naomi had just received. This one, however, didn't have a large gemstone in the center of the interlocking hearts. No, this one had small gems embedded at the tops of the hearts themselves. The heart on the left had aquamarine stones, and the one on the right boasted a grayish-green gem she couldn't name. "Green onyx," Bo said, seeming to read her mind. "The jeweler I wired in Chicago said it would best match my description of your eyes." Of course. And the light blue aquamarine for Bo's eyes. "It's lovely." And so meaningful. She'd told him the symbolism behind the brooch's design, loyalty, love, and an unbreakable connection. The very elements he offered her now. Bo stroked her hair, his touch tender, precious. "I'm giving you my heart, Ruth, to bind with yours for all eternity. Will you have me?" Tears welled in her eyes as her answer formed on her tongue. Unfortunately, Naomi jumped into their circle, startling the words right out of her. "I already gave my permission, Mama, so you're allowed to say yes." Bo laughed, and Ruth couldn't help but join in. The moment might not be the most romantic in human history, but it was perfect for their little family. Joy overflowing her soul, Ruth met her future husband's eyes and gave the answer that had been pounding in her heart from the moment he asked the question. "Yes, Bo Aslan, I'll have you, for now and forevermore."
A Shot at Love. A Sound of Rain novella by Sarah Loudon Thomas. From Habakkuk, chapter 3, verse 19. The Lord God is my strength. He will make my feet like deer's feet, and he will make me walk on my high hills. Chapter 1. November 1958, Bethel, West Virginia. Fleda hunkered low, careful not to rattle the crisp fallen leaves all around her. She didn't want to be seen or heard. Albert was meant to be coming around the crest of the hill, pushing deer toward the spot where she waited. Fleda wished her oldest cousin would still hunt with her, but he was too interested in girls these days. Had his eye on that prissy little Rebecca Howard. Fleda sighed and flexed her right hand, keeping alert and ready. The family needed the meat. Especially if she was going to take Bud Lyons up on his offer to buy out his business. She needed to make sure her family was taken care of, so she could focus on making her dream come true. She heard leaves crunching off to her right. If it was a deer, it was coming slow and easy. That was good. Best if Albert didn't scare the deer and send it running. She examined the terrain and the scattering of hardwood trees. The forest was more mature here, offering plenty of room between trunks. Another blessing. Movement caught her eye, and she saw a stout buck step out of the shadows. Her breath caught. He was pale, almost white, with a spray of brown across his rump, and his rack was immense. Could this be the ghost deer the men spoke about in reverent tones every fall? The one that seemed to escape even the best hunters? He was coming easy, browsing the nearly leafless branches of sassafras and maple trees, one ear cocked in the direction Albert was surely coming. Fleeta exhaled and lifted her rifle, careful not to attract his attention. She took aim, breathed a prayer of thanksgiving, and applied pressure to the trigger. "Fleeta! Albert! Come quick!" The shrill voice pierced the perfection of the moment. Both the deer and Fleeta froze, and then the buck bounded away, his white tail flashing. Fleeta eased off the trigger and hung her head. She saw Albert coming, his posture clearly showing his disgust even at a distance. Fleeta stood slowly, her knees stiff from crouching for so long. She glanced back toward the dirt road and saw Elnora standing there, one hand shading her eyes against the morning sun, the other waving for them to hurry. Something about the way she stood put Fleeta on alert. Although only 3 years older than Fleeta's 22, her cousin had behaved like an adult since she was old enough to speak. She'd done more to raise Fleeta than Aunt Maisie ever had, and that was little enough. "What is it?" Fleeta watched Elnora try to pick her shape out from among the trees. "Fleeta, for heaven's sake, come to the house and bring Albert with you. I need you to drive Mama to the hospital. I'm afraid the baby's coming early." Elnora refused to learn to drive, while Fleeta had begged her aunt and uncle until they relented and let her learn. Uncle Oscar drove the farm truck to work in the mines most days, leaving a rusty sedan at the house for emergencies. Fleeta slung her rifle over her shoulder and broke into a jog, knowing Albert would catch up fast. He was nearly 13, and taller than she was, with longer legs. She glanced back to make sure he was coming, and saw a bright blue jay hopping from branch to branch after him. Fleeta supposed it was Jack, the bird Albert had half-tamed. It often followed him at a distance, hoping for treats and looking for anything interesting to steal. You sure enough didn't want to lose a button or anything shiny while that bird was around. He'd once stolen the key to the front door, and they hadn't locked it since. "What's Elnora yammering about?" Albert asked as he caught up. "You had that deer easy. Now we're stuck with squirrel for supper, again." "She says Aunt Maisie needs to go to the hospital." Fleeta glanced at Albert without breaking her stride. "Did you get a good look at that deer?" "Not really. Just saw he had a nice rack, but I couldn't count the points for branches in the way." Albert made a face. "Why's Ma need to go to the hospital? Is it the baby?" His eyes slid away from hers. "Seems like Papa ought to leave her alone so she'll stop having babies." He flushed and stumbled over a rocky patch. "What do you know about having babies?" Fleeta hoped it wasn't much. "Enough to know Papa needs to leave her alone." His eyes flicked to Fleeta and away again. "Won't she be too old soon?" Fleeta wasn't sure if he meant too old for babies or too old for something else, but she decided not to ask. "She's not 50 yet, but I guess she might be too old before long." Fleeta tried to tuck her hair deeper under her hunting cap as she hurried along. Elnora was already halfway back to the house, nearly running. Her cousin's urgency frightened Fleeta. Though Aunt Maisie had made light of her unexpected pregnancy, Fleeta had seen how it wore on her. Now, 6 months along, she'd been resting more and more. Fleeta whispered a prayer that Elnora was fretting over nothing, and that the ghost deer hadn't been a sign of anything bad. There were rumors about him. Chapter 2. As she stepped through the front door, Fleeta thought the sprawling farmhouse felt cooler inside than out. 15-year-old Simeon was supposed to keep the fires up in the kitchen and sitting room, but he preferred to read and dream. At the moment, he was nowhere to be seen. Elnora darted up the stairs to the second floor, where it was even colder. "Hurry, Fleeta!" Fleeta exchanged a worried look with Albert, handed him her rifle, and scurried after her cousin. At the top of the stairs, she met Simeon, who was wide-eyed with his red hair sticking up. He was clearly in a hurry to get away. "There you are. The fires need stoking." She expected a fight, but he just nodded. "Yes'm, I'll take care of it." He swallowed convulsively. "Mama, I've never seen her cry like that, and there's blood." Fleeta suddenly found it hard to swallow, too. She gripped Simeon's arm and gave it a quick squeeze. "Don't worry, I'll get her to the hospital." Feeling like her hunting boots were weighted down with concrete, she crept toward her aunt's bedroom door. Now she could hear the crying. More of a keening, really. Rounding the corner, she saw Elnora bent over her mother, a mass of toweling in her hands. The sharp scent of blood hit her, like when they butchered meat. The bedding was stained red, and Aunt Maisie was curled in against herself, as if she were trying to keep from flying apart in pieces. Elnora looked over her shoulder. "It's too late for the hospital. Send Albert for Dovey, and right quick. Mama's losing the baby." Fleeta flew down the stairs, flinching when she heard Elnora call out, "And hurry right back to help me!" By the time Albert fetched Dovey from the next farm over, Fleeta thought she might collapse. She'd carried water and bloody linens, held Aunt Maisie's hand, and bathed her face with cool water that seemed unnecessary in the chill room, but still her aunt sweated and groaned. Dovey, who'd likely delivered more babies than the doctor in town, stepped in and soon had the situation in hand. Aunt Maisie finally quieted, and Dovey's gentle voice filled the room as she said, "It's a girl. Looks like the cord got in the way." Aunt Maisie bit her lip and closed her eyes. "Can I see her?" "Of course you can." Dovey wrapped the infant in a clean cloth and laid her in her mother's arms. Aunt Maisie traced a finger along the soft, bluish cheek. "Would have been nice to have another baby girl after all these boys." Fleeta struggled against hot tears that made her eyes feel gritty. It wasn't right, Aunt Maisie suffering so. And for what? An armload of sorrow. Maybe that deer had been a bad omen after all. Elnora sat on the side of her mother's bed and pulled the cloth back from the infant's face. "Will you name her?" "Marion." Fleeta stiffened. She choked on the sentiment, telling herself it was only fitting that a dead child be named for her own dead mother. She didn't suppose her mother wanted to leave her to be raised by her aunt and uncle, but sometimes she felt abandoned all the same. She'd been too young to remember, but the story was that after her father died, her mother soon followed, laid low by grief. Maybe if she'd loved her own, very much alive daughter more. "Do you want to see her?" Aunt Maisie asked through tears. Fleeta ran from the room. Chapter 3. Later that evening, Aunt Maisie lay on the sofa, a quilt she'd stitched with her own 2 hands tucked up to her chin. She smiled weakly and drew one of those hands from beneath the cover to beckon Fleeta over. "Have any luck hunting today?" Fleeta flicked a glance toward Elnora, who stood in the doorway looking grim. She'd wanted her mother to go on to the hospital, but Aunt Maisie refused. "Saw a nice buck, but he got shut of me." She couldn't help but feel that the deer and the day's tragedy were bound up together in some strange way. Her aunt laughed softly. "You mean someone or something spoiled your shot. Once my Fleeta takes aim." She grimaced and closed her eyes. "Aunt Maisie, you won't get pregnant again, will you?" Fleeta grasped her aunt's cold hand, hoping her words weren't too impetuous. "I hope not." Tears slid down her cheeks. "But things like that are best left up to the Lord." Fleeta wanted to cry out at the sorrow in her aunt's voice. How could she talk about the will of a god who would let a baby die? Especially since Aunt Maisie had lost so many before. The last one had barely taken root before Aunt Maisie lost it. They didn't even know if it was a boy or girl, just made a wooden marker that said, Baby Brady. Well, she would never let herself be in such a position. After growing up with 4 boy cousins and her uncle, she'd had her fill of men. She'd take care of herself and never look to a husband for anything. I'm going to start supper, Mother. Fleeta will sit with you for a while. Elnora spoke softly from the doorway, her own 3-year-old son clinging to her skirt. Fleeta had to confess that her only girl cousin had done tolerably well in the husband department. He was good to her, and the sweet little boy they'd named after his grandpa. And as best Fleeta could tell, there wasn't another baby in the offing yet. Maybe they had more self-control than Uncle Oscar did. Fleeta blushed at the very thought. Another reason to avoid marriage. Aunt Maisie squeezed her hand. Fleeta, it's high time I gave you something. How old are you now? Fleeta raised her chin. 22. That means it's been 20 years since your sweet mother died of grief after losing your father when that log truck turned over. Aunt Maisie shook her head. They were so in love. Fleeta was grateful her parents had loved each other, but she hated when her aunt talked about Mother dying of a broken heart. It made her seem weak and unwilling to suffer so she could stick around for her only child. Before she died, your mother asked me to give you something. Fleeta perked her ears. Something from her mother? Aunt Maisie could be dramatic, but she'd never mentioned this before. Go to my room and get that pasteboard box down off the top of the armoire. Fleeta scurried to do her aunt's bidding. She dragged a chair over to the armoire and climbed on it, wishing for the umpteenth time that she was taller. She peered over the dusty top of the furniture and saw a box shoved all the way to the back. She hooked it and dragged it forward, then took it to the front door and blew off as much dust as she could, sneezing at the cloud she made. Here you go, Aunt Maisie. She tried not to sound too eager. Take the lid off and see if you can't find a cloth bag tucked in there somewhere. Fleeta set the lid aside, breathing in the scent of old paper and lavender, maybe. There was a stack of letters tied with pink ribbon, some loose Valentine's cards, a few official-looking documents, an old pair of eyeglasses, and there, at the bottom, a cloth pouch with a spray of purple flowers on it. She pulled it out and handed it to her aunt, who curled her fingers around it and seemed to look off into space. Or time, maybe. Your mother married Eb when she was 27, practically an old maid, but she always said she was waiting for her true love like your Grandma Naomi had with her Harper. Aunt Maisie grimaced as she shifted on the sofa. I always thought that kind of romance only happened in books, although Naomi and Harper did seem happier with each other than anyone has a right to be. And when Eb came home from the city after the bank he worked in failed, well,